Oh, that is so funny. I was muted. That's hilarious, actually. All right, well, you guys, I think you guys can hear me now. Boomy, hi. How are you guys doing? Yeah. I was muted. My microphone wasn't working. That's why I was a little bit delayed. And then so I had to restart it. But I guess I'd never unmuted myself. Hello. Hi, Tayo. How are you doing this morning? I'm gonna work now too. Is this the whole study together thing? Kinda, in a way. I have to work on some business related stuff. So I guess it's kind of like, you know, study together kind of vibes. I don't know. I'm just live streaming because like sometimes for me personally, live streaming the process like forces me to work. And that's what I pretty much do. Who are these three little creatures? These are my little virtual dolls. Aren't they cute? Look how cute they are. They're actually like full VTuber models, but obviously I'm not going to rebrand or anything. But like look how cute they are. So I just keep them on my live stream like little friends. Personally, watching people work makes me work. Yeah, that's kind of like what the thing is like, you know, now that I feel like there are people here, I have to be responsible, you know what I mean? That's so cute, right? Look how cute they are. And they were really cheap. I have the artist link down in the description, which speaking of which, I have to send some emails this morning actually. And I only paid like $80 for each of like the smaller ones. And then I gave a good tip on the taller one. So I think I paid $200 for her, but he usually does really cheap stuff. And I paid $160 for the pair. Like, look how cute they are. And they're like fully rigged models. And I just turned off their mouths so they don't look so like they're like repeating what I'm saying. I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing well too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little stressed, I'm not gonna lie. So it's like, today I've got to get a lot of work done. Stefan, how are you? I hope you're doing well today. I'm doing pretty good. I've got to take care of a few things real quick. Let me see. How do I do this? Man, it's so stressful. I'm kind of stressed right now. I'm not gonna lie. Personally, I read that one. Is it just me or is there some small 1 second lag all of a sudden? I'm not sure. I kind of noticed that last night too. It definitely seemed like it was a little bit laggy. So I'm not really sure what's up with that. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, today I have a panel coming up and oh my god. I'm a little stressed about it, I'm not gonna lie. They didn't, I applied for this Oshi Oasis thing of our panel a while back. And I recently got like an email saying like I was on the meet and greet schedule. And I'm like, what do you guys mean by that? And I was like, it doesn't really make sense if I do a meet and greet if I'm not doing a panel. And they're like, oh yeah, you're on the schedule for the panel. And I was like, oh, you guys never told me. So now, you know, I think the actual date of the convention is on Sunday, but they need all the files and stuff as soon as possible. So I'm going to try and sprint and do this. The white man is sleeping on my desk. Oh, the little kitty. So I have to do a lot of brainstorming today. And I kind of have to do it in a way. Let me hide my screen real quick. Make sure my browser doesn't have anything. We're good. Yeah, it's just gonna be one of those working kind of days. What are we gonna be drawing today? So today I'm actually not drawing. I have to do a panel. Like a how to make your own business panel. So I'm gonna be working on that today. So it's like I gotta work on like the script and stuff like that. And so no drawing today, unfortunately. And it's like I'm behind on my drawings too. So yeah, I feel like I should probably change the music. I think it's still that super Japanese style. So today I'm just kind of chilling, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Let me I gotta send an email real quick. I have to start following up with the winners from the contest. And make sure they get to do their submissions. Let's see. That's right, I did say that. I just want my package to arrive. What do you have in the mail? It's always exciting when you have things in the mail. They sent me my email. So this isn't gonna be a perfect stream, or where is my but yeah. Here we go. Copy email. Now let's go. And then my my 3D VTuber model is being worked on today, so I have to send in some references for that. Hello all. Hello Shoop. How are you doing? Okay, perfect. What address would you like your prize to be shipped to? All right, officially, prize pack number 12 is claimed. There's one bag I bought at Adobe Express. Looks like a little computer monitor and it has a little feet. Oh, that's cute. It's your favorite honorable mention here. Really? Which one specifically? It's so funny because like everyone has different names and stuff like that. As far as wait a second, I gotta zoom in the chat. I am blind. Even with glasses, I cannot see. There we go. I ordered a laptop. Turns out it needs an adapter because the electronic outlets are different. Ah, that's always annoying. Okay, let's see. Man, I've got a lot to do. Damn. Hi guys. Hi Tooth Fairy. How are you doing? I'm working on my little panel today. At least I'm gonna try and work on it. I've never really worked on stream like this, so I'm gonna hopefully it works out. Let's get this over. There we go. Let me take this. Make sure DVR is turned on. It was when the oh, it was one of the one you lie on your side looking at donuts with the orangey light. Oh yeah. You did really good. You have a really good understanding of color. So congratulations. Oh god, Oshi Oasis. All right. What? I don't know if you guys can hear my cat. Hold on, I gotta open the door so she can escape. What? I return. Alright. So I have to, in 1 hour... I love the little guys in the corner. I know, look how cute they are. They're my little virtual dolls. I like how they track my movement. Look how cute. Especially that little face. Oh, we froze. No! Are they your OCs? No, they're not my original characters. I actually adopted these little models from a an artist. He makes pre-made VTuber models, and he just like designs little models and stuff like that. And I adopted these from him. And I have like he's really generous with like all the all I have to do is credit that he made them, but I can do whatever I want with them. I can change the design, so it's like they're like my children now. So that's really cool. And again, like he does them for really cheap. I think I paid like $80 for the two smaller ones. Excuse me. And I think I paid like $200 for the bigger one. Yeah, look how cute they are. There's this Amazon package that has all volumes of Scott Pilgrim, 2 volumes of Manga to finish in one shot. I see. KO's actually a MILF now. Yeah. True, here are my children. Look how cute they are. Alright. I gotta figure this out. Working. Alright, so what I have to do is I have to make an hour-long panel, 1 hour panel, on how to start a art business from nothing. She's collecting virtual figures now. Yeah, I know. Isn't that kind of funny? I need to scoop my little model a little bit more. I mean, hey, it saves up space. It saves space, so it's kind of... maybe we're moving in the right direction. I'm not really sure. It's like, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? I don't know. It's not zooming in. I keep zooming in, but making it bigger. Whoops. Maybe because I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Control, zoom. There we go. And also here I am with the virtual figures now. But they're so cute. This artist makes the cutest little guys. I can quit whenever I want. I know. I really can't. And I've always collected something or another. I want to see the full body to draw them. Here's this one. How cute. She reminds me of Rin, and that's why I really liked her, is because she looked like Rin. Rin in a mixture of Lane from Lane. I'll post better references later. Let's see. Here's this one. Oops. There we go. See, like, look at this. Can you believe this fully rigged model for $80? And you go back down there. And then this one. Like, that's insane. I know, they're so cute. I'll post their full references at some point. Let's get them up a little bit. It's like going from cigarettes to babes. The last one's so freaking cute. Yeah! Like, I like how they're little twins. Like, they were, you know, marketed as like a pair. Like siblings. And I'm like, oh, I have to have both of them, right? Okay. Hour-long panel on how to start an art business from nothing. I love how you pulled them up one by one. Yeah. It's funny because, like, yeah, they're like little objects, you know? See, like, they look like dolphies, you know, compared to my model. And they have, like, little joints. I think the artist, like, marketed them as, like, little robots. And I'm like, that is so cute. That's so cheap for this good quality. That's what I'm saying. You know, and they're so cute design. And he's fine if I, like, you know, make merchandise of them and stuff like that. And if I, like, you know, redraw them. Yeah, exactly. You couldn't, it's like, look at this. You cannot separate them. They're so cute. And I like how they can move forward, backwards. Like, I can only kind of like, lean up and down, but they can, like, lean forward. They actually remind me of Punishing Gray Raven characters. I know what you're talking about, actually. I played Punishing Gray Raven because of Black Rock Shooter collab. Alright. 1 hour panel on how to start an art business from nothing. Good God. I'm gonna have to cover so much detail here. Alright. At least I think this will be able to work on a stream. Okay. I feel like this one episode of SpongeBob where he, like, does just the and then stops there. 1 hour panel on how to start an art business from nothing. Introduction to my Oshi Oasis. Oh, I know exactly. Oasis panel. And I'll put more details on that later. Starting requirements. What's your favorite fish, chat? My favorite fish is mackerel. I think mackerels are really cute and yummy. If the 2020, the chat would say, oh, sus. 2020. You guys are funny. Prawns? Prawns are pretty good. Starting requirements. Okay, now should I make requirements starting? Let's see here. No, I'll make an assumption to the audience. I'm going to assume you have the ability to draw. I don't like that. This panel. Let's try that. Let's see to go back faster. This panel is going to teach you how to manufacture your artwork into physical. There we go. Physical products. I can't type, by the way. That can be sold online. Okay. This panel is going to teach you how to manufacture your artwork into physical products that can be sold online. This is not going to be a panel teaching you how to draw. I feel like I don't really need to make that clear, but at the same time, I feel like I do need to make it clear. Have you seen Picasso tigerfish? I've never heard of that. I am going to assume you already know how to draw or have at least, at a minimum, commissioned another artist for artwork that you have permission to sell. Permission to sell commercially. This is not going to be a panel teaching you how to draw. I'm going to assume you know how to draw, or at least have a minimum. I will be addressing this topic from 2 viewpoints. A person who wants to succeed. Okay. A person who wants typing ASMR. I love this keyboard. This is my magic keyboard. It's really, really nice. He's so triangular. I'll be addressing the topic from 2 viewpoints. A person who wants to... let's see. A person who wants to... How would I say this? A person who wants to... How would I say a person who wants to kind of attack this more as a, you want to be a business versus like a hobbyist? How would I say that? I'll be addressing this topic for 2 viewpoints. A person who wants to, a person who adapts a more business, person who adapts a more business entrepreneurial. I don't know if that's how you spell it. Nope. Entrepreneurial mindset. I'll definitely fix that. And a person who wants to do this as a hobby. Hi Stella, how are you doing? I'm trying to work on my homework. God, that's all this ever is. It is never non-stop homework. I will address this topic from 2 viewpoints. A person who wants to adapt a more business knowledge. Oh, Stella, you're gonna actually be seeing this. That's actually so funny. I'm spoiling everything right now. You're gonna watch the entire, panel right here. I'll be addressing this topic from 2 viewpoints. A person who wants to adapt a more business entrepreneurial mindset, and a person who wants to do this more so as a hobby. The distinction between these 2 mindsets are important, as some people seek to create their artwork as a means for an additional source of income, while others would rather hello Mother Chaos, hello Clizzix, how you doing? Yeah, like dang, should I spoil myself? I know, isn't that funny? Alright, you gotta go. Goodbye. Bye, Boomy. I appreciate you stopping by. Let's see. I don't like the way that's spelled. Big fan out chat, just talking about fish. I know. You guys play amongst yourselves. The distinction between these two mindsets are important as some people seek to create their artwork as a means for an additional source of income, while others would rather do it more so as as a passion or hobby. If you intend... Okay, there's nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with approaching the topic of starting an online art business as a hobby and considering the fact... I'm glad you liked your drawing. Yeah, that was the first fan art of this little yellow guy. So good job, Klizzix. There's nothing wrong with approaching the topic of starting an online business as a hobby and considering the fact and okay, that's not what I was gonna say. This is where those essay writing skills come into play. Yeah. I was like, this is just homework. This is really just homework. There's nothing wrong with approaching the topic of starting an online business as a hobby. And in many cases, whoops, doing so is smart because perhaps down the road you might seek to make I hate typing the same. Oh god, if it's homework, oh good, if it's homework that means I get to give you a grade. Sure, why not? There's nothing wrong with approaching the topic of starting an online business as a hobby, and in many cases doing so is smart because perhaps on the road you might seek to make it more of a professional endeavor. I'll put that for now, but I think I'll change that more of a professional endeavor. I cannot help but speaking extremely formally. This is serious, she says seek. I know. I kind of love this study hall vibes, yeah. Endeavor. I can't spell. It's fine. I have like my default like typing is like my default like way of speaking is very, very formal. I don't want to make it too formal, you know what I mean? Can't spell perhaps. There's nothing wrong approaching the topic of starting an online business as a hobby, and in many cases doing so is smart because perhaps down the road you might seek it. I don't like that. We don't say perhaps in the right. Let's see. I think her words per minute is 5. Be nice! I can't type. I'm trying my best. Words per minute is 5. Because only maybe... I don't like that. Whoops. Where are you going? Is doing so is smart because then maybe you can make the decision because you have the decision for down the road. This is terrible written. And many cases doing so is smart because you have the decision for down the road. That's a terrible sentence. You might seek to more... You might seek to approach it more of... Man, this sentence is butchered. Oh crap, they have the decision. Yes, they have the decision. But it's important because like a lot of people think that you have me when I have the decision. Because a lot of people think like, you know, you either have to attack a business as like formally, like I'm trying to make money. But you really do have the option down the road to, you know, do a hobby at first. At first, let's put at first. And in many cases, do so smart because you have the decision. You have the option. I like the option better. You have the option to take it seriously or not. Nandroid KO's a win. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the design. No, oh, not to go back and rewrite what I'm doing. Okay, first of all, like, that's the epitome of my life. You see my drawings. I go back and redo stuff all the time. Not the illusion of choice. There's nothing wrong with approaching the topic of starting online business as a hobby at first, and in many cases, doing so is smart because you have the option for down the road. Because, like, oh, okay, so what I'm trying to say here. Let's see. You have the option for down the road. You have the option. All right, we are fucking obliterating the sentence. First of all, where is my select? Get out of here. You have the option to take it seriously if you want down the road. How do I communicate that? Because, like, a lot of people, she said the fuck word, not the jar. Chat is way calmer than yesterday. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, everyone was all excited yesterday. There's nothing wrong with approaching the topic of starting an online business as a hobby at first. In many cases, doing so is smart because you have the option to take it seriously only if you want to. Only if you want. Whoops. Yeah. Meanwhile, I don't think meanwhile is a good word here. Rather than stressing yourself out by taking it too seriously in the beginning as someone trying to generate income? Question mark. KO's a mother. Yes, here's my little children right here. What are those children in the back? These are my little VTuber dolls. They're like my little virtual dolls. They just sit here and look cute. And that's it. I missed the birth. You guys are funny. She's pondering what words to. Yeah, very many such cases. It's only rather than stressing yourself by taking it too serious in the beginning. Someone trying to generate income. A lot of artists make the mistake of investing too much money and time initially and unintentionally get unmentionable. What the? Unintentionally get burnt out very quickly in the beginning. Wait, and you make another "don't talk to me" or "daughters" meme now. Yeah, exactly, all of them. Don't talk to me or my daughter or my daughter or my daughter ever again. I missed the second stream yesterday because it was way too late. Do you may have? I'm not sure. It was the collage. We'll see. Like, a lot of people did the collages and stuff like that, so it's kind of hard to. Maybe. I like these people kind of ponder, kind of hot. The pondering. You guys are funny. A lot of artists make those invest too much money and time initially and unintentionally get burned out very quickly in the beginning. Truly, when it comes to building an established brand, longevity is the goal rather than initial success. No, quick success. Go piss, girl. I'm taking a piss. You guys are so funny. Longevity is a goal rather than... What is it called? What is it called when it's like a flash in the pan? You know, it's like really, really quick success. It doesn't last. What would I call that? I'll just say longevity is a goal. Most businesses fail after only 5 years. I gotta find out that exact statistic, actually. Yeah, short-term success. Like, I feel like there's a way. Hold on. Small businesses. 5 years. Oh, good God. According to the statistics of the 2024 data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor, 20% of businesses fail in their first... It's like, see, I want to approach this in a very realistic way, because like, I don't like when people give people the wrong impression as far as starting a business, because it is tough work. But I don't want to discourage people. 20% of businesses fail in their first year. 49% fail in their first 5 years. So now I gotta think, okay, 65% fail in their first 10 years. Oh God. There's a chance that I die in 10 years. I think I'll you gotta give them the cold hard truth. That's what I'm kind of feeling, because it's like, again, like, I don't want to BRB, I'm gonna piss outside. You guys are funny. Business vocabulary is kind of foreign to me. That's funny. I don't know. Do you consider this business vocabulary? But that's cool that English is your second language. I couldn't even tell, actually. I guess, what the kind of impression do I want to give? Like, I guess bringing up the statistic is very truthful and honest, and I guess it gives me the impression of being truthful and honest with what I'm saying, which adds more validity and weight to my words. Most businesses fail. Yeah. I feel like yours is a little too optimistic. Business vocabulary is just the word spreadsheet. Let's see. Longevity is a goal. Most business fails. Okay, I'll just say 49% after 5 years. Let's see. 49% of small businesses fail after only 5 years. And, piss is a recurring topic for us in chat somehow. It doesn't help that like the word piss is so much fun to say. Well, it is KO's most done activity stream, and after all, yeah, if you're talking about the art contest for sure. Truly, when it comes to business, the goal 49% fail after only 5 years. And I believe the primary reason for that is the, I don't want to say application. This is a professional pisser. You guys are funny. I believe the primary reason for that is the business's approach. Is the person's approach for starting the business in the first place. Let's see. Truly, when it comes to building an established brand, longevity is a goal. 49% of businesses fail after only 5 years. And we gotta put an and here. And I believe the primary reason for that is the person's approach from starting the business. The person's approach and goals for starting the business in the first place. Poland, that's really, really cool. Longevity is goal. 49% of business fail. 20. Oh man, okay, I'll put that statistic in here, and then I'll decide if I want to delete it later. 20, because I mean, I feel like it's a very significant thing to kind of like, you know, have a realize. 25 or 20% of businesses fail in their first year after opening. And 49% of the business units, blah, blah, blah. I have to talk about my my accomplishments. So again, like, you know, my words have more value and weight to them. I hate talking about myself in like a very positive manner because it's like you have to gas yourself up, and I find it kind of corny and kind of cringe, I'm not gonna lie. K-Osama, good morning. Roland, how are you doing today? I'm trying to write a panel paper, which is basically just writing a paper. It has to be done. Oh, I love how you guys can see my little mouse. Alright. I personally, here comes the self-masturbatory paragraph of like, here's why you can trust me. Alright. And it's like, I have to do this in a way where it's like I don't seem like egotistical. But again, like technically, I do have a lot of experience. Folks from all walks of life here are present? Yeah. I have... Okay, I started my business in 2018. I think that's 6.5 years. I have been personally living off of my artwork for the last 6.5 years. I've been personally living off my artwork for the last 6.5 years as my primary source of income. Let me see. I have over... I don't know. How many orders do I have? 20, 30, 35. I'd say anywhere from 30 to 35,000 orders. I have processed over, let's see, 30,000 orders on my online store, on both my online stores. Guys, who is she writing to? I have to go. I'm having I'm doing a panel at a convention, and I'm teaching people how to start a business from nothing. So I'm typing the script for that panel. And I have it due in a couple days. So I'm basically working on homework. I processed over 30,000 orders on both my online storefronts. On my online store, I don't want to say both because, between both, all you need is lemonade and a cup and boom, business acquired. There you go. I'll enjoy your homework immensely. Thank you for your hard work and suffering. Yeah, I'm dying. Wish I could be there, but I live on the other side of the ocean. Understandable. Understandable. I will be uploading this video because I'll do a pre-recorded video. So I will be doing that on and uploading it on YouTube at some point. I've been personally living off artwork for the last 6.5 years. My primary source of income. I process over $30,000 combined on my online stores. My online stores. And I have... Man, how many? Let me see. God, I don't even know how many fucking charms I've sold, I'm not gonna lie. I'll just say over 30,000. I don't have to go to the specifics. I processed over 30,000 orders combined between my two, because I think that's important. Wah! What the? What? What in tarnation? Between my two online storefronts. Watch your profanity. True. Another dollar to the swear jar. That's right. That's right. I'm not supposed to be cursing. I really like the ear movements on your model. Such a cute detail. Thank you, W. It's whenever my eyebrows go down. So they're linked to my eyebrows. I've been personally living off my work for the last 6 years as my primary source of income. I process over 30,000 combined between 2 online storefronts. And I have sold. You have to set a good example for your children. Exactly. Look at them. So innocent, not a care in the world. Zero thoughts. And I'll have to do the math, and have personally sold over X keychains. I have to do the math to get the rough estimate. They match your style so well too. Yeah, that's what I really liked. It was like perfect because it's like they're like a kind of like a chibi style, but a little bit bigger. Oh, they're so cute. Here came so strong. This fox could cut paper with them. Oh god, this is hard. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we'll finish this later. Let's put this and put about me. Talking about yourself is so corny, like cringy. About me. Alright, let's just do kind of like a draft outline and go back and fill in the blanks. Legend have it is KO's his ears flap fast enough, she'll fly away. Exactly. Hold on. Bye, guys. Time for me to go. I love VTubing. I gotta get out of here. It looks just like how my dad left. Oh god. Oh man. Alright, about me. Mention how many conventions. Okay, actually. The bushiest tail is too much air resistant, yeah. Mention how many conventions I've sold at. I love how, like, I'm gonna be talking so fast. No, Sam, I had to write a stage intro yesterday and I was like, oh, I'm a VTuber. Yeah, I know, it's stressful. Mention how many conventions I've sold at, blah, blah, blah. I do not primarily do commissions. I feel like that's very important. Because what a lot of artists don't get is that they think commissions is the only path to success and they just wear themselves out because commissions, like the return, what is it? Not return on interest, but it's almost like return on interest, I think, is really, really low in the grand scheme of things. As the return on investment, that's I think is what I'm trying to say. Mother Keoza barked at the screen. He says hello. Oh, tell Ace I said hello. Return on investment is generally low for artists first starting out. Generally, let's see. Can I spell? Okay. But yeah, so it's like commissions really on the business side of things, commissions are only valuable if the person has an established brand that you guys can both, you know, piggyback off of each other's success. I'm KOs, you might know me for my charms getting a season of this anime expo. Exactly. I mean, it'll be a great example. It'll actually be a great example because like a lot of people don't understand how the copyright stuff works. And I'm like, that's a great example of it. So I was like, again, like the whole thing was funny to me. It was funny. Okay. First and foremost, identify. Okay. See, the only problem here. Yeah, I don't think I can. Learning experiences. Exactly. I don't think I can approach this because like what I wanted to do was approach it as a hobbyist perspective and a business perspective. But I think a business perspective would be more valuable because I feel like you can learn how to do anything as a hobby, but it's kind of harder to do it as a business. Why'd you get a cease and desist? Because I did not know, but this company Viz Media does not like their artwork of their characters being sold in the exhibitor hall in Anime Expo. And so they gave me a little letter saying, hey, stop. And I was like, okay. And what was funny, fan art is technically illegal. It's a gray area because only the copyright holder is able to determine if it's illegal or legal. So depending on the copyright IP holder, they can determine if it's illegal or legal. So most copyright holders from series I usually draw are fine with it. Like again, Doki Doki Literature Club has like an official statement saying it's totally fine for you to do fan art and fan merchandise and stuff like that. It's just like, it's always been like a gray area. It's a similar way how it's like, I find it so funny, and not to like say on you specifically or anyway, but a lot of people are like, oh, fan art is just you're rubbing on the backs of people, you're taking their hard work. But like Halloween stores have been doing this since the beginning of time, where they're like Japanese school sailor girl who's magical, and it's just Sailor Moon, but they just can't say those exact words of Sailor Moon on their products. And it's all fan art. Like a good majority of the Halloween costumes are fan art. That's why they're always called some strange, like, they're very obviously this character, but they can't say it from copyright. And these companies don't care because, like, if a movie came out, it supports them to see people dressed up as their characters. So it's like, it's always just been one of those kind of gray areas types of thing. But really only the IP holder can determine if it's illegal or not. Monkey boy with orange suit and a tail. Yeah, exactly. It's like stuff like that, like super, it's just, I actually really love the way that they come up with these really creative Halloween costume lore. Yeah, it's so funny. And I like, what did they start doing? I think they started doing the digital circus ones and stuff like that. Ghost spooky man with face mask, like all those types of things. And yeah, and most companies don't care, but some of them do. So that's kind of like something that Blue Hedgehog would choose. Exactly. So it's funny because like that's technically also like fan art and fan merch, but it's just not official. So it really depends on the companies, and I will touch on that. Oh frick. Oh, but yeah, what I was saying, I think it only really bring the most value if I approach this topic as a business perspective. So damn, I was typing, but I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Piss covered rabbit. Clissics. Hello, I'm late. How's the stream, man? What did I miss? I'm preparing for a panel, so I'm basically writing a paper. Preparing for a panel talking about how to start a business with your artwork. So not too much. I'm trying to see how I like it as far as like working on stream. Because like I have nothing better to do and I need to work on this. So it's like kind of having people here forces me to work on it. So I guess it's more self-serving here, to be completely honest. But, the chat was going off about fish earlier, so it seems like they're having fun. Is that new BGM? Yeah, it's by the same artist who made the last one. But I saw this one, and I was like, oh, I really, really like this one. Yeah, I love work streams. Yeah, they're kind of fun, actually. Starting out as the return on investment is higher. Using chat as an excuse, exactly. All right, okay. So let me do the timeline of like the manufacturing. Oh yeah. Is my artwork good enough to sell? Question mark. Yeah, so I think I'm going to omit the fact that I'm taking this as a hobbyist perspective, because like I feel like anybody can do anything as a hobby, so it doesn't really need, like, I don't need to tell you guys this, you know what I mean? Jeff Jefferson. God, you guys are going to make me ban the P word. He just loves saying it. All right, but it is valuable. Okay, I'll have to rewrite that. I'm on of course, it's a very rough draft. This is a problem a lot of people come across. Is my artwork good enough to sell? Wait, your prior point I feel like is worded poorly about return on interest. Probably. So what I was trying to say is commissions really, unless you're doing a commission for a brand where it's like they have an established fan base that you can like technically piggyback off of if you you know, work with them. You don't get a lot of money. So for example, if somebody pays me, you know, $400 to draw their character or whatever, that's all I get is that $400 and then the transaction's over. But if you sell your artwork online, you know, as a merchandising product, you know, I could sell 400 units of that product and make way more money on that. So I feel as though investing your time into making merchandise that you can mass manufacture is a better return on investment as an investment of your time. But maybe I didn't word that properly. It's more script notes or notes you're still speaking. This is like a super, super rough draft. Like for example, like I was kind of talking up above. I was like, I was going to attach, like I was going to approach this whole topic as a hobbyist view and a business point of view. But I realized I don't think a hobbyist view is bringing much value. So I think I'll attack it more as a business perspective. Hi, I just hopped in and see you're struggling your essay. Yes, I am struggling with my essay. I'm glad you noticed. Oh. I know, rest of the chat is just talking about piss. You're gonna assault it. Did I say assault it? Attack it. Yeah, I am gonna attack it actually. Attack the topic. A brainstorming for a webtoon, I'm gonna explode. That's fair. Is my artwork good enough to sell? This is very, very... I don't want to say polarizing this topic. Let's see. Okay, because like the best way you can determine if your art is suffering all of us. Haha, P, exactly. Is my artwork good enough to sell? In my experience, let me see. In my experience, technically the answer is it's unable to be answered because you'll never really truly know unless it sells. So how could you can make an assumption. I'll just write that down. You'll never know exactly. You can only make an assumption or an educated guess. How can you... So yeah, it's kind of like notes right now. How can you make an educated guess? Damn, I gotta... Give me a second. Tip 1, be delusional. See, that's true, but you can actually truly make a, did Chaos ever make a Discord? I did, but I have not, I don't have anything really set up inside of it, I'm not gonna lie, so it's a little ugly, and I haven't posted the link yet. It's not, so it's like, you can actually make a pretty educated guess, so it's like, but now I have to talk about, like, am I doing this for fan art? Or VTuber merch? Fan art. So it's like, should I address, which is more important? Understanding selling fan art, I will attack that, you know, I will bring that into the demonstration, whatever, or understanding if your artwork's good enough to sell. I think your artwork good enough to sell. How do you run your VTuber? I use a program called Vtube Studio. How are you gonna attack this? That's a great question. Should I follow art series? Yeah, I will address that too, because it's like, again, like what a lot of people don't like, they think if they just mass appeal, it'll be their best chance of success, but in reality, you just open yourself up to a bunch of competition. So unless you're in like top of the line for competition-wise as your product, it's kind of like a bad look. So hitting these smaller niches is going to be your better chance of success. Yeah, I'll do fan art policy next. Fan art police. They exist. They came to Anime Expo. More likely than you think. How can you make an educated guess? One way is to... Damn. Okay. This is why we're brainstorming. Manufacturing. Okay. Manufacturing your artwork. Fan art police in my conventions. Man, that is such an old meme. Centipedes? That is such an old one. Okay, make merch of Kaoza. Yeah. I don't understand what that means, but Let's see. Manufacturing your artwork. All right, which do you think would be more important? Learning how to manufacture your, because it's going to be addressed, but which would be better is a timeline. Manufacturing your artwork or understanding if it's good enough to sell? I think understanding if you're good enough to sell, because like if you don't think you're good enough to sell, there's no point in manufacturing. I think that's what it is. Yeah, manufacturing was a question I left a lot of. Oh yeah, I was actually, funny enough, I think I was actually typing and I was just like, it was too much to type, so I just stopped. But I was like halfway through a question, like a lot of artists don't want to reveal the manufacturer. So the reason for this, like for me personally, I've had a lot of problems with, you know, some of the big name manufacturers. In my opinion, I don't have a good conscience recommending those, but I will give out some, you know, some general things, because it's so hit or miss. Like for example, like my main manufacturer is like a private manufacturer. So it's just a singular person who somehow, I don't know how they do it, but they have access to manufacturing. So I'm literally just talking to a person rather than a company. And because it's a personal manufacturer to me, I get preferential treatment. So because, you know, I print so many charms, like, you know, say, you know, someone who wants to get into artwork, they want to print like 3 charms, you know, and say if they worked with that person, they might not even have access to that person because that person's like, you know, working with that small person is not a good return on my time. You know what I mean? So, you know, when I work with this person, you know, I get technically better discounts because I do it in bulk and stuff like that. And I get priority manufacturing. I can literally say like, hey, please, 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 can you get this done in less than a week? And they're more likely to agree to that and say, yes, we can do this. That's because I have a history of working with them for like the past, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. So it's like, so my experience with this manufacturer would be different from someone starting out. A nepotism, essentially. I mean, it makes sense because like, you know, I can trust them. Like, for example, I have a bunch of manufacturer options to make my products, but I trust this manufacturer really well. And we've worked together for so long and they, you know, bent to my insane desires and my, that sounds weird, my insane demands is what I meant to say. They bent for my insane demands. Cause like sometimes, I do put them on an strain, like an incredibly like tight timeline. And so I go to them, even though I very well could go to someone else. Like, for example, there's there's like slight little nuances with the printing. And I'm like, okay, technically this person's better, but I trust this person better. This manipulated fox, yes, you're going to find that very, very quickly. You kind of have to be in the business. Like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, when you approach something as a business, it's a lot different from, the happy-go-lucky way. A lot of people do it as what's it called? You know what I mean? I feel like there's the panel of how to start an art business. Most of them probably think their art is ready to sell or close to it. It's like, I think like that would make sense if you have a realistic approach to your, I guess, like kind of ego and your ability. Because like I know a lot of people overestimate their ability, and they could have a really, really good art style, but it just doesn't sell well just because of the market. So it's like the way you would approach something like that is, technically looking around and comparing the competition closest to you and seeing like, what is selling for them. Like, for example, like something that I really, really did when I first started is when I was making certain characters on Etsy. You could actually, some people forget to turn this off. I think technically I have mine turned off, LOL. You can see sold listing on Etsy's accounts. So if you go to an Etsy account and you see, for example, like my Etsy account has 15,000 orders sold because it shows it publicly, like how many orders sold on Etsy. But some people forget to turn off this feature where it shows what items are selling. So you can literally, if I had it turned on, you can go through my Etsy like shopping history and seeing what items are selling in my store. That will tell you that this is like a hotter seller than not. And then also another thing about Etsy is usually, I have to verify if this is still the case. And actually I could probably verify it right now. But usually when you click on a storefront in Etsy, that top listing that you see was one of their most recent sellers. So it's like, you see if that, like, if this store, like my Chaos store has like I have like 400 items. So if you see these items frequently hitting the top of my store, that means they're big sellers. So it's like, it's a smart investment. You know what I mean? So it's like there are little ways you can actually like say like, is this smart to draw this character, you know? Let me see if that's still accurate actually. So and then like stuff like, you know, small little tips like that really, really helped me as far as you know, starting out and knowing what quote unquote characters to invest in. Let me see what my most recent is. Make me merch now. Yes, but yeah, that's literally how it is sometimes. Like sometimes I'm like, oh god, I'm like beating the shit out of my manufacturers. Let's see, order filters. I don't know. How do I search my most recent? All right, so let me see on my Etsy store if that's accurate. Tell these artists stop focusing on prints. I like merch. Yeah, I've never purchased a print. I'm not gonna lie. But the return, like some people just like if you are like a true illustrator, prints is like, you know, it makes sense because it's like your medium. And I see a lot of people make a lot of money off of prints. I've just never done that personally. I don't think like quite literally. I think once in my entire life did I purchase a print from another artist. And I've been to like, you know, a bunch of anime conventions. Let me see if this feature of the Etsy is still correct. Let's see. Yeah, I think it actually is. That is so funny. It's still accurate. Yeah, so like if you go to an Etsy store and like some of their top listing items, like if it shows up first in their store, it's most likely to be one of the items that is recently sold. And I can confirm because I'm looking at my store from the outside as storefront. I really don't know how to get people interested in my art at all. I do graphic fine art and I really don't know what to do about it. Most of my social media tags are tagged AF. As far as that, you have to understand that when you want to, it depends, like again, like if you want to be a successful business person, if you will, versus just someone who sells their artwork. But if you want to be a successful business person, you have to know the market around you. And you have to know if your artwork is marketable. You know, if it's appealing to mass amounts of people. Because like I draw artwork sometimes that's very self-serving. And I know like I'm the only one who likes it. You know, I'm the only one who cares about that. And that's just a fact of life. And like until I can get people to appreciate my personally done artwork, it's just like it's not going to sell. And usually like characters, like if you want to do OCs and stuff like that, usually that's like storylines and stuff like that is going to be your best bet for that. But I specifically nerf my artistic ability when I'm drawing my little chibi keychains. Because people like uniformity and they like things that are collectible. So it's like those kinds of things are like sellers. And it's like, yeah, sometimes it sucks having to kind of draw like the same stuff over and over. But it's like that's how I generate income. And that's usually like, you know, a lot of really successful brands. You can tell it's like it's a brand, not just like an artist. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. I have a sip of water. Hold on. Don't you have to pay extra for orders made on Etsy? Yeah, every single storefront you're gonna have to pay extra for. You're gonna have to pay for. If there's labor involved, you're gonna have to pay some sort of way or another. Etsy, the labor you're paying for on Etsy is them marketing your products to you, without your your contribution at all. So the best part about my online store is my personal site. I get the most influx like when I have a new product. They will come straight to my like personal site usually because I upload there first. But long-term success, Etsy is the best storefront because they market my products to people who've never seen me before or my products. When I market on my personal store, I'm only marketing technically to my customers, my prior customers, and people who follow me. So on Etsy, they take my products and show it to people who don't even know, you know, I'm an illustrator. They don't know I'm a VTuber. They've never seen me before. And that is invaluable because you're getting new customers who are more likely to be, you know, attracted to your products in the future. And then, you know, a smart way to combat that to get them to your personal site is I put like a business card that has my personal site information in all my Etsy orders. So it kind of like, you know, transfers them over to my, you know, like I guess home environment, which is my personal store, which doesn't take so much of an Etsy fee. So yeah, so Etsy, everybody cries on Etsy about like, and trust me, I do it all the time. Like, every time they make a policy change, you will see me the #1 bitcher on Etsy. Like I go straight to Twitter and I'm just like, I just get so angry every time they change something. But then I'm like, damn. Like, for example, they forced this thing where they were upping the fees so they can do more marketing. And I was so pissy the entire time. I was raging on Twitter. And then lo and behold, it was the best thing that probably ever happened to my Etsy store. The little table stomps, exactly. This is very informative. Yeah, and so it's like I'm trying to compress this all into like, you know, a video so it's like easy for people to, I guess, get it better. I've got a friend who does her business entirely on Shopify. Have you tried them all? Shopify is my personal storefront. So yeah, so Shopify, you will pay less, obviously, in fees and stuff like that, because like I'm responsible for the marketing. I'm responsible for like, you know, making YouTube videos and Instagram posts saying, you know, hey guys, come buy my products. You know, come over here to my store. But meanwhile, Etsy takes like an automatic fee for them to show you their product, show your products to people who've never seen you before. So it's like a mixture of both. Did I really swear? Oh man, I probably did. I was probably raging about Etsy. Does it worry that Etsy is allowing AI and drop shipping? Etsy has always allowed drop shipping, like since the beginning. They've always allowed like people importing a bunch of dog crap. I'm trying to stop my profanity. From China, to where it's like you'll see like the same people with like 6 different listings. It's the same product. They've always allowed it. As far as AI, I think again, like a lot of people are afraid of AI, like taking up the spots of illustrators and stuff like that myself. But again, like that's where it's like you have to shine as creating a good product. You know what I mean? So if you do digital sales, yeah, you'll probably be affected by AI sellers. But like in my case, in my experience, that has nothing to do with me because like I do kind of physical products. You're up $3 in the swear jar. You guys are funny. Yeah, this is very useful. I thought about before how I could make money for art, but I was never good at thinking about that sort of thing. Yeah, so it's like it's funny because like there's a lot of like I don't know, like almost like human behavior in a way that goes behind. And again, like a lot of these little small details that people like tend to overlook. And a lot of people, again, like they have a misconception of like, you just blew up. Like for me personally, a lot of people just think like, oh, I'm lucky, you know, that my artwork is successful, but it's very, very, very intentional. You know what I mean? So back to my paper. I'm having fun answering questions. I love answering questions, but yeah, I, again, was the loudest person on Etsy. And you know that one meme of the bird eating the crackers? And they're like, I hate this. And then the bird actually like loves the cracker. Like that's Etsy. TikTok has a storefront for creators. And I wonder how well artists... I saw an influx because like I am with the, like in a Discord with a lot of other professional artists. And I saw an initial like influx of people buying stuff from TikTok. I can't really give my opinion because I never did it. I think you can actually automatically link your Shopify to the TikTok storefront, so you don't have to worry about inventory. So that's what really also sucks about Etsy is I have like, again, $400 or $500 items, and I have to separate the inventory. Like for example, and speaking of which, actually I gotta text my assistant real quick. Actually, are we out of Miku charms? Because someone said they were sold out somewhere. Oh yeah, you have to separate your inventory, and so it's like you have to pay extra to have some sort of like feature made where it's like you can do one source of inventory. But so sometimes, like for example, my Etsy will sell out of an item. And the number one thing I hate about Etsy, and in fact, I'd say it's like probably the only thing I truly hate about Etsy, is they don't let me know when my product is sold out. Isn't that so stupid? So, and it's like I have so many products, and how am I supposed to keep up with all 400 and know when like something sells out? You know what I mean? They don't give me an email. They don't say, hey, this just ran out. It's so silly. It's a type of skill that you have to develop. Yeah. And it's like, I've always really, really liked like paying close attention to these kinds of little trends and things. How do you go about deciding on how many products to order when testing them? Your best bet for that is as low as possible, really. It depends, like, if you have like a history of like, for example, like when I have like a new charm design, if I think it's not going to be a good seller, I'll do like 30. But if I'm like, I know this is going to be a good seller, I'll do like 100 pieces. But it's because I have a, you know, a history of being, you know, my charms and stuff selling and stuff like that. But for, if you've never, look at that. My assistant speedy as hell. He's on it. He's going to do all the inventory updates. But if you've never sold anything at all, like, you know, you have to you have to approach this with kind of caution. And I always recommend starting out with prototypes and asking your peers around you if somebody would purchase this, you know what I mean? Because that's also another thing that a lot of people sleep on is asking your peers and your followers and just anybody and being like, hey, would you guys buy this? Do you guys have any critiques? Because everybody loves giving their opinion on critiques and stuff like that. So you're getting free labor, you know, free critiques from people, and they're more than happy to give you their opinion. So I always say ask, like, you know, your peers, the people around you, because it is very valuable. It can hurt sometimes because like a lot of people are like, you know, especially starting out, like, you know, your little ego can kind of get crushed when people are like, I would never buy this. But you have to be very proactive for the whole process and understand that, like, all right, if I want to be successful, success can be my only goal. You know, what I have right now is not very successful, but I'm going to do my best to try and make it successful. You know what I mean? So you have to have like a kind of like a humble approach for everything. Royal Anime, hello. How are you doing, Royal Anime? When do you think the Discord will be ready? Okay. Maybe, okay. Let me see. Maybe, okay, maybe minimum, maybe next weekend after my little presentation or before. So maybe this weekend, or shortly after Christmas at the minimum. I'm the #1 waiter. Yeah, so I've got a, yeah, I have a lot to, like, you know, but I definitely, like, I open the Discord. I just didn't make the channels and stuff like that because I don't know what to do for the channels. I mean, if you guys have any channel suggestions, actually great. Like, if you guys have channel suggestions, that would make my job so much easier. All right, manufacturing your artwork. No, I think, and more importantly, is my artwork good enough to sell is more important. And I don't know what the hell bots are, guys. You guys are talking to a hag here, an antique. I don't know, like, I kind of understand what bots are in Discord. I don't know these fang-dangled gadgets you guys are talking about. Fix. No bots? I don't know what bots are. I got you, baby girls. Stella's gonna be the #1. You know when they show the pictures of the people working at McDonald's and they're like, I know she worked the this McDonald's manager as like the Navy or ran it like the Navy. Like, that's gonna be Stella. Running the Discord like the US Navy. No bots in general. Yeah, I don't know what bots are really. Because I have to start my art journey on my phone. I mean, it's a start. As long as you have, you know, communication. Yeah, an art critique one. I think that would be also a good one. And again, like, you know, for people asking for help. You never know exactly how to make an assumption or educate. You can only make an educated guess. How can you make an educated guess? One way is to, let me think. Look around. Look around on social media. Like, you have to have a product first before you can compare. Okay. One way is to look around on social media and see what is popular or selling. Stella's gonna be the McDonald's manager of Discord. Exactly. Running the Discord like the Navy. Let's see. Is popular or selling. Let's see. I primarily sell small, I don't know, peripherals. Small items. As they are cheaper to ship. I am not a primarily print artist. So understand, I can only be speaking upon my experience. I really hate that you have to put that kind of disclaimer where it's like, it's very obvious, like, look, I only have this much experience in life, so I can only speak on my experience. But it's like, sometimes you have to say that out loud. I only use bots for moderation. People don't post. Oh, I see. That makes sense. The waifu bot. What is the waifu bot? I'm the boss of this gym. Ah, I'm the boss of this gym. I don't know enough about Pokemon to know what gym boss is. I don't know, was that a Billy Harrington reference? Kind of sounds like it. I'm pretty sure it is. Well, waifu bot has not safe for work. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything not safe for work, so it's like, rest in peace to waifu bot. Is my arc still? Okay, wait. I'm bouncing around here. This is intentional. Okay, no. Okay, actually, no. Know what the product is you want to. This is such a brainstorming a rough draft. Don't make fun of me, guys. Yes. Maybe channel for people to show the original art to each other. Yeah. You can disable not safe for work characters. Okay, what is waifu bot? What is that? Know what the product is you want to primarily sell. If I feel like, okay, I can't speak from certainty, but I don't feel like prints sell well online. You know what I mean? Because like I've never, like, you know, when you could just look at someone's artwork digitally. And that's also another thing. If you've ever really noticed, like my business model, I never really post my original artwork online, just pictures of my products. So that in and of itself is kind of like an advertisement in a way. And that way, like, you know, people are more likely, if you want to see this item up close, you see this artwork up close, it kind of pushes you to make the purchase essentially. Prints do not sell. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And so it's like, I can't really say, I mean, I guess like, I don't know, sometimes my prints sell. Like, I mean, for me personally, they don't really sell, but I also don't market them. But it's like, I've never heard anybody really say they order a print online. I want to figure, I cannot find for life of me a good poster manufacturer. Why is that so hard? I can only find like prints that are 11 by 17 and then wall scrolls. But like, what happened to posters? I never see anybody, you know, the roll up posters you can kind of get at Walmart and stuff like that. Where is this going to be published? I'm holding firstly a panel, so this is gonna be a video. I'm gonna hold a panel at what's it called? Oshi Oasis in Holiday Matsuri. But then very shortly after, probably either I'll be generous because like technically I'm doing this for them. It's funny because like technically I'm doing this for their event, so it's like I gotta kind of respect that. At the same time, I'm doing this all for free. You know, so I was almost thinking about premiering them at similar times, but I might wait and premiere it the next day or something like that. And then I will also be there, what's it called? At their meet and greets. So if anybody has any business related questions, like, you know, you want to share your personal experience or have any personal questions, I can take questions after the panel for like an hour. No saying finding prints good manufacturer was a struggle, just find a decent postcard. Yeah. Which, Cat Print is a good, postcard. Cat Print and Fireball Printing is good, printing manufacturers that I usually use. Topic power of roles, less useful now you can set what channels. Oh, I see. Would you recommend to a starter try a physical booth? No, I'm not gonna lie with you. I'm not gonna lie with you at all. Unless, like, so, I think, again, like, I can only speak from my experience. But what I've always, I have an appointment coming up. What the? Oh, bother. Oh, bother. I've always really served my online storefront because so it's like that way I have a really, really good product that sells itself. And then it carries over easier when you do a physical booth because A, people know me online, and B, I know for a fact my products sell. So I'm more likely to get sales at a physical booth. But if you don't know at all, if your products sell at all, a physical booth can be very, very discouraging because I've always really served. Shut up. You're so funny. If a physical booth might really discourage you, and like a lot about selling your artwork is like a mental game because there are times where it's like you'll have like shit sells, you'll have a shit experience at a booth. Oh, I said the S word, sorry guys. It can be very, very discouraging for you. So it's like I personally don't recommend it unless you know your stuff can sell online. Let's see what the details are of this appointment on the... Good God, I might have to reschedule. Oh, LOL. I get it. Remember to hire me as a booth babe. That'd be so funny. I just got a nice inkjet printer. I use a Rollo printer. Like, what is it? A thermal printer? It's pretty good. You've always really served. You'll never know exactly. No, probably you want to primary sell. If I specifically wanted to prioritize selling keychains. Yeah, this is going to be bouncing all over the place until I get like a kind of cohesive thought of how I want to do this. Selling keychains, so I made them my primary. So I what is it? I do notice that stickers sell really well. Some people do really, really good with stickers. I mean, I guess they're okay sellers for me. The problem that also comes with those types of things is they can cannibalize. If you reuse the artwork, say you do a sticker at this, like say $3, but then you also do a keychain, and the keychain's $12, and if the people just really, really like the artwork and they're a little bit like somewhat strapped for cash, you can sometimes unintentionally cannibalize the sale, where they're more likely to just buy the sticker versus the keychain. So it's like that's also something you have to kind of like manage in the same way, where it's like you don't want to create products that can cannibalize your, you know, higher profit products. I want to make more waterslide decals and temporary tattoos for cosplay. Oh, I see. Yeah, printers are insane. Printers are insane. I especially want to prioritize selling keychains, so I adapted my artwork for the medium of making keychains. If you primarily... Oh, there's so much to cover in just an hour. Stickers as freebies. Yeah, I've always liked the stickers as freebies. Soha, I'm gonna go now. Good luck with your homework. Thank you, Soha. I appreciate you stopping by. I especially want to prioritize selling keychains, so I adapt my artwork to the medium. For the medium of making keychains, which is acrylic. What is it called? I intentionally, what is it? Illustrate my artwork to best be visible on a specific, I know what I'm saying here, probably doesn't make much sense, acrylic size, so I'll come back. I forgot what freebie bonus did you do at your AX booth this year? I don't even remember, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I did physical. Oh! One of them was like that little wooden pin. I did that. I don't remember. I'm not even gonna lie, I don't even remember. Is doing topics that are trending a bad start for beginners? I would say if you want to have a kind of like an evergreen kind of business, I would say so, because if it depends. So there's a difference between being very, very quick and doing things like speedy. Like if you can very quickly hop on a trend, like say Brazilian Miku or something like that, or I don't know, whatever trending characters, if you can draw it really, really quickly and get that manufactured really, really quickly, then yes, definitely do it. But if it's something like, for example, like My Hero Academia, let's pretend that's still relevant. No, because there's so much competition you're going to be competing with. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you can do it really, really quick, then yes, get it out. But it's like, if you can't, I personally am averse to those kinds of things because there's so much competition. Unless your art and your product is so good that it can, you know, it can compete really, really well. I love the wooden pin so much. Yeah, it's so cute. I was like, this is so cute little thing. I know I got something somehow for spending. Yeah, I think that was it. I love pins so much. Yeah, I really like pins. Pins are such a pain. I gotta... Speaking of which, when I finish that Snow Miku, I gotta find a manufacturer again. What products do you want to primary sell? I especially want to prioritize selling keychains, so I adapt my artwork for the media making keychains, which is acrylic. I intentionally illustrate my artwork to be best visible on a specific acrylic size. In my case, 3.5 inches. And enamel pins. Pins at a particular size as well. Prints, in my experience, and my cohort's experience, experience don't tend to sell as well online as they do in conventions. And now I need to mention that. Okay, god darn it. Want to hear a joke? Sure, tell me a joke, Clizzix. If a 2023 Snow Miku was an acrylic charm or other items, I'd buy them. Which one was it, 2023 again? Is that the one I made the pin of? That's fair. That was really, really... Maybe I'll go back and draw that as a charm one day. Prints in my experience and my cohort experience don't tend... Prints in me and my... I'll just say my experience, like, because I technically don't want to speak for anybody. Prints in my experience don't tend to sell well as do as at conventions. So as an online store being my main focus of my business, I tend to, what's it called? Not abandon them, neglect them. What's a duck's favorite drug? Quack. You're so silly, and I tend to neglect them. I just had a great question on top of my head. I forgot what it is. Let's see. This is starting to get a mess. They're smaller. Let's see. Thinking. Truly a comedic genius on your part. I tend to neglect them. I'm gonna be... Let's see. I am going to... Oh, no, I mean, I feel like it's fucking intent. Oops, I said a bad word again. Let's see. In an online store. Okay. Kaoza, who were the top 3 or 5 funniest people in chat in your personal opinion? I'm not gonna say. So I don't want anyone to feel excluded. So nice try. Let's see. Oh god, this is gonna be... Is my work good enough to sell? Let me just actually... Fan art policy. Let me just put some points so I'm not so, not so, I guess, what's it called? Should I sell at conventions? Okay. Manufacturers. Online store specifically. Etsy. I recommend Etsy. Like, also, like, if anybody wants to, are you drafting? Yeah, I'm doing like a really, really shitty draft. Etsy preferred. Yeah, a lot of people, I always recommend starting out with Etsy and then doing a Shopify. Because, like, you do have to, I still have to pay, what is it? I have to pay $40 a month for my Shopify, plus 30 cents per transaction, plus 2.9% total transaction fee. So it's like, you know, Shopify, you still have to pay for as well. But Etsy, again, is like way more user-friendly, and people are more likely to buy from an Etsy store than a Shopify store because they can trust Etsy. And Etsy has a, what's it called? Yeah, I think I'll primarily address Etsy here because this is for like initial people starting out. They have buyer protection. So if somebody, how come you keep changing manufacturers? Because we keep beefing. You know, they'll what's it called? They'll mess up on a product, or I'll find one that's cheaper, and I'm like, I like this one's product better. And some manufacturers just straight up, they change their printers too frequently. Like, I've had a lot of beef with Vograce with the fact that they always are changing their printers. So when I reorder a prior illustration, this newer one changes colors, and I'm like, no, you guys need to go back and change it back to the original kind of printing I did initially. And I got to a point, and again, like, this is why I was like, again, like, I usually don't talk about manufacturers because, again, like, I get preferential treatment just because I, you know, do this so often. But I have like a list, like a printing list of all of their printers that they have, and I like get to pick and choose. I want this printer specifically to be used for these products. And, you know, not everyone, like, no, like, a lot of people don't have access to stuff like that. So again, like, that's why I usually don't, you know, talk about manufacturing. But I will say Vograce is very good introductory overall. And there's another one, like a Woo Cry, I want to try out. I think I'll try them out soon. I heard that's another really good introductory. It looks like they might be a competitor to Vograce, actually. As someone in England, cons are really limited for actual artists, mainly old toy sellers. Yeah, I hate the over-shipped and over-dropped, or what is it called? Drop shipping? Yeah. One day you'll be able to forward their printers into your own. You know, I actually thought about it, but like the thing is like these printers about like $25,000 excluding shipping. So shipping would probably be another like what, $5,000-$6,000. But the problem is if these printers break, I have nobody to like fix them, and printers are notorious for breaking. I was literally just checking out WooCry. Looks good. Yeah, like I'll definitely test it out and, you know, give feedback back. Yeah, UV printers are really expensive, and they, you know, the printers upgrade. Like, you know, the thing about these companies is that they can afford, because like, man, printers have really, really increased in quality since the last time, like since I first started. So it's like they can frequently buy new printers that give you a better product. Like, for example, it looks like WooCry has a really good what's it called? It's like a laser cutter for acrylic, which is stronger than my current personal manufacturer. My personal manufacturer, they don't really have a strong laser cutter, so they can't get close to the edges as much as WooCry can. So because WooCry obviously has more investment than my personal manufacturer, you know, I think certain products that I want to do really, really close cutting with, I'll do like WooCry, but I have to test them out to make sure they're good, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's why I switch often. Buy Mother Caves or buy Clizzix. I understand. Printers are expensive and huge too. Oh yeah. Like, they are like room sized, like casket size. So it's like, that's why I personally switch what's it called, manufacturers very, very frequently. And plus I you know, my home is not huge, you know, like I was already drowning for the longest time in all my you know, inventory and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, I physically can't fit a printer anywhere. I remember they had a laser cutter, but I had no idea how to use it. Yeah, we had to get a technician to use it for us. Yeah, it's hard stuff. Gotta get Dins. Goodbye, Pookies. Goodbye, Floor Dance. Thanks for stopping by. You know when you drink coffee and it's like all watery down, like let me come into my library to get a UV printer too, so we have a laser cutter. Oh yeah, that's true. But then also like for example, like I used to use Zapp's Creatives for the longest time, and man, I had such a rocky, shitty relationship with Zap's creatives. Like, and again, like, I don't like, you know, shit talking other business, but oh god. But I don't think they had like the glue to be able to do the compressed, like where it's like the acrylic is compressing the illustration. And it created a lot of problems on my end. The shrink plastic, yeah, like someone, let's see. What was their name? Himari's mom was like, is that the Shrinky Dink lady? I thought that was the funniest thing. It's like, yeah, you're pretty close. Online store, starting out. Etsy preferred. Etsy preferred why? Easy entry to get education on the process of running an online store. They also, another thing that a lot of people don't know is Etsy generates shipping labels for you. They generate shipping labels for you. So all the customer has to do is type in their address, and Etsy will buy the shipping label for you, and all you have to do is print it out. Are you covering taxes? Are you covering taxes and stuff? I think that's why I'm gonna print it out. So Etsy actually handles sales tax for you, and that's also another reason why, like, you know, Etsy technically takes a good amount of fees, because like they cover stuff like that. But as far as like taxes, it's so specific to different areas, because like there's a thing called like a tax nexus. So it's like depending on where you're selling online, do you owe the sales tax? Like every quarter I pay my sales tax in Nevada, but I don't have state tax. So it's like I won't really cover that, but Etsy does. That's actually a great point. Etsy generates a 1099 form for you for taxes. So Etsy will generate a tax form for you that whenever you go to file your tax at the end of the year, you just literally take that form and put it into like TurboTax or whatever, and then it'll cover the taxes that way. My dad at first thought you made stationery pens and pencils. I think that'd be kind of fun. How big of a following do you need before selling your stuff? I've been selling my stuff even when I had like 3,000 followers. So like I was like technically making a living off my artwork still at like 3,000 followers. So it's like it just depends. And I've seen some people who have way smaller followings than that, and they're successful. And it's like, that's why, again, it's like, it's so important if your product is, you know, marketable, essentially. Etsy handling customs and such for international shipping was a handy too. Yeah, and it like, yeah, I'll add that as well. Handles international orders for you, essentially, plus customs. Whoops. Plus customs. Let's see. After success on Etsy, consider opening your own storefront. Market your products. Markets your products for you. After success on Etsy, consider opening your own storefront on Shopify to lower the fee threshold. Like, for example, hold on. I don't even know exactly what the fees are on Etsy, but it's 1,000,000,000% worth it. Like, I don't even care. I love how sales tax technically sucks in the business, but we're all just tell consumers to pay it. Yeah, that's always gonna be like tariffs. Like, you know, that's just always gonna be a thing. It's the cost of making business, because like, how else am I gonna sell my product? You know what I mean? What are the three staring at me at the bottom left of my screen? These are my little dolls, my little virtual dolls. Instead of buying physical dolls, I'm buying little virtual dolls now. And look how cute, you know? They're my kids that KO is babysitting. Congrats, thank you. I became a mother overnight. 3. After success in Etsy, consider opening your own storefront to load a free threshold fee cost, but understand your own. You have to manage your own marketing on your own storefront, and that storefront will also come with fees to sell, I guess you could say. Do they charge you more to buy from Etsy sellers too? I'm a little bit confused by what you're asking. Also comes with fees as well. Almost, if not all. I can't confirm if Big Cartel doesn't take fees. I know Big Cartel technically is the lowest, but it's like I've never purchased from a Big Cartel storefront because to me it looks really, really, I don't know, shady in a way. Almost all online storefronts will charge you a fee to sell. Understand this. Let's see. Online store, Etsy preferred, starting. Did you generate things for you? It's generating advertisements, handling their stores, package products for you after success. Let's see. Basically shipping fees are just fees for Etsy customers. Basically shipping fees or just fees for Etsy customers. I'm still a little bit confused. Do you recommend Redbubble? I think it's oversaturated and the products are low quality, so I do not. If an alternative for print on demand, like for me personally, and again, like I kind of have like, I think it's also because like I'm such a big collector and stuff like that. I'm very particular with what I buy as well. And Redbubble's products are very, very lazy and cheap in quality. And you never really see what you're getting. You're just seeing like a mock-up. And that's also another thing I gotta mention is mock-ups versus physical products for advertising. And I'll have to do photography. Oh God. Physical products and photography. I'm about to be sprinting when I do this. So I personally don't recommend it. It just looks really cheap to me. To me, like, and this is gonna sound a little harsh, but again, like I'm addressing this as kind of like a business perspective. It looks really, really, I don't want to say greedy, but that's the first word that comes to mind. When people just post anything they draw, they post it straight in Redbubble because like they don't put an effort into making sure their products look good and are high quality. So they know Redbubble will just print everything on demand. So they're like, okay, let me just toss it up there and see if I get any bites, you know, like a fishing rod, you know. But when you manufacture your own products, you can verify the stretched out artwork. I'm a little confused. But you can, unless my thumbnail, I want my thumbnail stretch. Unless you can verify it's a good product, why are you asking people to buy from you? You know what I mean? So it's like Redbubble always has really, really low quality. And yeah, it's like anybody can just put anything out there. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if half the time the artwork is stolen or not. So it's like, I think Redbubble in and of itself has just a really bad reputation. And I'm going to be caught dead holding myself there. If you want to do print on demand, I recommend you can do a Etsy storefront still. And you can link a Printful account. And it's a printful.com. I use them sometimes. And they do print on demand. And then this way, they handle the fulfilling, similar to Redbubble does, but they have a higher quality product. And because you have an Etsy storefront, you can technically take a picture of your products that, you know, show that like, hey, I verified the quality. And look, the customer can see the quality and then make the purchase that way. Because for me, for Redbubble, I never know how shitty these little products are going to come out, you know, when you order from them. But if I see a photograph of an artist saying like, this is exactly what you're going to get, I'm more likely to make the purchase. So that's my little take on Redbubble. Physical products and photography, blah, blah, blah. Manufacturers, should I sell at conventions? Like I personally do not recommend, I tried selling on Redbubble, not one sale. I'm not surprised. Like I would not even, I wouldn't even consider Redbubble. And people I know IRL said they wouldn't spend that much. They take so much from the artist. Yeah. And that's also another thing. It's like, if you just get like a, you know, go to a manufacturer, you can get a way more bulk deal, like a better deal. So it's like, that's what I always recommend. I will cover print on demand as well. Demand. Let's see. Fan art policy. Should I sell at conventions? Manufacturers. Let's see. Is my artwork good enough to sell? I gotta mention humility. Is that the word I'm looking for? Let me verify real quick. Humility. Yeah, humility is the word I'm looking for. Humility, and don't be afraid. No, and ask your, this needs to be a demand. And ask your peers for feedback on your products. Mock-ups will never perform as well as physical goods, so always consider a prototype of your product first. Prototypes cost money. However, illustrating the fact you are, you are willing to invest your own money into yourself is a valuable, I don't say valuable perception, but I'll just say that perception. Valuable perception to communicate. You have what is it called? What is it called when you you're proud of something but not quite? You have, oh, what is the word I'm looking for? It's like when you understand, you have confidence in your product. I know a few artists that I personally just follow just bought stuff to make stickers, badges themselves rather than trying to go to Redbubble. Yeah, Redbubble has like such low quality products, so it's like it to me as a consumer, a mass consumer, mind you, when I see an artist just post on Redbubble, it just gives off kind of like greed in a way because they don't care about having a good product to the customer, and that is so important. I made a spell error, but I'm going off about the differences between buying from Etsy and Shopify on topic of fees. Do you mind starting from the beginning? I'm also like, you know, half in my thought. But I will always suggest Etsy to beginners and people starting out. How long do you think this new video is going to be? I'm going to try to compress this all into an hour. So I'm going to probably speed run everything I'm saying and like not have a second without missing anything. So I'm going to be like talking so fast, but like hopefully, you know, fast enough so people can process my information. But it's going to be an hour and I'm going to post it on a YouTube afterward. That way, if anybody, you know, wants to rewind or like go whatever. But yeah, I'm going to try and do it in an hour. We shall see though. But at 2x time speed, can you imagine that? It's actually 2-hour video. I just like literally like, okay guys, you have to put it 2x and then I win. I made the things that was physical products and photography. Have you talked about your art for yourself versus art that would sell kind of thing? Yeah, I think I do need a let's see. Artwork good enough to sell. Yeah, I think that would be a good place to touch on that because like, yeah, like, self-serving artwork versus, what is it? Versus, I don't know, populist serving. That sounds weird. Populist serving? The popular versus a product that is, I'll just say educated to sell. Well, that is versus a product Intention, because intention is very important. Intended to sell. We'll just put that for now. I know what I mean. We have a Q&A section on your panel. So the full panel will be an hour. And then afterward, I'm doing technically a meet and greet. Like literally like the same, like right after, where people can come ask me questions. And that way I can talk to people kind of like one-on-one, like, you know, like if people want to show me their artwork or, you know, have any specific questions. So yeah, I kind of will. It's just, I think it's like technically in a different location. You never know exactly. Fan art policy. Also, this is pretty easy. Each IP holder. I'll put intellectual property because people might not know what that acronym means. Intellectual property holder. Let's just probably specify each intellectual property. The person who owns the right to sell the character. Yeah, we'll say that. Gotta have a sip of water. Nap time. Have a good little sleep, Jefferson. Let's see. Will, excuse me, sorry. Have different policies on fan art. For example, Genshin is very, very pro fan art. Companies at any time can redact their previous policy on selling fan art and fan work. Retract. Oh yeah, true. Retract. That's fair. Retract their previous policy of selling fan art or fan merch. Some companies will outwardly put out a policy on their stance of fan work, fan merch, fan mercy. For example, Genshin has a limit. I'll go into the specifics. They have a limit on how many pieces you can sell. Bye, Tooth Fairy. I appreciate you stopping by. For example, Genshin has a limit on how many pieces you can sell per item designed. DDLC is pro fan merch, but not on, excuse me, on a commercial grade level. What is it? I guess I'd say MiHoYo. MiHoYo. What else is another really pro? Girls Frontline is really pro. A good amount of, I'll say just a good amount of gacha games. I'll go in specifics on the actual slide. A good amount of gacha games are pro. What was also, there was another series that was very pro. Undertale is pro. Yeah. I think, yeah. Undertale. There we go. LOL. But some companies absolutely forbid it. Okay, I'll put Nintendo here because they're like they're a stickler. Other companies pick and choose when to enforce their policy, like Viz Media. And I can say, for example, mention Toho. Yeah, oh yeah, Toho's super pro. Undertale. Toho. Free fan work, not selling items. Fan art, I mean, they have a doujinshi merch. I'd have to look at the exact policy. Let's see. It's interesting that there are fan merch rules within certain things. I wouldn't like think of this starting out at all. Yeah. There's like different companies. That's like the thing. Like again, like a lot of people think, you know, fan art in general is just illegal. It depends on the IP, the intellectual property policy holder. You know, they can say, like, for example, I'm, you know, with my KO's, you know, whatever. I haven't made an official policy. I'll probably make an official policy. That way it's easy to be a reference. But I'm fine with, like, you know, fan art and fan merchandise and stuff like that. I don't really care. But I think, like, for me, like, I would limit, like, I don't want fan plushies to be made or sold to my character. Because I would rather, I'm very, very particular for plushies. So it's like, I have to technically make, like, a policy. But since I'm the IP holder of my, you know, KO as a mascot, I get to decide, you know, if people are allowed to do this, that, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know about the... I'm pretty sure Toho is, like, very, very pro doujinshi. Yeah, and I would actually say with almost certainty, because, like, how many music circles, and just, you know, fan... What's it called? Whatever. Okay, companies pick and choose what enforce probably like Viz Media. Give an example of them not wanting merch sold in exhibitor, but allegedly, okay, exhibitor or online, but allegedly are fine with it. And you know, it's so silly about all this kind of stuff. Like, for example, Viz Media, like, their lawyer had to tweet at me essentially saying, they're fine with their merch being sold in artist alleys. I had to hear that from their lawyer's mouth. So it's like, how was anybody supposed to know this? You know what I mean? But allegedly are fine with it in artist alleys. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this damn SOBs. I need to look into stuff then. If I want to start creating stuff, I've contemplated whether or not I want to put effort in making something I could eventually sell. Yeah, you know, it takes some consideration, some thought behind the process. You know, it might not be for everyone, because again, like for me, like again, like it's my job now, so it's not as exciting and fun to, you know, draw whatever I want. But again, I do make an income off of it and living off of it. And I think the trade-off of living off my artwork, is fine, you know, for what I have to do. Is it okay for me to ask for IPs I don't say or against fan art? Do people manage to get permission or how they're selling it? Is it okay for me to ask for IPs that I don't say? Yeah, I mean, so like sometimes like when a company has not made a stance on it, some people will just make it, but you have to understand like at any time. Okay, hold on. As IPs, especially in the Western market, can be exchanged or what is it called? Acquired. Because at any time, like, you know, if Viz Media sells over Lucky Star to, I don't know, Crunchyroll, I don't even know if they're probably owned by the same company, really. Now Crunchyroll holds that IP as far as merch production. So it's like, it's always like, it is like a gray area. Like it will always be kind of like, it's kind of like a risk you're willing to take, essentially. Some people just do it if, you know, they're like, I don't think this company's going to care. And a lot of times the companies don't care, you know, but at any time they can technically say, I don't like you doing this, please stop. You know, so as long as you kind of understand that, you know, I think you're good to go. And then if caught infringing on their IP, firstly, they have to send you a C and where's the and D before they can attempt to sue you. Sue you or ask for reparations? Word? I say fan art, I mean fan merch. I see. It's interesting because with Viz, I feel like I see a lot of fan art of certain Viz series, but all of them. Viz is like, they are so, again, like I was kind of going off on this in a, what is it called? A prior live stream. The issue with Viz is like I've talked to their lawyer, and what they're doing is they're enforcing their fan art policy of saying you can't sell their characters in only particular areas. So they say you're not allowed to do an exhibitor, you're not allowed to do it online, but you can do it in Artist Alley. The problem with that is when it comes to copyright law, you actually cannot legally pick and choose when to enforce somebody infringing on your right. It's either you make sure nobody is infringing on all your, your properties, or everybody's allowed to infringe on your property, because after a while you can actually lose your copyright if you do not enforce people from you're not letting people sell your stuff. Because that way, if you encourage like, hey, everybody can sell my stuff, you're like, wait a minute, I want to target this particular company. You can't do that. And so it's like, that's what I found so funny, is because legally, yeah, and that's a fair point. I think the process might be, I thought legally though, because like I think that's what I was taught as far as my my trademark stuff or whatever. But you cannot legally pick and choose when to enforce it. So when I was beefing with that guy on on Twitter, I didn't want to say that publicly, because then technically I put artists in the Artist Alley at possible jeopardy. But get lost, rent it. You need to say, okay, in the US, you own the copyright instantly. Yeah, and that's also another thing is Creative Commons. That's like a whole other thing. And I believe it's based on what, what level of protection. Like, for example, patents. Like, you can really, really get a lot of money if you someone infringes on your patent. KO beefing. That guy was such a jackass, I will say. Like, super, super unprofessional. If I saw my lawyer acting like that on Twitter, oh my God. Which I beef with my lawyers sometimes, by the way, guys. I will say I beef with them sometimes. They are always charging me. Oh my God. Asshole even. Yeah, for real. It's real interesting for sure, though, because I see a lot of people fan merch at different pop-ups showing jump titles. Yeah, and it could be that they just have not taken down those IPs. It's just, to me, like, really, really popular series are just not worth it. Who don't you beef with? Exactly. I beef with everybody. I beef with life itself. Where does Vocaloid fall into all of this? I think, like, officially, Vocaloid is very, very pro doujinshi, like fan merch and stuff like that. I think it, like, what they're trying to protect as far as like their policies is when you use the official illustrations of Vocaloid characters, they have kind of like stringent rules on that. But I believe if you make your own derivative work, they're fine with that. I don't know exactly, because I know actually I did see recently they did do an update to their policy, and that's kind of like what I was saying, is like you can do updates to the policies. So I have to check recently, but I'm pretty sure, because like all these Vocaloid songs are monetized on YouTube, and that's someone generating money from the merchandise of the product, you know what I mean? Do you beef with beef? Yeah, I do like beef. I like beef though. I haven't had a steak in a while. I thought you only fight with Stella, but I guess you have other... I fight with life itself. Everybody I am fighting with. This is me against the world, okay? I saw this really funny quote. It was like, God put me on this earth to atone for my sins through violence. And that is exactly my case. Oh, I can't find it. I fight with KO all the time. Exactly. You got to. It keeps your brain sharp. You know, the scars that are left in your brain from all these past fights become calluses that make you impenetrable for future conflicts. I guess that's a complication for my end. Like, I typically like a lot of manga anime series, and that's where I prefer to do art merch. Yeah, you have to be careful, because, like, this becomes a profit thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, Chainsaw Man is super, super anti-fan merch, from what I've understood. The update on the policy was more focused on tying Vocaloid to political things. Yeah, and I think that's very, very fair. And that's, like, again, like, for example, like, I need to eventually make, like, a policy, because, like, I do want to do, like, a visual novel and stuff like that. So I need to make a policy, too. It's, like, certain things, like, like, hey, don't do that. You know what I mean? Extremely anti-fan merch. Yeah, was it Chainsaw Man? Meanwhile, my hands are getting clashes and blisters from deep cleaning my living room carpet. Let's see. They have to. Yeah, I won't say a declarative word if they have to. I'll say they usually... I've never seen... I'll have to double check that. I've never seen a company legally be... Because, like, there is a process. Actually, I'm gonna have to... I don't know, every time I talk to my lawyer, they're like, here's $65 for a 15-minute phone call. I'll just put usually for now. because I believe like you have to have like process first before you can just like, you can't just sue anybody. Like you have to have like, you know, a process in it. Usually they have to, but I'll verify. Visual novel. Yeah, I really want to do a visual novel. I think I have like 2 pieces of fan merch with CSM part 2. Yeah, and that's also the other thing. It's like, that's also the thing. Like, even if they're not getting anything official, the IP holder who owns Chainsaw Man can do what's it called? Can say like, okay, well, this character's branches under our thing. But then there's like, I'm very, very curious one day, because like I will say, you know, there is something called parody law where it's like, if you're very obviously parodying something, it's legal. So you're allowed to. So like you see sometimes like with these brands, like people take these big brands and they'll do like a parody, like Kraft mac and cheese. You know, they'll change it and it's very obviously a parody. That is protected under law for parody laws. But where do we draw the distinction between infringing on someone's like copyright versus like quote unquote making a parody? Like, I'm not, you know, again, like I do not care if a company asks me to stop selling their stuff. Like, you know, I respect that. I really don't care. I can always draw more stuff. But like, is technically my artwork being very cheapified, you know, cutesy, cartoony versions of the characters? Is that transformative enough, you know, in the eye of the law? I don't think we have enough legislation or legal battles to have verified if that facts or not, because it's like you can almost say it's almost like parody in a way. But again, I'm not a lawyer, but I am curious to see if we will ever see a lawsuit where someone tries to say, I know there's this one person called Augie Joggy. I think it was like AGI. I don't know how to spell their name. But they made plushies and they Viz Media tried to take them down because they're making My Hero Academia plushies. And I think they got a lawyer and said that, hey, my plushies are extremely transformative. You can barely tell these are still the same characters. And basically, you guys don't even have the, you know, production right to sell this type of product. And it withheld, like it was fine. And they couldn't take down her store because they said it was transformative enough. And so she was able to sell My Hero Academia plushies to this day. So it's like, it's a very interesting, experience. Fair use of the spectrum requires a court to decide. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, I wonder what it was like, you know, what it would be transformative enough, to like hold in court, because it's very fascinating. We're on the related question from Mina last. I noticed your Vtube Oshi merchant store is Kayoza. Why? So my, it's actually Kayoza. And Kayosia is my artist name. So my artist name Kayosia is a username I used for Neopets, and it used to be called Kayosa, but I kept losing the accounts because I kept trying to do like, I don't know, like, you know, where they're like, send me your password and we'll deposit 600,000 Neo points into your account. And so I kept falling for those scams, and so I kept losing the accounts. And then, oh yeah, that's totally fine. And I kept losing those accounts, and I just put like an I somewhere, and then became Kayosia. And I just did that because, like, you know, I didn't really care, and I've just stuck with that name ever since. But I read it as Kayoza, and so this little character is based off of one of my Neopets actually, and that Neopet was called Kayoza. So that's why I kind of like make the kind of distinction. Like my artist name is Kayosia, so like when I'm doing artwork and stuff like that. But like as my character, I call it Kayoza. You know what I mean? Send me CC details. Yeah, and I used to do that all the time as a kid. This reminds me of that Sniper Wolf thing that happened last year. Are you talking about the beef she kind of had with, I guess, like, the guy, what's it called? I don't know, making a bunch of videos. And yeah, it's very, like, because, like, you remember, we're in a digital age. Just all this law is new. You know, there never was a point where it's like we had so much conflict in law and stuff like that. Should I call you Kayosia rather than Kayosia? It doesn't matter. I think Kayosia probably better just because, like, I see the at in the orange, and so it draws my eyes to it. So I'd say Kayosia. It doesn't matter. Like, I change it myself personally all the time. Jack's Films, yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, I really don't. Some people call me KO. For a while, I didn't like KO because I'm like, oh, it reminds me of mayo, which reminds me of mayonnaise, which reminds me of Kayonaise. But then it's like, I'm fine with it. I really don't care. Transformers is anti-fan merch? Probably, I'm not gonna lie. Because it's a very, very heavy IP brand by Hasbro, I believe. Mayonnaise. Neopets mentioned Haggler. Exactly! See, this is how committed to the bit I am. I'm a Neopets lover. I'll call you Za then. Sure. I like Yoza. It's cute. Yeah, exactly. See, I don't recommend Yoza because Stella gets greedy with that name. Doesn't like to share. But yeah, so I was like, I don't really care what people call me. Are you familiar with car peekers? See a lot of car peekers are popular characters, but I wonder if it's okay or not. As far as like okay, as far as like legality, it don't like the IP holder doesn't change. Like no matter what products you make, the IP holder's opinion on fan merchandise doesn't change. But I like the car pickers. I'm not gonna lie, I need to make a few more of them. I just did one for like the Sayu collab, and I was like, I really like how these turned out, so I want to make more. Yeah, she made reaction videos which without reacting or credit, so Jax Films watched her videos and credit him, and then she doxed him. Yeah, I don't agree with the whole doxing thing. I think it's just childish. It really is. And online, I don't like. There are so many people, and I think this is kind of like an integrity kind of thing. There are so many people who do reaction content, and it's like because like sometimes like I'll enjoy reaction content because it's like sometimes I don't want to support the original creator, so I'll watch it like as a proxy. But is that like legally right? I don't know. It's kind of one of those things. Like I don't really know. Like there's a lolcow I follow. Her name is Foodie Beauty. She's really, really bad person. She's like abuses like her cats and pets and stuff like that. And I don't want to support her at all. So I'll watch reaction channels reacting to her content. You know what I mean? But technically, I'm supporting the fact that they're just taking her content and almost not plagiarizing. You know what I mean? But kind of changing it. So it's like I don't think reactors are going to go away. But it's very interesting to see like, you know, what the eyes of the law would say. You know the live stream when you checked all the art for the art contest, mine wasn't in it. Suki, there was 1,000 entries, and I think I maybe only got through like maybe 250, maybe 250 entries. So I will be continuing another live stream going over more entries, but I have work due, unfortunately. I have to work. And so for this stream, I'm working, but in a future stream, I'll continue to go over all the entries and cover yours. Yeah, she went to his house and implied she would beat him up. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like childish thing. Like her defense, I remember it now. Her defense of saying like, oh, well, your stuff was on Google. Like, first of all, you could dox like anybody on Google. So like, that's not even like on the grounds of actually doing that. I don't know. I think she was really, really childish. That's really what it is. And I know a lot of people understand that if you have a certain level of popularity and fame, if you will, you can get away with doing things that the average person can't get away with doing. So I think that's why it was kind of like, I don't remember if there was ever a resolution there, but it seems like nothing happened. So yeah, I got scared for a second. Yeah, I did like 5 hours of streaming and I only got through a tiny fraction of all of those entries. So I will make another what's it called, a live stream doing more. She said nice opinion, one small issue, I'm in front of your house. Sorry, that's actually really funny. Nice opinion, one small issue, I'm in front of your house. Yeah, and for her to post it, because like didn't she post it like publicly on her story? Like there's no excuse, you know what I mean? Danny Moda's reaction videos are funny because he adds things like, yeah, because like some people do really, really transformative. Some of them literally just rip the footage and then, what's it called? Just repost it. So it's like, it's varying degrees. Cause like, I know like, I think like, you know, some VTubers are very, very heavy in reaction content. But at the same time, like, for example, it's like, again, like, I don't even know if I ever want to do reaction content, but it's like, you know, when talking about certain things, I can give a lot of input into it. So I think like, it also depends on transformative, but, I don't think what he did, Jax Films, like doing a bunch of reaction content on her, because I think that's what he did in kind of retaliation. I don't think anything was bad on that, and especially if she is just only a reactor. It's just such a tough area, because like, you know, when people post their, hello, Nia Hopkins, how are you doing? Oh, you're saying hi to Sorry. Hi, Sorry, how are you doing? Because like when people post stuff on TikTok, you know, you are posting that to a public platform, and does it become within your right to be able to redact that and like to take that away, like to unpublish a TikTok, and then like, do you have the final say? Or because of the fact that you posted on a public platform, do you no longer have the final say to say, I want this video removed? You know what I mean? I always find that a very, very interesting talk about. Alina, who are we talking about? We were talking like, we're just kind of like talking about how like companies can redact, like take away their content, whatever. We're kind of talking about Sniper Wolf for a little bit. I don't know the exact details of her case, so I can't really say. We were talking about someone who fakes her gameplay. See, that's the thing. It's like, for me personally, because again, like I am a content creator. I am expecting at all times for these content creators to be having some sort of fraud or fakeness in any way. Like, you know, if a cosplayer is their main thing is the fact that they do cosplay, I would not be surprised if those cosplayers are hiring somebody to make the cosplay for them, so that way they can take the accolades. It's not truthful and it's extremely deceitful in every you know, means of the word, if you will. But I'm not surprised because, like, content creators, you know, are running a business. You know what I mean? So I'm not surprised when I see stuff like that. A lot of people do. They get really kind of like bent out of shape. It's kind of like how, I don't know if you guys saw that Fox ruling, the Fox News ruling, where they said something that was super, I think maybe it made a poll. There was like about the polls and stuff like that. That was super just wrong. And they were taken to court for it to say, like, you guys are blatantly, you know, spreading misinformation and you're, what's it called? You're slandering our company by lying. And the court, I think, upheld saying that Fox News is entertainment. It's not a source of information. So they cannot be held liable for what they say on Fox News, which I think sets a very dangerous precedent, or how the hell you say that word, for news and businesses and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I am not surprised, at least. I remember the phrase, the internet's forever fondly. Yeah, that's what it's kind of, and it sucks. And it's like, at best, like, you can just, if the creator says they don't want that stuff out there anymore, at best you can just respect that, but like, not everyone's going to respect that. You know what I mean? And it's like, are you entitled to privacy if you post online? I don't know. That's a really good question. I drew Coco today. Very happy out of turn. I'm waiting to get my skis, shiki skis, so I can try to reproduce it. I see. I have some of those little paper things, and I was going to do something with them, but I never did anything with them. Try to catch up on the stream. I understand. Man, I wish the internet was forever. Shakes my fist at the sky. Lost me is my enemy. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, it's such a fickle topic because, like, at any point, you know, the creator, and that's why I think we should really be more lenient for people, like, educating themselves and changing their mind. Because, like, you know, say someone creates some sort of content and later down the road they're like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have joked about something like that. I believe we should respect the fact that humans can educate themselves and grow into a different individual. But I guess it really all depends. It's like a situational, like, base by base basis. Support the Internet Archive. Agreed. As for reparations, let's see. I'll be right back. I have to run to the bathroom. BRB. Pee break, everyone go piss. Oh god, here we go again. I can't access the information archive. Oh, internet. There was a YouTuber on a celebrity get me out of here some years ago, and he got booted from camp because of a tweet he made years ago. I think that stuff's kind of silly. Like, you know, I've seen a lot of people, you know, change when they educate themselves. I think over a past history of time, we should address the topic, but not punish them. Like, you know, in a way, like, for example, if you were to punish a child, you know, you have to kind of like punish it like immediately as it happens, so they learn not to do that again. But if you were to like take that punishment and then punish them like a year later, they don't learn anything. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. So it's like, I mean, of course it depends on the topic at hand. But I think that, like, the silly tweets and stuff, like, the nature of society changes. You know, it's funny and stuff to joke about certain things at different periods of times. You know what I mean? But I really don't like that, because I don't like the idea, like, people think that education is finite and, you know, humans are finite. Like, we're never gonna you know, change and we're never going to become better people. I don't like that, what's it called? That philosophy. Let me think. Should I sell at conventions? Let's just fill in the blanks here. I think that'll be our best means of getting anything done. Because, like, I'm already wanting to give up on this. I'm not gonna lie. However, I have no choice, I guess. Should I sell at conventions? See, that's such a tricky question. Jeff Jefferson, welcome back. How are you doing, Jeff Jefferson? Should I sell at conventions? Extremely competitive. I'll just state the facts and we'll make your own conclusions. Extremely competitive. Let me mention that sold listings on Etsy. Mention sold listings. Extremely competitive. More expensive now than ever. Like, conventions are getting really, really expensive. Like, these booths are getting really, really expensive to participate than ever. Artist Alley versus exhibitor will have different results. Results. More recently, who was your favorite from which hat? I have no idea. I think you guys are talking to each other, but I don't even know that series at all. More recently, Artist Alley has seemed to have an uptick in performance. As exhibit is usually resellers selling low I don't want to say low quality. Yeah, low quality products at a high markup. With the rise of people learning how to import goods themselves online, it is in my personal opinion, exhibit halls, will see a significant decline. I don't even know if I agree with that, lol. But I will revise that. Sorry, kids, may I disturb you? Yeah, of course. You're welcome to, you know, message me at any time. Decline. I have some water. How do I compete with AI artists flooding the space? There's not a lot of AI, like a lot of companies, a lot of, that is actually a good topic to address. Should I be afraid of AI? Should I be afraid of AI? That's a very contemporary topic. Frick, I was gonna say something. LOL, I forgot. But yeah, I'm just typing, you know, I keep going on little tangents here. So yeah, feel free to chat about whatever. The children blinking are so cute. Yeah, I know. Look at, I love this little face. Like, look at that. They're so cute. Look at precious. Ah, I love them so much. Yeah, that's actually really a good thing to talk about. When other people learn how to import themselves lines, in my opinion, there's always a significant decline in performance, because that is what I've actually experienced myself. Exhibit halls are generally reserved for companies and resellers, so their booth prices are usually 2 to 3 X, the cost of an artist alley table. Speaking of AI, I see a lot of people shaming AI users, and people who use AI feel shame. Makes me wonder if they really deserve to be shamed. Again, that is like a ethical thing. It really depends. It really depends. Like for me, I wouldn't really like a AI artist, you know, or like, you know, what they call themselves, the AI artists, because I understand firsthand how AI has taken from illustrators such as myself, and a lot of times they want to use it in a negative light from what I see. So in my opinion, I don't really like AI quote unquote artists. But for search engines such as ChatGPT for information, I'm very pro information, pro education, pro people using tools that can assist them to understand life more and, you know, life better. For example, I think ChatGPT is pretty good, and I know it's not perfect because everyone's like, oh, it can spread misinformation. It's getting better, but I always recommend, like, you know, like if you have troubles reading social cues, use like ChatGPT to kind of like type out the situation at hand, be like, am I reading too much into this? Am I not reading too much into this? Whatever. So it's like, I'm very pro ChatGPT. So it's like, it really depends, you know, on the personal, you know, because some people don't really see art as anything significant and they want to just generate it and they don't give a shit at all. So it's like, it really depends on the person. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm very pro education, and like for me personally, I have mental health issues, which funny enough, that's what my appointment was, is I have a behavioral therapist appointment. So I might cancel that. Let's be, well, okay, let me be, oh, what time is it? I might be responsible. Oh God, I hate therapy. And it doesn't, therapy doesn't work for me. But when I'm using, like ChatGPT to kind of explain my situation, it's been way more, it's really helped me a lot more as far as like, you know, my mental health stuff or whatever. So I'm very pro human, and if the tool, such as an AI tool like ChatGPT, helps the human, I can't help but say I support it. You know what I mean? Let's see. I mean, I'm not sure if it's just my area, but many places near me, like York small business. Yeah, I mean, me personally, whenever I see a company do AI illustration, I treat it the same way as I would treat a company that uses stock imagery. It is it's very financially lazy, and I don't really have as much respect, and I don't trust the company as much when they use those kind of stock photos. You know what I mean? Because like, you know, when you go to a company's website, it's just stock photos, and you're like, this looks like a scam. That's the exact way I'm approaching that with AI. I have no idea what Jeff Jefferson said. They're not artists, they haven't done their works. Yeah, I say it just like because like I'm talking quickly. I know what you mean. Like people call them like AI prompters rather than artists. But I think you guys know what I'm saying. Like, and obviously I'm an artist, so I know it's like they're not artists or whatever. Let's see. I'll get the intention to steal AI's train on stolen art and assets. There's no two ways about that. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it's my area. Oh, I read that one again. LOL. Yeah, Japan does make those physical little models in the food. I think that's really funny. I know exactly what you're talking about that. ChatGPT ate my spaghetti. I don't know what that means. Long story short, I was mandated by the state to go to therapy for 6 years, 3 until I was 9, and it did nothing for me either. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work. So again, like I have like psychiatric problems, so only a psychiatric specialist, which are insanely expensive, can really help. Because like in my case, really the only solution, if you could even call it a solution, is trial and error for medications, and a therapist cannot prescribe medication. So it's like therapy can help people, but it has never been effective for me. But when I sit here and, you know, tell all my problems with like ChatGPT, I've always found it just give me really good objective feedback. I think it's more of an issue with generative AI. I can say, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the hell generative AI is. I know what AI is, obviously, but like, what is so specific about generative? Like, what does that mean? Like, are you talking about like for like image generation? Like that kind of, like, as in it's like generating it as you're doing a command? Is that what that means? I can see how it can be helpful for people with disabilities to communicate in the medical field. Yeah, exactly. Like, you cannot, no matter what, make me hate a tool that can help people in the medical field. Like, you can't do it. Like, if it means that I'm a hypocrite, as far as like my stance on AI, then so be it. Because it's like, at the end of the day, a human's life is way more important than, I guess, I feel like as a human, me saying a human's life is so important to me, I feel like I'm not wrong for that. You know what I mean? Yeah, therapy worked for me, but I can see how it couldn't work for others. Yeah. And a lot of times it's like, first of all, when I'm in a moody mood and I come on here and I just vent, it's like the same thing as therapy. Because like, I'm usually just talking to my therapist, and they have really nothing to say because like a lot of my problems are like, I don't know, kind of like, I don't know, philosophical in a way. So they can't really do anything for me. The only thing they can ever do that's helpful is to give me medication, and the therapist can't even give me medication. So therapy was fine, nice to vent. Now psychiatrists, I like those. Yeah, but it's like if I want to vent, I can just come on live stream. Problem solved. Generative eyes. Okay, so it does generate things. Okay, so would ChatGPT consider generated AI because it generates something based on a database? The algorithm will mix and things output a visual prompt. I see. Generating images and things in the creative field. So for example, if ChatGPT is really just referencing a bunch of like all the data on the internet, would that be considered generated? But because it's like, it's creating something, an answer. Therapy just knowing, yeah, it doesn't work for everybody. I forgot to check again what my appointment is. Secondly, let's go on the schedule. What is this? 9 o'clock, December 23rd. I could maybe show up to that. Yeah, I'll confirm it. They said that. Press this to confirm. Alright guys, scheduling my therapy appointment together with everyone. And I'll come on live stream right after and tell you guys how it went. Alright. Yeah, ChatGPT generative AI. Okay. Yeah, it's like, it's just one of those, I don't know. Like, I cannot, as someone who promotes education and stuff like that, I cannot, if it makes me a hypocrite, as far as being an artist and how I condemned AI artists, then so be it. I'm a hypocrite. I am a human. But I cannot help but support ChatGPT. Reinforcement learning is my favorite kind of, I have no idea what that means. Oh, 100% AI assisted medicine, as long as it's trying to write down, is absolutely one of the good applications. Yeah. And that's where it's like, I think it's like, it makes such a complicated conversation because like, everything really is black and white. You know, it really is, you know, base by base basis. Case by case basis. I'm going to say base by base basis. Do you see the AI being used to deny people's healthcare? I'm not surprised. I know there was always an algorithm used to, what's it called? Decline people and stuff like that. So it's like, I'm not surprised at all. And I would say like, could you say like the past algorithm? Because I know they've always had an algorithm. Is like, that would be AI, but I guess not generative AI. I think the issue is that even if ChatGPT is helpful, it doesn't address the bigger problem that the education system doesn't tell you what you need. Yeah, there's a huge controversy in the teachers because like I believe a lot of schools, like state funding and stuff like that, is based on the school's performance. So these teachers are kind of being like strong-armed into like passing these children who are actually failing these classes, and they're being forced to like pass them. So it's like the whole education system is absolutely insane. So it's like for me personally, you know, I can use like ChatGPT. I don't know if they, again, like I don't know if what I've seen it does sorry, excuse me. It does it provides the sources now. You know, so it's like it's technically getting better, and if you know how to double check the sources, but you do have to be educated. I think the problem is people think they can just run to ChatGPT and give an answer and it'll be correct. You know what I mean? Like it'll be perfectly correct. And that's not the case. So it's like for everything in life, you know, humans are going to have to like have failure, just like a machine will have failure. So it's like you have to double check everything, and even not just textbooks, like even not just like science-based information, because everything is changing. Like for example, again, like I was looking into RFID because someone mentioned they had it in chat, and it's actually a relatively new mental diagnosis in the DSM-5. And when it came out in 2013, they had certain specifications saying you only can have RFID, which is avoidant avoidant food restrictive intake disorder. So the first publication was you have to have nutrient deficiencies in order to be considered having ARFID. But if you don't have nutrient deficiencies, you didn't have the eating disorder. But then in the newest revision in 2022, they took that away, saying actually, no, you don't have to have a nutrition intake, problem in order to have this disability. So it's like, even in the science world, information is always changing. So you always have to be up to date and factually like rechecking your sources. So I think that's the problem with ChatGPT and why it has such a bad reputation is people assuming it's going to give you the perfect answer correctly. And like anything, I genuinely see it as a tool. Good old No Child Left Behind. Yeah. I feel like AI doesn't need to be for creative art, like art, and it doesn't have feelings or emotions. Yeah. And again, it all depends. Like, I know people will, create AI explicit images because like, that's all they care about. They don't care about the artist, but like I care more about the artist. So it's like, I don't support AI. So I think like that's like a big misconception for, at least in my specific field, of course. I'm not too worried about, God, my voice, give me a second, cut my throat. God, I don't know why my throat's so raspy. In my position, I always saw that the people who consume AI artwork, I never really saw them as part of our demographic anyway. Good God, give me a second. as a demographic that would consume art in a healthy way anyway. Because I feel like, AI is bad for artists, and I think those people who consume AI artwork, they never really cared about artists in the first place. You know what I mean? I'll spit all over my monitor. LOL. Whoopsie. Oh God. Boomer. I'm trying to click on the chat so I can see it, and it's like, put this user in timeout. I'm like, I don't want to do that. It's very hard to teach this kind of AI, but it gives you awesome results. I'm confused at what exactly you're referring to. Generative AI has uses. I've seen it used in medicine, detecting things like cancer at early stages, but that's not how most people use or think of it. Yeah, and that's also another thing. It's like, again, like, I don't know. It's like, it's really hard to say, like, what are people mostly using, generative AI for? For me, it looks like they're mostly doing these little shit posting images on like Facebook. That like, when they're trying to push their like politics onto someone else, like that's what I see generative AI mostly being used for. And for, of course, kids to be cheating in school. Where the flip-flap did my little towel go? Hold on. Please put me in timeout. My pirate Megumin figure. Oh, that sounds cute. Send this user to the shadow realm. Yeah. I always assume AI was just an infrastructure demographic way more than anything else. I have no clue what that means. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. Exhibitor halls generally are reserved for companies. Cost. Personally, unless the expo, personally at this state, I will say personally at this point in the economy, I've seen reported sales as all being down. I personally would not take the risk at selling at a bigger, I would say even conventions at all, at a convention at the moment, unless it's a huge convention like Anime Expo, MomoCon, I don't know, Dragon Con. I heard people do really good there. ASEN, etc. But that's just me. YouTube will never be the same. I agree. The majority of AI backing is corporate use as far as the progressive of AI and its application goes. Yeah, I hate that aspect. I don't know. Isn't that funny? Like that it makes a lot of sense actually. Like they're always like replacing like, these small jobs, and like that's a whole nother topic. Again, like I can't really touch on it because like I don't have like a normal job, but it's like, yeah, it sucks. This makes me think of something. Hi, Millie Moody. How are you doing? Generative AI is probably largely used for drop shipping and social media posting along with business promotion stuff. Yeah, and I always wonder how successful is that because like, you know, like I have never purchased anything from like a, you know, like, you know how you can see like the AI stores kind of? I've never purchased something from there. So it's like, I think in my case, I am very severely underestimating or overestimating the intelligence level of the average person who makes purchases. So maybe they are making money. Not chaos of high. A manufacturer I like a lot. I discovered they use AI for the concept arts. Their sculpts are obviously done by humans, but the original art is AI. I see that very often. It's just, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's like, I don't know. Like that, I do see, I know what you're talking about. And it's just like, I don't know. It's one of those things, I guess. And should they be shamed for not asking a real person or should it be okay because the end it was tool for the final product? I don't know. Because like a lot of people have different opinions on, as far as like how much, you know, AI in the creative field is quote unquote acceptable. I don't know. I think that's kind of like a personal opinion, really. I don't know. I know it's all stolen data or whatever. But it's just a personal, because like again, like I was kind of having this conversation where people were redrawing like those AI when they see a pretty AI image and they redraw it, and I was like, you know, every time I see that, I get to see human artists create more, and I get to find new artists who redrew the AI. And so I'm like, I think, you know, that promoting creativity, I think it's personally a fine thing to do. But some people are like, well, you're bringing attention and possible money to the original AI image. And so it's actually a bad thing. And so it's like, I don't know. Because like, I always see, and I haven't participated in it, I always see like, you know, when the artists like, you know, like quote unquote ratio the AI image, they get a lot of exposure and a lot of people supporting them. And I think like, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, I guess it depends on your perspective. We have a generative AI chatbot, my word, that exists to stop people from consistently calling and asking stupid questions, but the chat breaks so often it makes it even worse. See, that's also another thing. So it's like, you know, these small little things like can be helpful. You know, I know like I do like what's it called? Aura ring and stuff like that. So I do my like a tracking of my health and all that stuff. And they have like a little chat bot and I was like, this is kind of annoying, but then it's like, I can put in my personal details about like, I have trouble sleeping. I like to do this type of exercise. And then the app will give me recommendations based on the information I put into the, you know, the chat box. So it's like, it can be really, really valuable, but it's like, it's just one of those things. Cause like, I think like in such a level where it's like a company was never going to formally hire an assistant from every single person. I think it's fine because like, it doesn't really eliminate a job, but in an area where you're specifically targeting a job to be eradicated, so it saves you money, I think it's a terrible thing. And it's like, it sucks because it's a type of conversation where you're like, oh, well, you know, one size must fits all. If it's bad, it's bad. I always think in life, things are very situational based. And it depends on your morals and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's such a gray area. It really, really is. It really, really is because it's like, I can't say AI is bad because I support it in education and medical fields. And like, you know, like for example, like this is like a, you know, one of the biggest thing is the loneliness epidemic in elders and stuff like that. And let's be real, it'd be great if elders had access to people who wanted to talk to them and communicate with them more, but they don't. They just don't. That's a fact. And they're extremely lonely and they're extremely sad, and social isolation, you know, can destroy a human. And so if they start turning to more like AI companions and like chatbots and stuff like that, I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think that should be quote unquote promoted. I think that's something we should actually do. But I don't agree with children using AI chatbots because I think it sets the precedence that, you know, humans are going to enter because like they're in such a like a learning absorption phase. I don't think it's, you know, good for them to like learn socialization through a machine at a young age. But at an older age, you know, when you already know probably how to socialize and stuff like that, I think it's appropriate. You see what I mean? So it's like, it's always going to be a super gray area. And it's really funny because like nobody really wants to talk about, you know, the gray area of life, but such is life. You know what I mean? I don't like chatbots because I can't stop flirting with them and getting distracted. I mean, that's certainly something. I mean, that's a way to use it. And that's also another thing. Like, if it stops like people who are insanely gooners from like sexually harassing women or sexually harassing men, like, I feel like that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Because it's so funny. I see online where men are like, oh, you know, sex bots or whatever, they're gonna replace women immediately and easily. And I'm like, that filters the people who don't see women as humans and as entities that should be respected, and they only want they only want women in a sexual sense. I'm like, that's a filter. So now, rather than like a woman getting with a man and then learning 2 years from now that he's just super sex obsessed, you have filtered it out. You've filtered out the problem right away. So I feel like that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Implying I'm an insane gooner. I think giving them a fake person is kind of iffy. I mean, of course, but no, like nobody, like, for example, like I have my own jobs and obligations to it. I can't sit here and spend time with elders all day, because the thing is, like, elders, you know, they don't have like a lot of responsibility. Like, I'm trying to, you know, set up my life in the future so I can retire. They're retired, so they don't really have like a whole bunch of stuff to work on. So they get like, you know, socially isolated and lonely. And so I agree, people would always be the best cure in this situation. But when you don't have people, and especially in an economy where we're having to work our asses off to, you know, survive, what are you gonna do? You can't force labor, you know, from a person who's trying to set up their future, to talk to like an older person. So what's the best second thing I guess we have is a fake, you know, chat bot, for example. I've seen, you know, at a certain age, I think some people give like baby dolls that are very, very lifelike to elderly and people with dementia, because it just helps. It helps the process, you know? It helps the aging person. Talking to elders is practically how I ended up getting several raises at one of my prior jobs. I was just nice and listen to me. That's what I like to do. And they love it. Yeah. And again, like, obviously if you have the, you know, the circumstances to do it, but it's just like, you know, not everyone, you know, has the time to give. Like, for example, like I don't have a lot of time, you know, charitably to give, I guess you could say. I think it'd be okay if they just paid the people they were getting the information of art from. They should ask for permission. Yeah. And that's also another thing, like, cause like some art, like for example, I thought it would be so cool, and I wouldn't do this. I don't think, because like I don't understand the process, you know, properly. But because I've drawn so many illustrations, that'd be such a cool little like event, like at a convention, like make generation from my trained on my illustrations only. But I know you technically can't do that because like the algorithm is trained on other stuff in order for it to detect my stuff. So I understand it, but it'd be so cool if you could like randomly generate, like based on my artwork, like your own little personal chibi character that you could take like as a souvenir. And I understand, you know, that you can't really do that like quote unquote ethically, but it's like, I feel like it would, like it's based on a person by person basis, but some people don't want any machine touching their artwork whatsoever. You know what I mean? I believe that in education, AI can be used to help write and condense ideas, but the main body of research be done by a student. Yeah. And that's also another thing. It's like, sometimes, you know, I'm like, okay, did I phrase this correctly? And then I realize I've used, you know, words incorrectly, and I change it to make it more concise. So it's like, but then, like, for example, the dumbest thing is like Apple doing this whole, where it's like it generates responses for you. Like, that to me is disgusting. Like, if you imagine getting a text from a friend and it's like AI generated, like that's wild. You know what I mean? There was a child education robot that used to generate AI from now and shutting down. So many parents are having to teach their children about grief, death at an early age to re-socialize them. I wonder, you'd have to give me the specifics of that, like in what context. But that's also another thing, because like some parents like don't know how to educate their children. Like, you know what I mean? We live in a society. I always love when people say that. We live in a society, you know? But it's like some people don't know how to educate their kids. And it's like, what are we going to do if we have a possibility to educate them through the means of a software? You know, it supplements a need. You know what I mean? Honestly, I have to thank my friend for introducing me to your art competition. Aw. There aren't many content creators with this level of stimulating conversation. I appreciate that. Yeah, I tend to talk about like these types of things a lot, I think. And I get off topics, like I'm trying to work on a project right here. And now I'm like, oh, the ethics of AI. There's also there's also the environmental issues. AI needs a lot of energy. See, that's also another thing. Like, I understand it does need a lot of generation, but I only recently figured out what cloud computing was like 6 months ago. So it's like, that's also another thing. Yeah, see, AI uses a ton, but honestly, some of the things generate exactly. It's like, what the hell are we gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to do? Because like, yeah, it's beneficial, but I will say like technically, because like, for example, like again, like I read this one article talking about how you know, we could see like 40% of the job market like be eradicated by 2030. But if say less of these jobs, like for example, say we do more automation, like say automating, what's it called? Like trucks, like transportation and goods, we're taking away from those, we're technically, yes, we're eliminating the jobs of truck drivers, but it's like if you can make those machines more fuel efficient, that lessens the impact on the environment. Like that's the only possible argument I could see as like a, you know, supporting of the fact that like maybe it will all balance it out, because like we will have a crisis eventually of there's not enough people with jobs to afford things in the market, and our economy will go into an insane recession. The energy consumption of generating one AI image is equivalent of having your lights on in a big room for 15 minutes. But I don't understand how, is it wrong to have your lights on for 15 minutes in a big room? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much energy that takes up, for example. Because like for example, I have a bunch of lights on in my room because I have to have my tracking for my model. So it's like, is that technically a bad thing? So it's like, I understand like, you know, the equivalency, but I don't know if that's a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if like, for example, like, I don't know what like kilowatts is. I know at Anime Expo I have to buy things by the kilowatts, by the way. Fun fact. I have a sip of water, hold on. ChatGPT was fine with asking for feedback. Yeah, I've gotten feedback again, like on social situations. And again, like for me personally, because like I have a temperament problem, you know, I ask in situations like, did I overreact here? And did my words, like the words that I use, could this be interpreted offensively? And it's like, yes, you know, using this word is indicative of, you know, showing hostility. So I gotta turn off my heater, hold on. I have a little heater blanket I sit on. So it's like, it's helped me, a lot. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, you know, it's hit or miss, I guess. My dad uses AI for his company, like, and that's also another thing, like AI has been used for a while. So it's like, what do we do? You know what I mean? The difference is it takes you 15 minutes to use that energy with lights. With AI, you can almost do that instantly. Oh, okay. I kind of see. I can kind of see the comparison, I think. Use that energy with lights. I guess. I don't know. It's just like, for example, like, you know, with as trashy as like for the Google search engine is, you know, like typing something, and they also generate stuff immediately. You know, typing something to ChatGPT saves you time, but I guess you could say that's technically a selfish take because I'm saving time. But at the same time, you know, Google is so riddled with ads, they've lowered the quality of the product. So I guess it depends on the goal of the product. I don't know. Like I said, it's just a very a difficult thing or whatever. It's meh for code. It can code things, but there's usually bugs. Yeah, I've noticed that too. And that's also like another thing. It's like, I think it's whether or not you know how to properly understand that something is a tool or not, as if it's going to be effective. You know? Yeah, and AI is mid, and that's like the humans, like, you know, the human mind is also like, you know, subject to fault too. So I really don't, I think this discourse of like AI being dumb and stuff like that is really dishonest, because humans, you know, make a lot of errors and mistake too. Speaking of ads and the amount of ads between your videos, any videos, are you talking about on YouTube? I have YouTube Premium, and I hate advertisement, and it's so oh, okay, for a second I thought it was turned on. Actually, every single time I go live, there's a banner that pops up, and I can't like select it to where it doesn't pop away, where it says focus on your live stream and let YouTube insert ads for you. And one time I accidentally did that, and they gave like an ad like every like 5 minutes, and that's insane. So I have it set to manual, so like when I use the restroom, I'll run an ad. But I'm so sick of all the damn ads, like, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like, we're put into such a, like, it's such a funny situation we're in, funny as an interesting, not haha, but where this internet, you know, that we came to love, we came to crowdsource all our information for, has turned into a money-making nightmare for us, where it's like everybody's trying to sell us stuff, like everybody is trying to get us to buy something, and it's making it miserable. So I'm turning towards means that avoid the constantly being bombarded with ads. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Google is insufferable with as many ads as it gives you. So it's like, yeah, I feel more inclined to do ChatGPT as a search engine rather than Google because of that fact. And I'm like, is it so wrong to not want to be sold to 24/7? And I'm mentally weak to the fear of missing out, because it is scientifically based and, like, you know, psychologically based. Fear of missing out, you know, gets you to purchase products. And I have a shopping addiction. So it's like, you know what I mean? But I hate all these ads. It's wild. Like, that's why I really, you know, other than like working and stuff like that, I don't use social media all that often anymore, because I'm so sick of, like on Instagram, every 3 posts is an ad. It's so insane. My ad blocker still works. That's good. I never understood, like, you know, like, I'm not too technologically advanced. So I was like, I'm glad that works for you. It was funny. Someone was like, oh, well, if they're using an ad blocker, does that mean you don't get any money from the ads? And it's like, I don't. First of all, I'm missing a whopping penny from that. But second of all, I do not care. I hate ads so much. I've gotten to the point of muting my decided whenever one comes up and just looking away until I roughly think they're over. I'm a little confused, Nia, what you meant by that. The worst thing is, like, when you need info quickly and instead of loading info, load the ad. Oh my god, I had the most wretched personal experience with that. Again, like, I do like tutoring and stuff like that, and so some of my students do the most of my students actually do what's it called, UNLV. And last December or October, man, I'm so bad at time frames. Was it December? I think it was December because it was finals. Last December there was a school shooting, and I was like so afraid because, like, you know, the people I love and care for on this campus, and I've been to that campus so many times to use the library, and there was an active shooter, and I was like freaking out, and I was trying to search online, like, you know, like, okay, what's going on exactly, and I had to sit through 2 30-second car ads on the news station before I could get an update on what's going on. And not to mention the update was just, we don't know what's going on. But it was like, I was so, like, it was just like, because, like, I was like, you know, I was very, very emotional. It was insane. Like, I've never, you know, had people close to me that close to an experience like that. And, you know, so I'm bawling my eyes out, and then I have to sit there and watch, like, a silver car drive through the mountains, like the new Toyota Corolla. And it's just like, I was like, this is it. This is what we've come to as far as humanity monetizing a crisis situation. And that was a very, very eye-awakening moment for me. Are you locked in with your essay? No, what do you mean? What do you mean? Am I locked in my essay? I have not. I have a lot of essay to keep writing. I got distracted, as you can see. If you're concerned about KO's YouTube revenue stream, you can always just like her videos. Yeah, exactly. Just like to the videos and I don't know, leave a comment. I like reading comments, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, like I'm totally fine. Again, like, and that's why, like, I really, you know, doing YouTube as a career is probably super stressful. So that's why I wanted to have an established brand. So it's like, you know, I could just stop streaming today and I don't have to worry about, like, you know, sources of income from YouTube, because, like, I have an established brand. God, that is horrible. Yeah, it was, I was like, it was one of those moments where you're like, this is humanity. You know, it's like, it was a very, eye-awakening moment. Sorry for the distraction. It's fine. It actually helps a lot because it's like, it makes it more enjoyable, because, like, I would probably be, either way, I wouldn't be, working on this stuff. Online store. Okay, I gotta pretend every now and then. Yeah. You're back from dancing? Welcome back, Clizzix. Oh, you want to be a Tonatachi so bad. Stella, you're so funny. Watch on my TV and talk on my phone. Does that count as 2 viewers? I have no clue. Probably. Probably. What's breaking chat? Oh, Rasputin coming in with his catchphrases. I joined the topic of monetizing tragedy. Look at Oakley and the Chilean miners. I've never heard of that. I will look at that after stream. I don't know what that is, actually. I don't watch real TV because ads. Yeah. It's insufferable. And you want to tell me I want to pay like $80, $100 for cable, which is ads? It's always funny when I'm traveling for conventions. And, speaking of which, they only have cable, and the ads are horrendous. And, like, you only get like 7 minutes of footage of the TV show, and it's like 5 minutes of ads. It's like, how are we paying for this? And we've got to talk about how psychologically ads are like killing us. You know what I mean? Like you feel like your stuff's outdated. You feel like it's not worth it. You know, oh, your clouds are outdated, so you're not going to be socially accepted by your peers as easily as if you've had the new, I don't know. I actually haven't checked out any new Jordans recently. I like Jordan 4s. But if you know what I mean, it just damages your mind really, really badly. So it's just like, I don't know. Like as far as the whole internet goes, like I'm just trying to survive. And that's how I've kind of seen everything. It's like the only thing I can do is sit here and talk in my little community, you know, and the people in close proximity to me. And that's the only thing I can really do. And it's like, you know, hopefully try and help people get a positive mindset about something. You know what I mean? Like that's all I can do. I can't do anything else. You know what I mean? At best, try local. But even then, I honestly, I don't really recommend conventions as much anymore. I'm literally doing a anime expo kind of for advertising, really. Like, you know, handing out stuff. I think I'll try to do like free stickers or something if you follow me. So I'm really just using what's it called, anime expo for advertising. If advertisers start throwing BRS in their ads, it's all over for me. That's what I'm saying. So it's like if you're, you know, you're easily influenced, but like let's be real, a lot of people are easily influenced. I'm easily influenced. Because it's like, you know, like you can't help it but like see something so beautiful and you imagine yourself with that and you're like, you know, corny, but will this make me more beautiful? Like that kind of ideology hits a lot of people. Skincare, you know, people are chasing youth, and skincare is not a new thing, I will say, but it's like the fact that it's shoved down our throats nonstop is insane. But even back in like, I think as early reported as like the 1600s, skincare was always skincare makeup has always been a huge thing. So it's like, you know, prying on these things that humans know are quote unquote insecurities, and everybody wants the best for themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like all these advertisements are saying like, this is the best for you. This is the best for you. It's going to get to your head eventually. I can't read Oakley, the sunglasses today. Oh, yeah. I see that all the time. Where companies are like saying like, oh, like, you know, like it's a great marketing. Like what's so corny? When I used to watch TikTok a lot is when there's a trending video. It has like 1 million plus, you know, like hearts or whatever. And a brand comments and everyone's like, oh, I can't believe the official Chips Ahoy commented. And they're just like, you know, circle jerking this little brand just click comment. Like, this is advertising. This is all this is. Oakley's. I see. You know, Oakley's were always expensive. One time, I saw somebody left, on, where was it? I don't remember where it was. Someone left, really, really shitty Oakley sunglasses in a treadmill thing, and they never claimed them. And I took them and used them for a while, and they're pretty good sunglasses. They'd shatter every single time I dropped them, though. Other Kyoza, aces on my bed laying on top of my TV remote so I can't turn off. The gang music. Clissix, what is the gang music? What is the gang music, Clissix? Just eat, Grammarly, and weirdly Manscaped are the worst offenders. Yeah, and again, call me entitled, call me a hater of my peers, if you will, if you want to call other YouTubers peers. I cannot stand when YouTubers do sponsorships in the videos. Like, today's video is sponsored by, you know, Honey. And they do this for like 3 minutes. And yes, I'm mad entitled because I already paid for YouTube Premium because I'm like, I'm trying to avoid ads and I'm getting an ad that I can't avoid. But it's so disingenuous and I hate it. It's so disingenuous. Like, you know, this YouTuber does not give a shit about, one time, one of the guys I followed, he got like a Morgan & Morgan. He covers lolcows and he got a Morgan & Morgan advertisement and it was a sponsorship. And it was so funny because it's like, why is this huge established company, marketing towards people who cover lolcows? But I mean, maybe it was smart, you know what I mean? But generally I hate it. And I understand this is a source of income from them, especially in a land where you can get easily demonetized. I hate it. I'm a hater. Hating makeup because it was burning me. Yeah, like makeup's not for, I do not wear makeup for the life of me. I again, like I have a pretty extensive skincare routine, and it does cost you know, like I have to budget for it, but I guess it technically cuts into where I don't have to spend money on makeup because makeup's insanely expensive. But I just can't do the makeup. I think again, like I do not what's it called, condemn anybody who wears makeup, but it's just I think for me psychologically I could not do it. Because like I feel like it would give me this like insecurity of like now I can't leave the house without it because people have to see my best. So it's like I'd rather raw dog the world than you know. And then imagine like, you know, the whole thing where it's like, you know, someone you care for or whatever, someone you're interested in, and like, you know, worrying about them seeing you without makeup, like that's just too much stress. Like it's you get what you get, you don't throw a fit for me. Either accept me as how I am or deal with it. I can't do the whole makeup stuff, but I know a lot of people like really like it because it accentuates their features. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with it. Just like me personally, it just doesn't work for me. I wear less makeup now that I invest in my skincare. And yeah, and that's also another thing is like, I have very sensitive skin that's prone to acne under stress and like want to get sweaty. And so I try to avoid that at all costs. I keep getting asked to sell my car. A really interesting story to follow is Edward Bernays, who is a father of modern corporate propaganda and coined the term public relations. That is actually interesting. I know Chomsky does a lot of anti-media. Like he had a really good term for it. What was it called? Manufacturing consent. And it took me a while to understand what he meant by that. But I thought that was a very and that's kind of like why I was like, oh god, I'm going on a tangent. Everything. I'm getting no work done. I love it when I'm just like sitting here like, oh yeah, guys, look, it looks like I'm working. Manufacturing consent was basically his idea that these companies are putting in so much money and revenue into appearing like they're a good brand, appearing like they're good for the environment, appearing like they're, you know, courteous and kind of their customers, that people unintentionally see them as a good company and therefore they consent to this company's behavior. So the company has manufactured the consent of the consumer to like allow them to continue. And I really like that idea. And that's why I was, again, like I was so pissy about the whole like greenwashing with Good Smile Company, because it's like, it was that kind of like, they were trying to psychologically pressure people. Because like, if you stood up against it and said like, oh, well, I want my plastic to remain, people could easily dogpile you socially and be like, oh, well, you're greedy and you don't care about the environment. You know, trees shouldn't be cut down for whatever, or whatever the argument was. So it puts the customers against each other, like socially, you know, against each other. And that's what exactly the whole, you know, idea of manufacturing consent is. It's for this company to like force you to comply with you know, their changes or whatever. The best way to get paid is falling in line. I agree with that though. It really, really is. I think that's like, yeah, that's what is it called? Appealing to, what's it called? What is the word I'm looking for? The popularity. Yeah, that will always definitely make you money. As a man, my opinion on makeup, first makeup, I just think that women are pretty. Yeah, and that's, you know, that's also another thing. Because like, yeah, it's like some people are stunning with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, you know, that was just my personal take on it. My fair manufacturing consent, Noam Chomsky was revolutionary. It's a shame his later years, he literally helped the media do exactly that. Yeah, did you hear his theory of poverty of the stimulus? I disagreed with that, and I could not believe to this day. I saw it recently interviewed, I think like back in like 2023. I mean, he still stood by the poverty of the stimulus argument for a speech and how humans learn to speak properly. The game music is Don't Take My Line by Deezen? I have no... The kids these days, what on earth are they listening to? My face is full of buttons and I hate it, but I don't want to apply makeup to hide it because I don't even know how to use it. Yeah, that too, first of all. I was never one of those people that learned. Like, it's crazy how people could like draw their face. And again, like as an artist, I can't figure that out, the way that they draw. It's so gay from a guy's perspective. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Making a comic about stalking. Okay, that's fair. I think stalking can be cool. If it's consensual, you know what I mean? If it's consensual. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that was a poor choice because like I was like, I technically had a stalker kind of recently. I was like, and that was not fun. Stalking in fiction, like as in like, you know, like a fictional love interest like yandere's, I like that. In real life, it does not apply. Consensual stalking, yeah. Oh, I knew we get along for reason. Like, yeah, especially if it's consensually stalking, that's fine. Like if you know the person is fine with you like stalking every aspect of themselves. I think it's fun because it's like a mental challenge. Can I be your consensual stalker? Of course, absolutely. Stalk me to your heart's content, Stella. I think stalking can be cool. I know, and then I was like, oh damn, I kind of like now that I think about it, like that was like insane. Consensual stalking, maybe if you're seeing, no, see, yeah, it's like it's kind of like that. You know what I mean? Same thing with the consensual cannibalism. We're getting a little, we're getting a little out there, but yeah, you know what? Hell yeah. You guys are funny. We're losing the fly. You're like, wow, we're at it, actually. Okay, so tomorrow I'll be at the mall. Can I stalk you? But of course, bestie. Just don't tell me where you are. See, first of all, that's actually fun. You know what I mean? Be nice, Clizzix. I didn't mean to say that. No, I thought I said it was a bunch of PDF files. I think that's what I said. But that was actually really funny. I was like, oh, that definitely sounds bad. And there's a game about a VTuber being stalked by Chill's art. That sounds fun. I can stalk the stalker. Yeah. All right. Let me pretend to contribute. Understand this. Physical products and photography. Products. Physical products will always perform better because it gives... I wish I could type faster. This would be way more enjoyable. It gives the customer, a costumer, a more proximate idea of what they'll be receiving. I'm a child hoarder. I am a child hoarder. I have 3 children so far. Look how cute they are. Oh my god. Like, look at this. Is that the most precious little thing? Like $1 million smiles right here. So cute. Licking a huge clump of makeup off her face because she's being mean. What on earth? I know, they're so cute. Look at them. I like how they like look around. I didn't realize what you were saying at first. Child hoarder. Yeah. Because someone made a joke. It's like I was telling them that these are like my little children in the corner. And I had one of them. And then I saw that the artist was selling 2 more and they were in a set. And I was like, oh, I can't separate them and I have to have them. And now I'm very reasonably a child hoarder. Look how cute they are. Little children. Are all these are the children's just your mods? These are my mods, guys. They just sit here and watch. I will say, it's like, I understand, like, you know, certain topics are should be joked about. But when VTubers are talking about like groomer mods, I think that is the funniest thing ever. The mods are just trying to get closer and closer to the VTuber to, you know, hopefully establish a relationship. I thought that concept was really, really funny. Maybe the next fan art contest draw my daughters. I was thinking about that. That'd be really, really cute. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do the next art contest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to at least take breaks because, like, again, like, at the end of the day, it does become a point where it's just kind of like who has the strongest skills, you know what I mean? And again, like, when I had like the first like 100 entries, you know, it was a more varied skill level that could have been chosen. But then once like you have 1,000 entries, and that, like, the worst part again is like someone entering, they have a really good entry, and then like everyone's like, well, why didn't that one win? You know, why did technically a more unskilled version won? And I'm like, that's a fair judgment, you know what I mean? I think anything can be funny if done well. Agreed. And that's what I've always like, you know, taken life very lightheartedly. And it's like, that's so much of an enjoyable way. Like, so many people like being angry, and I cannot take it. I've been in such shitty situations in life, and what's helped me is like taking it in a lighthearted and funny manner. Like, there have been so many times where I've had like professional failures, and I just took it in like a very like, all right, well, this will be funny, you know, to talk about one day. You know, it's like, and that's what's got me through it. Even though it's like technically it wasn't something funny to joke about. You know what I mean? My funniest joke about myself is Discord mom memes. It's too funny being like, dang, no one wants to be my Discord. Yeah, I love the Discord kid. I like when people are just like casual, like, anything for you, my Discord kitten. You know, like, I think that's so funny. The children yearn for the mines. I gotta get a little pickaxe for them. Can you imagine? I think that'd be really cute. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can put... Oh, no, I don't know how to remove one item. Darn it. I was gonna say, I can put like a Christmas hat on one of them. That makes you kind of cute. Oh, but she's so cute by herself. Coping through humor's peak. Yeah! It's made life so much better. Like, it has made it so much better. I don't know if you saw Stella, but like that one time, when I was like crying on stream, and someone was like, you know, everyone's consoling me, and someone was like, don't stop drawing, because I had stopped drawing, because I was crying. I'm like, oh damn, you're right, I'm on a live stream, like I shouldn't stop drawing, because like I'm trying to put on the show here. And I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And they later, yeah, and they later clarified they meant it as like, you know, like don't give up on drawing, but it's like, it's so much, like life's so much funnier if you see it like in a positive light. That was so funny. I love the don't stop drawing. Yeah, it was so fun. Because, you know, like, they were just like, don't stop drawing. And I'm like, damn, you're right. I am on a live stream. It's just like, it's so much enjoyable. It's like, why would you intentionally choose to be angry? I can think of one thing I can't say in a YouTube chat. That's fair, Clizzix. We don't have to type everything. Don't stop drawing. Exactly. Where's my content pissed over? Like, damn, bitch, I'm watching a live stream. Get on with it. I think that was so fun. It was super cute. It was so cute. It was so cute. I was like, that is like the most precious little thing. And especially when they were like, no, I meant it this way. It's like, that makes it even funnier. Dollar to the swear jar. All right, you're right. I gotta get a tally. What am I up to now, Clizzix? If I get to $40, I'll do a Nendoroid giveaway or something like that. Wow, that's also another thing I gotta take care of. Darn, $4. Okay, we're not bad. Okay. Physical products will always perform better because it gives the customer a more approximate idea. Is that how you spell proximate? Maybe not. Maybe. $3,000. They'll be receiving. Oh, it is so. I just rather yap all day than do this. Shout out to obligations. They'll be receiving when they make a purchase. Prank, yes or no? Alright. Do a prank. Clizzix, you get a yes this time. Approximate. Oh yeah. Shout out to ZNNO for always correcting me. I appreciate that actually. Approximate. Idea of what they'll be receiving when they make a purchase. What's this? I am allegedly supposed to be working on a panel teaching people how to start a business and taking their artwork and making a business of it online. I have to condense it into 1 hour, so I'm working on the draft notes of like what my script's gonna be. I'm gonna go, oh, Clizzix, that is not, first of all, that's not a prank. Nobody finds that funny but you. And second of all, don't urinate on people's property. I'd be absolutely devastated if someone peed in my car. Allegedly. Exactly, I'm allegedly doing this. I can run away at any time, technically. I always like that. I always like it when it's like there's not like a contractual obligation. I'm like, oh, allegedly I'll be there. Cease. Hey, better be joking, Clizzix. We're not urinating on people's property. That is not a very funny prank. The conversation is diverted. It's, I don't know, this is the piss chat, guys. It's always here. Fox rules, yeah. Physical products will perform better because it gives the customer a more approximate idea what they'll be receiving when they make a purchase. Photography is important. And you know, I was actually, I'll probably go into more details of these like specific categories I'm hitting in like different videos on YouTube, not relating to the thing. Is so important. Like photography is so important. And I was going to give a little mini tutorial on how to edit your photos because like so many people have really badly edited photos, and that can like hinder their sales. Bad lighting can misrepresent. That's a good word. Misrepresent your product's quality. Oh, look at me. I'm on a roll. Your product's quality. PowerPoint is turning in complete programming language. I'm confused. Please, I look forward to the first time we speak voice to voice being a, I know VTuber meet and greet. I know. I was like, oh, Stella's gonna be all angry because I didn't let them know beforehand. But I was like, it'd be so funny though. I am unfortunately, Stella, very committed to the bit. And I'm like, it'd be so funny. You know, it's because you've been preparing for this for so long, and I'm just like casually like, oh, here, I'm showing up. Like, I was like, I gotta commit to the bit. I was angry. And okay, in my defense, again, I truly was like, you know, I didn't know for sure if this was happening. You know, so that was my technically little defense. But I was like, this is gonna be so funny. Just be like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, I'm just showing up here. I audibly said what? My mom whipped around asking what happened. That is so funny. Yeah, I knew it. I was like, I gotta contribute. I had to commit to the bit. Like, I know this is gonna be so funny. This search and find. Oh, the mom's I Spy. I can't join stream without piss being mentioned. Yeah, I don't know why this keeps happening. It's a good topic. You guys are silly. It was a very good bit. I was like, yeah. I thought it was so funny. I was like, I can't wait to just casually do this. And now I'm like sitting here paying the price. Guys, does anybody know if we have to reap what we sow today? Like, oh god, this is one of those days. Like, I'm doing this for you, Stella. I'm just letting you know. I'm doing this for Stella. You're my only motivation for doing this little panel. The consequences of your actions. Oh no, exactly. I have a walkie-talkie and I'm gonna go to Walmart's frequencies and troll them. I think that's a little bit. I think that's a better prank. I think if I worked at Walmart and someone did that, that would be more entertaining than anything. So I think that should be a fine prank. Did you apply for SoccerCon 2020? I did not. I'm not gonna lie. They do like juried lottery, and I'm just kind of. I will say like I'm kind of taking it easy for the conventions for a little bit because it was kind of getting really stressful, and I wanted to kind of focus on my like YouTube content and stuff like that because I really do enjoy this a lot more because like I like talking and like communicating. So I will say I'm kind of taking like a break for conventions for probably about a year. I'm not gonna lie. The only one I have confirmed is Anime Expo 2025, and it's I even like a downsize on my booth because I really want to like, you know, calm down because like I was getting really stressed and overstimulated. So I'm taking a little mini break, and then once I you know, I guess what is it continue building my bruised ego, then I'll start doing that again. I like talking. Yeah, we get to exactly. I love talking. But still, I will say, like, I found this out recently. Again, like I keep getting updates like as they come out. The way that they're having so many people do meet and greets, you're gonna like headphones to like talk to me one-on-one, and I'm like obviously not just for you, but I'm like, that is such a kind of like intimate way of doing a meet and greet. You know, it's just me and the person. We're only people in this room. I thought that was kind of funny, like in this like, you know, audible room. Huh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, it's gonna be like weirdly intimate. I was like, you know, I kind of want to say I wish I knew that beforehand, but I feel like I would, you're gonna threaten me, no one will be able to hear. Exactly. Just me and you here. Basically a stream with one viewer. Yeah. It's really gonna be interesting. I love listening to the yapping. I appreciate that, Stefan. I feel like it can be a gift or a curse sometimes. If KO ever makes it up there, I'll definitely make the trek across the country again. For where? SoccerCon? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I know it's like really rainy in SoccerCon, and also like I'm at the mercy of the clouds. So it's like if it's like too depressing here, I get like real melancholic for no reason. Kozix has a tree. One of these days I'll attend a con and leave a brick. That would be actually really cool. That'd be pretty cool. I'll open a PO box. You can just mail me a brick. Forget the other people around you. I planted a bomb inside these headphones if you take them off. Or tell anyone I'll detonate it. Exactly. Roland, alright, I'm gonna go eat now. Might pop in. Okay, take your time, Roland. I appreciate you stopping by. I don't deem myself worthy of owning Nendoroids because I keep regular anime figures in the box. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. One day I'll become a VTuber, the biggest one of all time. Then I'll do a KO's collab to see who will be the yappiest yapper. Okay. You don't necessarily have to be the biggest YouTuber to do that, or VTuber. You know, you don't have to go that far. But I appreciate the, you know, the sentiment. Some real jigsaw kind of shenanigans for real. All right, bad lighting. You can whisper at your product quality. Oh god, I'm losing motivation to do this. Let me see. Have I been streaming for anything actually? Where's my little stream timer? Oh dear. 3 hours. Oh, that's not really much. KO was at the booth at SoccerCon when I visit my Rena cosplay. Sag, yeah. I think I was having, that's also another thing. Like, I have my little mental moments, if you will. And that was definitely a big moment for that. And it was funny because, like, I think SoccerCon themselves actually even were like, where are you? And I'm like, I'm losing my mind. I'm really sorry. And so that's, like, also another thing. Like, it's like, for me, scheduled things is so hard. Like, for example, yesterday, I was feeling, like, really, really down just because, like, again, like, the whole bipolar whatever. And so it was, like, it was really hard to, like, come on stream and, like, try not to let that reflect into, like, I guess my performance, if you will. Which sometimes I haven't even, like, rewatched what I said, so I'm like, I don't know if that reflected or not. Like, so I'm like, I'm kind of, like, a little too, I don't want to say I'm too anxious to look, but you know what I mean? So it's like, that's where, what kind of sucks, as far as, like, time-based events. Like, for example, you know, I hope I'm actually really, really glad I can do this, like, panel, like, pre-recorded. You did well, in my opinion. It didn't come across as at all. That's good. And I think, like, because I normally kind of have, like, a flat affect of the way I'm talking, I think it can be masked easily. But yeah, I am always worried about that. Because I'm like, it's gonna appear one day where it's like, for example, I will say, like, again, like, the way I process, you know, certain things and whatever, like if I get gifts and stuff like that, I rather open gifts by myself because I can't fake, like, oh my god, even though, like, you could have sent me the best gift ever, and, like, it's like, I love it to pieces, but I'm a very, like, internal person, to where it's like, I'll just stare at it. Because I remember one time my mom took me to a concert, and it was my favorite band at the time, and it was, The Fray, and, I just, like, stood there, like, the entire time, but it was, like, the time of my life, but it's just, like, I just couldn't, like, you know, sometimes I can't outwardly, you know, process the, I guess, happiness or excitement. So it's like, I do, like, tend to, like, try to open gifts and stuff privately. Damn, Jeff. I don't know what Jeff said. You speak in a flat way and you are flat. It fits. Yeah, I have a very flat affect, is I believe what they called, or at least what my therapist put on the notes. If I ever give you a gift and you don't cry, I'll be so upset. Like, you can give me literally the best gift in the world, and it's just like, I would just, like, stare at it, you know what I mean? Same, that's so real. Yeah! I think that's grounds to get tested for autism. Some people say, like, people have said that multiple times. Because, like, I have my fingertips. I can't let my fingertips, like, touch certain things because it makes me, oh god, it's like, it's the worst thing ever. And I have to wash my feet all the time. So it's so funny. Like, there was something else that someone else was like, that's masking. Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, I've always studied people's reactions, and that's how I, like, decide whether or not the behavior I'm doing is, like, proper in the situation, as I'll watch and see everyone's response, and someone's like, girl, that's masking. And I was like, that's so funny. You're not supposed to jump around for everything. Yeah, I agree, but, like, I quite literally, like, I just want to, like, just, like, stare at the thing and, like, process it on my own. You know what I mean? Like, whenever I get something I really, really like, I'll put it beside my bed, so I look at, like, I get to sit there and just look at it all the time. And it's like, for example, I obviously love my Vtuber model, and I wish I could, I wonder if there's a way I can do this, actually. Let me try real quick. Well, I don't know. Will anything bad pop up? I don't know. If I open up Steam, I don't know. But anyway, I have probably 1,000+ hours of me just staring at my Vtuber model, because it's like, I love it, and it's like, I'm always, like, trying to, like, I like looking at it, you know what I mean? Even though I haven't been streaming for hours. Same, and people say I don't appreciate it enough, and that's why I never want it to come across as that. It's just like, I can appreciate it with my whole, you know, life, but it's just so hard, especially as a surprise, because, like, I almost want to take in all the information, like, you know, like, this is a new object, you know what I mean? I want to, like, you know, I guess really absorb what it is I've received, you know, before I make a conclusion whether or not I like it, because, like, sometimes I've gotten, like, shitty gifts, but so it's like, I've always been, like, a really internal person, so I don't like opening gifts in front of people. It makes me feel like, you know, pressure to, like, can they understand that I am enjoying this gift as much as I'm, like, actually enjoying it internally? Very autism core. I think I talk in a hyperactive way. You probably do, you know? Like, some people talk in a very elevated way. Sometimes I worry that people don't feel that I'm appreciative of things, so I overact. And I know people, yeah, that's also nothing. Because, like, again, like, and that's why I just tend to technically, like, avoid those situations where it's like, I don't know how I should be perceived in this situation, and so I just try not to be perceived. That's always been the best solution for me. Here's Jason. Hello, Jace the Ace. How are you doing today? How are you doing today, Jace the Ace? But yeah, it's so funny because like people were saying that earlier. They're like, that's autism. And I'm like, maybe. Well, what can you do? What can you do? Me practicing reactions in the mirror real. And I think that's why like I've like focused so much on like talking and communication, because I feel like I can very, very quickly like verbalize my feelings and my emotions towards something. And so it like makes the social situations a little less awkward. So I do very prioritize like how quickly I can respond and like talk about certain things, because it is a nice little safety mechanism. I'm doing great. Just got home from school. That's awesome. How was school today? I hope you had a good day at school. Yesterday I damaged my solar plexus. What is a solar plexus? Autism, one of us. No, yeah, that's quite literally what my communications counselor said I should do. Said I should do as a kid. Which practice reactions? Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But also it's like again, like, I don't know. I feel like there's nothing wrong with that. And that's what, and not to say obviously there's anything wrong with autism, but it's just like, some people are just not going to be outwardly with their expressions. And I think that's just how it is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right. Bad lighting can misread your top product quality. So focus. Whoops. On nice photography. And I can give a nice little example of a bad photograph versus a nice one. Photograph. Mock-ups. In my experience, perform poorly due to the ambiguity of the actual product's quality. Actual product's quality. My day was good. Now I have a house to myself for 2 hours. I might play either Sea of Thieves or Classic Just Dance. Just Dance sounds like a lot of fun. I think that'd be a lot of fun to play. I always like those like type of motion games. It's the center of your upper abdomen, but between your stomach and just in front of your areota. That's interesting. The newest episode of Major Digital Circus has what could be very interesting, relatable example of autism masking and how the people view it. You know, I saw a clip of that on Twitter, and the voice acting is insane. Like, the voices sound so good. So I think I might actually start watching that series. I think you can watch it on YouTube, right? Because like, the voice acting sounds insane. I didn't really realize like how crazy. Like, I don't really, I'm a little object. I'm a big person on like, if the character looks good, then I'll like care. But if it doesn't, I don't really care. So I don't really care so much about the little object people or whatever they are. But the voice acting, I think, has drawn me in. So I will definitely be giving it a what's it called? A watch. I love trolling people on Sea of Thieves. I don't know what Sea of Thieves, Japes the Ace. That's not even autism masking, LOL. I don't even know what is like. That's also another thing. It's like, I don't know. Like, there's no like criteria for what masking is specifically. And it's such a case by case basis. It's really hard to say. It's phenomenal. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out then. I'll check it out soon. They're human, but they're trapped in a kid's game. Yeah, that sounds very, very interesting. Yeah, like the animation quality looks, I don't like, again, like I don't really like the way the characters look, but the animation quality is insane and the voice acting is insane. So I'm very curious about the series. Print on demand. Recommendations for Printful. Better if, what's it called? Shipping heavy products, but not recommended for lighter products. The extreme content spread everywhere. Are you talking about it got too popular and you're like, I'm not gonna watch it because it's too popular, because that is such a real sentiment. I hate when I like something and it gets like really popular. I'm like now I can't enjoy it. Sea of Thieves is an MMO where you play as a pirate and hunt treasure. Oh, that actually sounds like a lot of fun. Guys, are we all gonna play Fortnite when Miku comes out? I think we all need to play Fortnite together and we all have to be Miku. I think that'd be a lot of fun. The only design I like is Pomni. The other ones are fine, I guess. I think I kind of like that Jax looking guy. I think he's like the purple bunny thing. I think he looks cool. But I didn't like, everyone liked Pomni's design. I don't know, I didn't like the anatomy. Like, she looks like kind of like chibi, but not quite, so it's just kind of stocky. I mean, mass-produced content made for brainless kids. I mean, I feel like it's an indie studio, so I don't think that's really applies there. I'd 100% play Fortnite for just Miku. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try at the minimum. Nausea be damned. Let's see how we can do a poll in chat to see how long it is before I vomit on stream. I think that'd be fun. Check out my brother's character designs. They're great. I'll see if I, you know, if you could tag me in your brother's character designs, that'd be great. Gotta go. Bye, Jace. Might trigger your motion sickness. Ah, that's true. See, that's what sucks. The TDAC, the Digital Circus Advertised Adult Show. I think that's kind of cool. I do kind of like how they're like it's very obviously looking like a child kind of thing, but it's meant for adults. I like that kind of media. The only problem is you do have, again, like the overlap of children thinking it's marketed towards them and parents thinking it's marketed towards children. But I do like the, you know, breaking out of the mold of that type of expression. You know what I mean? The mystery artist, my brother. Oh, I see. See, that'd help if you, clarified that. Oh, so people kind of like so like what? They took like the models of the characters and turned it into mass consumption. I see that all the time. Yeah, like the whole Elsa gate and Spider-Man. Teen show, non-adult or kid show. Okay, so maybe like a more mature topic kind of show. What was that? That was interesting. Child slop. Should I be afraid of AI? Oh great, hold on. I have to address somewhere around here. Do I need a following beforehand? Following before selling my artwork. It helps, but it depends on like how much of a following. Because again, like I was selling my artwork like as in full time. When I only had like 3,000 followers. Do I need a following? Any other questions you guys have, like, you know, that I feel like a good question? Let me check my YouTube chat, actually. I looked up how to hack into a bank, and how did that work for you? Clinics? No good advice? Oh, that sucks. Maybe next time. Let's check out my community posts. How do I see my community post? I hate how when I go into my YouTube and they'll use AI. And this is where again I hate AI in the sense of like communicating with other people, because like they keep trying to generate responses to comments that is like they use like the way I type and to generate it as a comment response for people who are commenting on my YouTube videos and stuff like that. And I think that's absolutely insane. And what's super insane is it's like literally like training on like the way I comment. And so like if I say like LMAO a lot, it'll like add that. And it'll like capitalize it in the way I capitalize it. And it's like crazy. All right, community playlist. My Pinterest. Swift protocol for bank hacking. You guys are funny. All right. Oh, manufacturers. That's a good one. Do you follow my manufacturers? What manufacturers? For what goods? Payment system. In-person selling. I will say back to in-person sellings. In-person selling. Square Terminal. That's a really, really good machine. It's wireless, has decent battery life, but it comes with a transaction fee. As always, transaction fee. I'll split the money. Oh, thanks, Klezix. Do you think if you get a lot of money from robbing the bank, do you mind buying a membership to my YouTube channel? I think that'd be kind of cool. Femboy boyfriend or tomboy girlfriend? Tomboy girlfriend. Duh. Duh. I was gonna elaborate. It's like, duh. No, there's no need even to elaborate. I'll leave a comment after this is over so you can check me out. Oh, okay. That'd be awesome. Is there a way to send your art to the manufacturer without having an art tablet drawn in line? An art tablet? That's a very specific question. I might answer these. Can I answer these in Reels? You know how like you can do that on like TikTok? How to get people to start looking at my shop? I'm reading some of my questions in my YouTube or comments. How do I get people to start looking at my shop? Definitely. Etsy. Does content creation and selling art go hand in hand? Unfortunately. Let me prioritize content creators because it makes a lot of sense why content creators are becoming more successful. Are more likely because they're transparent about the process. You see firsthand. Oh, Flare Devil, I appreciate that. Welcome to the Donut Tachis. I appreciate that. Content creators are more likely to be, you know, because like you know the person more personally now, you know, are more likely to be favored. But I mean, I'm not gonna be realistic. You don't have to be a content creator though. I appreciate that, Flare Devil. Flare Devil robbed a bank. This is an open admission that Flare Devil just robbed a bank. One of us. Yeah, you can do YouTube shirts. Really, to respond to a comment? I don't see that feature though. Unless like, I mean, I could like copy and paste, but you know how you could like immediately on TikTok respond? I thought that was cool. I like YouTube subscription button channels. It's paywalls, videos. I don't watch for free. Bleh. But on some channels, it's paywall videos. I was able to, you know, I had thought about it. Those types of paywall videos, and it's hit or miss. I think like in certain circumstances, like the only reason why I was considering it is because a lot of people get all in a tizzy when you address things like in a business sense. And like, for example, like again, like if you want a successful business and your art looks bad, you're not going to be successful. And some people think that as oh, well, I'm putting down, you know, beginning artists, I'm putting down amateur artists. And I guess you could say objectively, maybe that is the case, but I'm being very factual as far as like what sells and what makes a successful business, which is like common sense in the business world, but not so much in the, I guess, artist world in a way. So it's like, I had almost considered making like very specific, like talking about the psychology of business and stuff like that and doing that technically behind a paywall, only because it would filter people who take the topic seriously. So it really, really depends. And so, because like, I don't want to deal with like, I hate when people sit here and try to argue and be like, you know, oh, well, any art should be able to sell, or every art is deserving of money. And it's like, that's a very, I feel like a subjective, or excuse me, objective take. Like, you know, like art doesn't inherently deserve money just because you put time and effort into it. I mean, you know what I mean? It depends on how good it is and how much the public likes it. I feel like that's just like a fact of the matter. You know what I mean? Like just because you drew something, just because I drew something, doesn't mean you guys owe me money for it. You know what I mean? So it's like those types of paywalls kind of like filter out that type of discourse. But then I started realizing I don't really care, I guess, at comments at all. So I was like, I guess I don't really, you know, if I don't really worry about comments. But I do notice like a lot of people will do that to like be taken more seriously as the topics that they're addressing. They want to, you know, say like, you know, they put like a paywall to filter those types of people. Members only stream with 5 people. Can you imagine how funny that would be? It just be like me and you guys. We're all gonna go on a date together. We'll go into a restaurant, you know. I think that'd be kind of fun. Maybe I saw people copy and paste. Yeah, I think that's what they do is copy and paste the comments. Yeah. Oh, an ASMR channel uses AI. See, first of all, like, oh my god, the audacity of these AI people, you know, generating income, like that's a whole other thing. But yeah, it's like, that's why it's like I ever considered it, because like I know I do have like, you know, younger audiences that are, you know, they take things rather personally as far as like, you know, business. Like if you can look at an artwork. I feel like this is so funny. Like I feel like I'm like, oh, I feel like this is controversial, but I'm like, this is like obvious. Like you can look at art and tell it's not going to sell. Like you can tell it's like objectively the artist is not skilled enough to ask someone for their money. And that's just a fact of life. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's anything wrong with, you know, understanding my artwork right now is not good enough to be sold. I'm going to sit here and practice and get to a point where it can be sold. And again, self-creation artwork is different from, you know, appealing to other people. You know what I mean? OMG, so a date, I'd be so parasocial. I mean, low-key be kind of fun. Can you imagine like a group date, guys? Join the, don't join the membership, join the, what is it, polycule? That'd be funny. It is possible to do public streams only members chat. That'd be so funny, because like imagine like, you know, like you guys are all busy, so it's just like me and one person. And everything, Chaos a polycule. Chaos on the tower of the harem. Exactly, that'd be so funny though. When the Discord is made, will you join voice? Funny enough, that's the first thing I deleted was the voice channel. I don't really want to do I don't like Discord voice channels. It stresses me out. So I really don't, want to, cause it's hard to like moderate. You know, I don't want people coming in like, you know, harassing the voice channel. Cause again, like it's hard to moderate. So it's like, I will say I will not have a voice chat. I mean, maybe I could open it down the road for like streams or something like during games. Like if I'm playing games with you guys, maybe, but like, as far as just like, I see some people will have like a voice channel just like there, and I'm like, I don't really like those at all. They kind of make me, I don't know, it just makes me anxious. And then like when you want to go, funny enough, like I used to be in a Discord and I just go into the voice channel and I'd never say anything because I was like, this is like a podcast. And come to find out, some people were not very happy with that because they're like, oh, you're just like creepily watching us. I'm like, that is so true. You know what I mean? Don't Itachi voice chat. I mean, it's possible. KO confirmed not only pissed to her. Exactly. I'm building a harem and you guys don't even know it yet. 2 steps ahead. I'm always 2 steps ahead. Nikocado was so funny for that. Nikocado was so funny for that. Really, most people see join chat, mute, and watch or listen. Yeah, I think it's like I will say like when I engage in like, I guess like socializing and my personal interests and stuff like that, it tends to stray to like an older audience. Oh, Rasputin, thanks for joining. Welcome to the polycule. Oh god, I cannot make that stick. It's like someone's gonna be like, what the? It's this easy to buy my love. Just, you know, join a membership and there you go. We're in love. But yeah, so my personal interest kind of like stray a little bit older. So it was like an older audience Discord. And yeah, it's like, yeah, the younger generation I think is fine with that, but they were like, why are you just like watching us and not saying anything? I can't believe you're becoming the mod and I'm the kitten. Exactly. Alright, kittens. my members are my kittens now. Welcome, Kitten Rasputin. Welcome to the polycule. Yeah, I usually watch stream on my phone while playing MapleStory. Yeah, it's like a casual thing. That's what I liked. I was like, it's like personal podcast. Like I know all the Discord members. This is great. And it was not received in the same way. I want to join the polycule now. Oh god. Look at we've started. My face hurts from laughing. Yeah. It's like, you know when you get like a slight migraine by your temples. It's like I'm kind of getting that. That's so funny, the hero. Yeah, I want to start streaming, but I don't really want kids watching. Yeah, that's one thing you have to understand. Like I was actually checking out my analytics the other day, or excuse me, this morning, and I was surprised it was saying reported 13 to 17 was only 3% of my audience. And I'm like, wow. You know, that's actually surprising. I thought there'd be more kids on YouTube kind of thing. So that's fair. And I think you can do audience, like on social media, you could do like audience, what's it called? Like kind of moderation, say like this is for older audiences. Me personally, I just tend to not, what's it called? Do like that type of, you know, content. I'm so Kitten Rasputin, Kitten Stella, Kitten Skikon, Kitten Socado, Tosado. Everyone lies about their age on YouTube. Yeah, that's what I was like, this is like, you know, because like I think like, for example, I have like, I don't know, my Facebook account says I'm like in my 40s. How worried should I be? Okay, I'm back to reading the comments. Give me a second. How worried should I be about fan art? I kind of cover that. Oh god, this person asked me a lot. Don't you worry about my batches are small enough? How many stock? Okay, good idea. Starting out stock wise. Okay, following. Is my art good enough to sell? Should I sell at conventions? I guess I'll try both at the conventions. How much stock? I'll put that right before conventions. After conventions. How much stock? Pre-order, not to pre-order. That's a great question, but in my experience, I've always found that if you're an established brand or creator, pre-orders work well. If you are not and you're brand new, pre-orders don't work well because the customer doesn't know what to expect. But that is a good question. I'll actually put on that. Wait, what was the question I was writing down? Oh, how much stock? How much stock? Like, can I fit all this information in a 1-hour YouTube video, guys? We will find out. How much stock to buy? Pre-orders versus none. I know Clizzix is a child. Oh lord, we're Clizzix's parents. My boomer self is upping the average. I saw some people, it was like what was it? Hold on. Let me see. 9% is in the 35 to 44% range. I was like, that's actually kind of cool. I feel like that's kind of like my maturity levels, like the 35 to 44 range. So 10%, almost 10% of my audience being that range. I'm like, I like that actually. And 38% was 25 to 34. I'm like, that's pretty healthy. This is a pretty healthy audience, I'd say. And again, they said like, what is it? 3% 45 to 54. I like that as well. I'm a big masculine strong man. Pretty sure I'm still the oldest one. I don't know. I think Tosado might be the oldest one here if I were to guess. Just by the way he types. Clizzix, what did Clizzix say? I don't act Clizzix. It is like unbelievably obvious you are a child on the internet. 35. Yeah, see, that's not old though. Again, some of my, you know, quote unquote friends, cohorts, whatever you want to call it, are in their 40s. So it's like, that's very, very young to me. Yeah. I forget I'm an adult. Stormy, guess my age. Stormy, if I were to guess. See, you don't chat a whole lot. Oh, my ear is ringing. That's weird. I would say 15. I'm guessing 15 for Stormy, I mean. My face when another minor shows up being like, so Dawn. Yeah, I saw that. That was wild. That was wild. I was like, oh god. How old is me? I'd say you're probably like 26. ZNSO. 26 or 31 range. Is it obvious? I'm telling you, little baby man. Jeff Jefferson, I say I'd say that you're about like 19 range, because I'd say your art skill was is like you really understood what you're drawing. So I think you'd be like 18, 19. You're correct? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If I really am correct. Oh yeah. OMG, guess my age, 24. Rasputin. Rasputin, that's a great question. Okay, let me think of Rasputin's age. I would give a solid 25 or 26. Maybe. I would say, oh my god, psychic, how'd you know? Do we now shoot? Oh god, okay, shoot. I would say 16 or 17, if I were to guess. I'm a 15-year-old male, trust. Kayla just knows I'm in the same Miku fan generation. Ah, see, am I correct? Was okay? Did I get it right? Yeah, it's like you can kind of tell again, like by the way people talk. I'm 21. I feel like I was kind of close. Rasputin is 23. There's no way Rasputin. You're 23. Wow. You're kind of like one of those old souls, if you will. But I guess it makes kind of sense. Okay. Original stuff. Oh, good call. This person asked about original stuff performing versus... Man, this person did some great questions. Shout out to them carrying my paper, if you will. How much stuff to buy? Fan art will always, always, always perform better than original content. 9 times out of 10. Fan art or original. So it's good to have a healthy mix. For when people start to really, really like you, man, that's so funny. I know, right? Like, older than Brick Thrower. I'm just autistic. Okay, I guess that technically makes sense. How old did you think I was when I first watched you? I was gonna give a solid 8 years old, really. But I guess 13 is fine. Last time I checked Etsy, it had big scams. What do you mean by the scams? Etsy is a pretty reputable company, and I think they're, what, publicly traded? Maybe. I think, yeah. I think SE is publicly traded. Damn it, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. I knew it would, like, you know, deal damage if I said that. You can tell Klizzix is young from the spam, or from the slang. I wouldn't say it's from the slang. It's mostly from the typing, in all caps, and like, look at how we have like 15 question marks. That's how I can tell usually when people are young. I am. Oh wait, yeah. Wait, so I'm the hag. Stella, get out. I'm the hag here. You're gonna be one hag. The hag max off. Hag blood sports. Only I can be the hag. Even if you're older than me, only I'm the hag. Look at me. I'm the hag. That's a great movie, by the way. Captain Phillips. Fan art, original. Fan art. I think this is really cool making this like video, like talking about all these topics. Cause again, like a lot of people like, you know, these are great questions. Will always perform better. However, some customers really want to support you as a creator, and those customers, I hate saying customers because just like, you know, someone supporting you is not necessarily a customer, you know what I mean? And those customers will lean more towards original characters because they appreciate you. I really can tell, like, again, that's why I do really appreciate when people buy original stuff and like that, because 9 times out of 10 they really appreciate you if they buy original characters. We'll lean more towards original characters because they appreciate you as an individual. Like brick stores. KO is basically babysitter, pretty much. Got my little children over here in the corner. Pretty much low-key. Oh, I gotta snip. Give me a second. Do you think you would remember my art piece? It had an IRL picture of a little building in the back. Are you talking about? I don't know, because like I did have some like IRL pieces, so it's hard to say exactly. She loves us, even for our little crops. Exactly. I love all my children. If you're my chat, you're my child. I hope you guys are aware of that. My kittens and my children. Maybe these are actually your grandchildren. True. That's a good one, actually. These are my little grandchildren. My little grandchildren, nieces and nephews in the corner. If you saw my music playlist, you wouldn't think I'm chill, LOL. I don't know if I necessarily think you're very chill, Klizzix. I'm not gonna lie. I think you're very high intensity. I wouldn't really say you're a chill person. You're kind of the opposite of chill. Exactly. Who needs your IRL parents when you have mother goes? It's like a very dangerous line right there. It was a digital main piece with a toy building and cutout paper with my watermark. Digital main piece with a toy building. Maybe. I'd have to go over because I know some people did like a collages starting on Cult of Minors. That's so funny. I mean, I will say like technically it's like I don't do this, but like in marketing they always say like what is it? Future customers is what they call them. Young audiences is future customers. Let's see. I feel like I've only seen 95% fine art. That word was supposed to be child. Oh, I say. What would you say? Not the children. Of course, the children not in the polycode. I don't even think most kids mostly can't even get memberships. I gotta stop being funny. I was busy, so I couldn't respond. Can't believe you called me old because of how I type. Yeah, you might be a geezer, low key. If I were to guess, I would say like you're like 38 range. If I were to guess, Cult of Minors. Yeah, that's just Minecraft. The children yearn for the mines. Let's see. As an individual, that's an individ. That's not how you spell the word. I'm not even 30. Wow, I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed. You're very, very wise for your age, and I very rarely say that. So that's the only compliment you're gonna get. Oh wow, I'm actually very, very impressed. Why is my individual not popping up? I mean, I'm 30 next year. Wow. I'll say I thought you were a lot older. And I take that as I mean that as a compliment. Hold on. Individual. Individual. Old man noises. Kikana. Commander over here is a reigning supreme in the age. Just forming a lovely Christian Minecraft community. Mother Kaos, I forgot to tell you, got ungrounded early. Awesome, Clizzix. That's always good when you're ungrounded. Individual. I will say, give me 1 second, guys. I have to run to the bathroom, so BRB. I returned. I'm time to do some dumb crap and get grounded. You can't do that, Clizzix. You gotta play the game of life. You gotta be good because your parents are more likely to be favorable towards you and reward you and get you stuff that you want. You gotta play the game. Happy pissing, you guys. Piss tubing, you guys. The chat wouldn't be the same without Clizzix. Exactly. Clizzix carries the chat. Clizzix, you're always welcome here. I gotta get... Like, first of all, I gotta be good so I can get V-Bucks. Is that what you meant to say? V-Bucks? V-Bucks. V-Bucks, guys. Clizzix gotta be good to get the V-Bucks. How do you pee so fast? I don't have a big bladder. I have no other way to say it. Like, I'm not physically a very, tall person, so I don't have a big bladder. Millie Moody, welcome back. How are you doing? Olympic speed. Being bullied. Alright, pre-orders versus non-pre-orders. If you're have an established product history. If you have an established product history. And B-Bucks. But that's such a classic. They're like, you know, kids get scammed because they're trying to do V-Bucks stuff. And it's like, that's so funny. I'm like 5'3". Yeah! Yeah. I'm literally 5'3". So it's like, I'm like physically not a big person. And so I don't have a big bladder. So it's just like, thanks, I'm doing fine. That's good to hear, Millie Moody. I have a low capacity. Pre-orders of an established product history. Wouldn't recommend. For a non-established, someone who doesn't have many products. Yeah, for someone who doesn't have many products. Bro is so tiny. You're really like like my mom. Does your mom have to pee all the time? Because it's real. I remember that when I brought that up in your chat, I'm like, this is weird. Like, why did I bring up pee? Sees a bathroom, doesn't matter. Yep. The anxiety pee. You never know when you're not going to see a bathroom again. So you got to do it. You weigh 6 stone. What is 6 stone? Let me see. What is 6 stone? I don't know the stones. 6 stone in pounds. 84 pounds? Wow. I hope you're doing that and achieving that weight very healthy. Because it doesn't really sound too healthy to me. Who doesn't... Short King. We're all 180 in my place. Pounds or cm or inches? I'm not American, so I don't know what that is in feet. Me neither. Oh, I'm 160 cm. Yeah, I don't know. Cm. I see. I don't know how tall 180 is, not gonna lie. I'm back. Welcome back, Jeff Jefferson. How are you doing? 34 bricks repeating tall. So there's many products. There was something else I was going to talk about Etsy. There is, oh man, I know about this. I should be doing this myself, but Etsy, actually, there's like an extension. I'll mention the extension. There's an extension you can, I guess, pay for, where it will somehow show you all the data of an Etsy store and say, like, how much money specifically someone else's product has made them. I gotta look into it because it is a good way to, like, see competitors and see what they're making money. To check, but I have to verify that exact extension before I talk about it. To check the sales of other sellers. Oh, and Etsy, another reason, they have buyer protection. Buyer protection? So it's an automatic insurance for all buyers' purchases. Buyer protection. Insurance. For all purchases under $250. So fun fact, if you have an Etsy seller and your product got lost, it is actually better to open up a case against them that says my product did not arrive. The seller, me, will provide the insurance saying, hey, it did arrive, so that covers me. And Etsy has this buyer protection insurance, so Etsy themselves will refund the customer, and it will not come out of your pocket, and that is invaluable. Because, like, so for example, like someone recently did an overseas order, and it was 2 charms, and the total was $50. I would have had a refund out of pocket, but because of the buyer's protection thing, they just need to open a case. I give my part of the case, saying like, hey, I actually did provide the shipping. And then Etsy will protect the customer with that insurance policy. And I did one time, funny enough, is this bad technically? I don't think it's bad. I think one time I canceled an order because it was a little bit over $250, and I was like, hey, do you think, so I don't have to pay for insurance because you do it under $250? And they were like, yeah, sure. And then it was protected. 200 cm? What is that? I cannot believe you are not old, Tasato. First of all, I thought we were the same. It's like, I feel like I'm like 40. There's no way you're 6'6". Is that real? That is insane. What the? Are we even the same species? Good God, is that real? Oh my God. No, it's 6'7"? Oh my God. Dear Lord, that's like, I don't want to say Slender Man, but that's tall. My stepdad is 6'7"? Good God. Do you guys think I'm old? The floor demon? I don't think you're old. You rip your head in Japan? Yeah, for real. Hello, Kayla. Hi, Viper Biter. Sorry, I missed your comment. How are you doing? I'm trying to work on a project, kinda. I may have gotten that wrong. I'm skinny. It's just my family. I see. Because it was like, I think that was like a microscopic BMI. I'm 6'7" too. You guys are just pulling my leg. Okay, you're lying. I have an uncle who's 7'10". I don't believe you guys. You guys are pulling my leg here. For all purchases under 7. So you don't have to pay out of pocket for missing orders under 250. Why is everyone so tall? Yeah, I'm 5'3". Fellow 5'3" reporters in chat. God. Yeah, I'm 5'3". What the? Jeff, because no one lies on the internet. Missing orders under 250. Also, I just thought of something and then I lost it on the top of my head. It was about Etsy. Let me think. I'll DM you an image on Twitter, KO. I swear to God, I'm that tall. Dear Lord, what the? I have a crush on my girl, and my friends are telling me not to tell her. Should I listen? Has she given any sort of interaction that she might be interested back? I've always been a very cautious person, and I observe and see if they have any intention towards me first before I make the first move. So if she's given you intention that she possibly is interested in you back, sure. But usually, whenever, like, for example, if someone approaches me and I've given no interest in them, it's like, it's more like, this is now just kind of weird. So it depends if she's giving you interest back. My God, there's so many things I could ask now that opportunities come up. I can't think of it. That's so real. Like, some people are like, for me, they're like, name oh, what is your favorite Kagamine Rin songs? And I'm like, I can't think of any. It's like on the spot. But I was looking at some of the other people's comments and they're pretty good. What was it? It was like something about Etsy that I really, really liked. Damn. Give me a second. I guess cons, Etsy. I guess con for Etsy is they want you to be prompt with your responses. Etsy wants to be prompt. Oh! Responding to negative reviews. It's just like a fun fact. I don't know if I could put this in a category, responding. Okay, yeah, okay, that's actually, I'll put it with Etsy because it's like reviews. Responding to negative reviews. Fun fact, everybody. I learned this one. Responding to negative reviews. Whenever you're responding to negative reviews, do not, if they're irrational and like they haven't contacted you, and you can just tell this person's gonna be a pain in the ass. Do not speak to the reviewer. Speak to the audience. Communicate to the audience. Because it is the audience that's going to be reviewing, like, excuse me, reading these reviews more so than the actual person who's so angry and can't be rational. Wow. 6? I mean, 6 foot tall is really, really tall, I'd say. God, what are these giants in my chat? Good lord. Name a woman, chaos. I like it when people do that. Oh, Hillary Clinton, that's all I got. Alright, I'm gonna tell her tomorrow after school. Alright, good luck, Clizzix. And don't be too upset, you know, if she rejects you. Such is life, you know, we all have our individual preferences. Good God. I'm from the Midwest, we're just built like that? Good lord. I feel like a midget. I will say, my brothers are really, really tall too. I don't know what the hell happened. I think my younger one, who's in his I don't even know how old he is, I'm not gonna lie. He's like mid-20. No. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have like a relationship with him, so it's like I haven't seen him in like probably like 10 years. I think he's mid-20s. I'd say he's probably like 6 foot. But my my like 18-year-old brother, he just turned 18. He is what's it called? I think like 6'2" or 6'3". Work is over. Understandable. I appreciate yourself, my Stella, my sweet kitten Stella. Thank you for stopping by. Corn-fed. Respond to the audience and not the reviewer if they are acting. No, I would say even no matter what, always prioritize communicating to the audience. Because that's the only people you can, you know, I guess reach. Respond to the audience. Respond / communicate. My previous message, I did not mean to say my girl. That's fine. That's fine. I understood what you meant. To the audience and not the reviewer. You must have a huge crush on her if you are getting all, what's it called? Flustered about accidentally saying my girl. It sounded so wrong. I just want to click. Exactly. You must really, really like this girl, Clizzix. Good luck to you. Short girls are cuter. In my non-biased and totally objective opinion. Yeah, I can understand. I appreciate this sentiment. It's like, oh, it's like, I'll retweet. Very chibi proportions. Like, for example, like, I think Sabrina Carpenter has the most interesting proportions. Like, they're very, like, she's, like, chibi in a way. Like, obviously, she's a grown woman, but it's, like, her proportions are so interesting, like, in chibi. With Clizzix, Giga, Aura, it'll be easy. Clizzix, we're all rooting for you in here. Oh, yeah, true. Tosato, every girl's a short girl to you, so, like, oh, that was a good cheeky one. That was a good cheeky one. Not the reviewer, as the audience will care more. And the reviewer Usually. You know, I didn't mean it like that, but we take those. Shoot or shoot. Shoot or shoot. You gotta respect it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Well, let me check out more questions. This person had really good questions. Storefront, Shopify, Etsy is okay for manufactured keychains. I only made... Is that okay for manufactured keychains I only made the art for? eBay? I don't know anything about eBay, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't recommend it because a lot of competition is bootleg. What sort of numbers do I need on social media to get sales? I think I kind of addressed that. No. Is my artwork? No. Following. Okay. My Riz never fails. I like that. I like that type of ideology. What type of goods and materials are most profitable? I mean, that's a great question. What is most possible? But it technically depends on you, because like you can set your own prices, of course. What is most profitable? Profitable. But I will say, in my experience, keychains are like, even not just for me, I see a lot of artists focus on keychains. So I think that might be the most popular. I do not fear being rejected. That's good, Clizzix. That's how it should be. Popular. My internet is so trash. I'm gonna eat plastic. Don't eat plastic. You probably eat enough of those on the daily with our microplastics and all our food now. Put a letter in our locker. Yeah, it could work. I don't know if that would work for the younger generation. I have to watch the stream in 140p. That's actually really, really funny. Someone, JCA, said on my comment, said, my brother could use some advice like this, but he just won't take it. JCA is funny. Is there an easy site to sell commissions and merchandise while staying anonymous? Oh god, I forgot about that. That's a good one, actually, technically. Current policy, how much stock? We'll talk about LLCs and DBAs here. DBA varies by state, I believe. By state. What is my cat doing? Hello, my child. There's this one artist I bought a license plate cover from. Those must be extra to produce since it's like custom injectable. Oh, I see. If it's almost like if anything with a mold is really expensive. Oh, the cat's purring. Welcome back to dial-up. It never left. You guys are funny. Clizzix, what are you questioning mark at? What do you mean by the question mark? I personally don't enjoy fan art. Should I do it if I'm hoping to sell merchandise? Yes. That's a great, a Flare Devil's thing? Okay. What is Flare Devil? Oh, he's saying like that's an ancient technique to put a letter in her locker saying you like her or you want to meet her somewhere. This new jujutsu? I would say fan art original. It's good to have both, as fan art boosts sales and publicity. Boosts sales and relevance? Might be a good word. Let's see. Let's go to, what's it called? Instagram? Oh, my child. Oh, a cat's being cute. Let me see here. Is there a certain ratio that you say you follow with fan art and personal art? For me personally, I kind of do. It really depends on your goals. Like, I really established a lot of my brand, because like my brand is probably like my entire, like all my stuff is 97% fan art. And then the small percentage, but I specifically focused really early on fan art. That way down the road, when I'm more established, I can do more personal projects. And that's kind of like what you're seeing now, like a lot of my VTubing stuff and drawing artwork of my characters. And again, I want to do a virtual novel. What's it called? A VN? Is that called virtual novel? Why does that not sound correct? A visual novel. There we go. I was supposed to say, like, virtual novel does not sound correct. A visual novel. And it's because, like, you know, I have a reputation for fan art that I can do like more personal projects. So it's like starting out. Okay. I would heavily rely on it and slowly seep in original content down the road. That way, the people who are fans of your fan art, they're more likely to, you know, support your stuff. Especially if you do it really, really slowly. I've seen so many times an artist will have fan art. They'll do really, really successful with it. And they'll get, you know, they'll get money, they'll get revenue, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, people like me for the art. And then they switch and rebrand to a original characters only. And then they fail. And either they just die out completely as a brand, or like a business, small entity, whatever you want to call it, or they will go back to selling fan art. I cannot count how many times I have seen that happening. And I think that's very, very interesting. Boost sales and relevance, but focus on it at first. This is not exactly what I agree with, that I'll clear it up later, but focus primary at first, and then slowly introduce your original. But I've seen that happen so many times. It's actually kind of, it's funny in like in an interesting way. Like it's funny to see like humans repeat that behavior. And slowly introduce original characters. I got keychains that came out not too long ago and they're generally well received, but I hate the way they look and I'd love to redo them. That's up to you. Me personally, I always kind of found it a little bit, this is just why I guess like I also like mass consume merchandise and stuff like that too. I always found it a little insulting if you update the artwork very shortly after you released it, because it's like the first person who, you know, wanted to support you initially, they got like a shittier product in a way that could have been perfected. So me personally, I very, very, very rarely update the artwork on my keychains. Just because I'm like, once it's out there, it's out there. Like, this is what it is. But down the road, I will redraw them completely. So it's like a new product, and it kind of makes the first version more rare in a way, because it's like, here's the first version and here's the better version. That's the way I've always handled it, because I know personally, like if I ordered a product and very shortly after it was revised to look better, I'd be a little salty. But I'm also kind of a childish collector, but that's my little take on that. I'm a consumer. I am a professional consumer at the end of the day, that's for sure. That's my thing too. I'm worried about people that have the originals. Yeah, so the way I handle that is I just redraw it. Like, for example, like I have some really old, my first Miku set was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. No, it's almost 7 years is my set. And so I'm just going to be redrawing those Mikus, which is, it's kind of like a fun refresh too, you know? I know it took me 7 years to redo this, but, that's how I've always personally seen it. It's like a lot of my artwork personally, I don't like. And that's just like a fact of the matter. But I think that's just because like I'm very, very critical of my artwork. And I'm like, in order to progress and get better, which I do believe my skill has progressed over the years, I have to point out all the flaws and then know not to make those flaws again in the next artwork. So I will say I do not like 85% of my artwork. And I personally, funny enough, I just don't look at it. But it's really funny when I have like something like my artwork I hate, and it's like people are buying it. I'm like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? So that's just me personally, but that's like, again, like some people like are a little bit more perfectionist at certain things. Like for example, my VTuber model, I think it's totally fine if I upgrade it all the time or like fix like mistakes or whatever. But yeah, for me personally, for the charms, I just redraw them. How many years do you think you have to wait to remake it? It's up to you. I mean, it depends like how well I guess the character's selling. I did have one time I did a saber, and I wonder if anybody has that charm. It was a saber and she had a crown and a cape, and I basically redrew her kind of shortly after. in the same pose, but without the crown and the cape. And I think I did the redrawing of that like a year later. So it's again, it's up to you and how you want to handle your brand. I've always like really handled my business as a brand and how I would like my artwork to be perceived. So it's just up to you. Just add more donuts as time passes. Click donut. What are you guys talking about? I just saw Kai Sense advice for girls, and how do you think I haven't looked up Kai Sense advice for girls, I will say. If artists say they like their art style, they're bullshitting you. I mean, it's very possible. It is very possible. It's just like one of those things. Like, I feel like if you're really, really focused on growth, it's just gonna be one of those things you're not gonna be happy with a lot of the artwork you produce. Which I don't really think there's anything wrong with that, you know what I mean? Alright, reading more of these little comments. Let's see. Varies by state. But can hide your name legally. Same for LLCs. I'll go for more details for LLCs. So you have more legal protection. Let's see. More legal. If you can make her laugh and giggle. Yeah. I think a lot of men don't understand like how women do really like to laugh. More legal protection. But you're not immune. Everyone thinks like if you have an LLC, you're immune to penalization if you get sued. You knew all along. You babysat for nothing. Oh, Clizix, you are carrying the chat as always. I appreciate that, Clizix. Make them laugh and just be genuine. Yeah, because it's like again, personality is like a really, really big thing, and I think again, a lot of men don't really realize that. You know, I feel like my best advice for men trying to attract women is just make them feel valued. And a lot of women, I think, really like material things. So just, I don't know, buy them a lot of gifts. It sounds superficial, but it's like, I mean, technically, you know what I mean? Just make them feel valued and make them feel beautiful. I think that's the best way. And then like make them laugh. I think that's your best advice. Because a lot of people, and I think that goes, funny enough, it goes for men too. A lot of people have self-confidence issues and self-image issues. So it's like, if you make them feel beautiful, they're like, wow, you know, this person sees the real me, you know, the way I see me. I think that's actually the solution for everybody. Don't go after women who are shopping sims. Yeah, it depends if you're into it. Because like I notice like some men are really into the financial, I don't know. I almost said financial abuse. It's kind of like it is, low-key. But they're just into it. And yeah, it's like, if you can't afford it, you know, don't go for that type of relationship. And I think that's also another misconception. Is a lot of people go for these like women who are very obviously material, resource heavy. And then they're like, oh, I'm surprised. You know what I mean? There's plenty of women who are not resource heavy. Having common interests you can talk about is also cool. Yeah. I will say, if a woman suddenly is suspiciously interested in whatever it is you're interested, she 1,000,000,000% likes you. Like 1,000,000,000%. Women be shopping, am I right, chat? I mean, in my experience, I know there are some women who are not you know, shoppers or whatever. But I think like it's like I don't know. I think how could you not like shopping? Shopping is great. I try to make my girlfriend feel beautiful. She calls bullshit. See, that's really hard because like there's a lot of people who like don't see that beauty in themselves. So if you say it, they're like, oh, you're just saying that because you know I'm ugly. Because I know like on social media it's like glazing, where it's like, you know, it's, say it in an let's imagine, I know like beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, whatever. But an unattractive person on social media who, did I swear again? Oh God, I'm sorry. We're at $5. An unattractive person, or socially unattractive, we'll just say this for the sake of the conversation here, posts a video and I like all of these like beautiful women are like, you're so gorgeous, you're so stunning, and it's just to make them look more charitable. Like, look, I can see ugly even in the eyes of the beast, you know, that type of mentality. So a lot of people do have that kind of like, okay, you're obviously trying to play this up to because you think I'm insecure. So it's like you have to be kind of careful about that. So I'd say like, you know, when making someone feel beautiful, like don't necessarily say it outright. just say like, you know, like if you see like a nice dress or something, be like, oh, you know, I feel like this would be really, you know, this would look really good on you. You know, maybe I should get this for you. It all comes down to material possessions. I'm a material person. The beast. The beast. If they start talking about Shin Mangabi Tensei, I'll propose in the same second. Oh god, I'm at seven curses or 6 curses. I mean, she could say that to be humble. And yeah, that's also another thing. Like, it depends on the person. So it's like, if you make, I'm a material girl. Yeah. I mean, like, you say I see my collection. You know how this works. Yeah, it's like, you know, small things that make her feel beautiful. I have always been a pretty secure person as far as like my appearance and whatever, I don't know, social relationship status or whatever you want to, whatever. I don't want to say social relationship value, but I'm like, that sounds really weird. But I know a lot of women like get really upset if you even look at the direction of another woman. So like stay away from that, because I think that's a very common sentiment. My cat is so cute. You said the S word like 3-4 times. I was probably angry. Oh, it's probably when I was talking about the lawyer. Yeah. Even if she isn't, I'll still do it because she is. I'm a little confused. Oh, if she's pretty, I'll call her pretty. I thought that was normal. Yeah, I will say, like, as far as that goes, it's such a touchy, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to know the person before you, like, quote unquote, try to court them. Because, sometimes it can just make people feel conscious of, like, being perceived. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of times, especially like with younger kids, where they're like, you know, the whole where they would act like, excuse me, like a popular boy would ask out, you know, the quote unquote ugly girl on a date or something just to make fun of her in front of all his friends. So it's like, I think a lot of people are traumatized in that aspect. And so they're a little bit self-conscious. So it's like, you kind of have to do like, I feel like acts of things is probably a little bit better. You know what I mean? But that's just like my, I think, perception of it. You just have to be genuine and follow her. Yeah. And if like, you know, if they don't appreciate you being genuine, then you guys are not meant to be together. And understand that not everyone's meant to be together and everyone has different priorities. So it's like, I see so many people chase people who it's like, they're very obviously not compatible. And it just ends in absolutely heartbreaking turmoil. I think as years go by, I become more feminine, started manga figure collecting, decorating everything with anime posters. I have a massive, even though I have massive ears, or I'm just out of the closet. I mean, it could be either or. I will know, like, there, say, like, at certain ages, like, biologically, testosterone decreases in men. And I think, like, also, I think things like contributions to their diet and their stress levels also affect, you know, testosterone, which is, like, quote unquote, the masculineness, I guess, if you will. And if men are around a family situation, they're more likely to like a family environment, like as if they need to protect for their wife and kids, they're more likely to decrease in testosterone. I learned that in a birth control book. Chaos get mad. Yeah, that's true. I have a little curse like a sailor sometimes. Yeah, be genuine, don't mask, let them know your intentions up front, communicate. Yeah. And it's kind of like, accept me as I am, or let's stop wasting our time. That's how I've always seen it. Get a girl that likes girls too, so you can admire girls together. Yeah, I will say, but like, even still, like, you know, like the jealousy, you know, I think a lot of people try to mask that type of stuff, where they're like, oh, you know, I'm not jealous, I'm just like you. I notice a lot of women will try and do that, and I'm like, a lot of times I don't think it's that effective. I mean, it could be, but remember, I think it's always best to play it safe, and when it comes to relationships, and not like, try not to make the person jealous, because it kind of can make them go insane. I gotta get some water. Yeah, but making them laugh is such a huge priority. Because it's like, everybody loves, like, what is better than laughing? You know what I mean? Like, literally, what is better? So laughing is really, really good. And, you know, with laughing, it shows you have charisma. If you can make someone laugh, it shows you have charisma, which is more of a social perception. That means you know, you have better social skills, which is to be desired. Because imagine, like, at any point in time, you can make the people around you laugh, which lowers their anxiety and their stress, and are less likely to be angry at you, or provoke you or attack you. So I think, like, laughter is like a very charismatic trait. Cannibalism. I'm just sitting here listening. I should give you a book. That's fair. That's fair. Wait. Wait, if making her laugh is good, I do every time we hang out, then that's a good sign so far. Boys, I got this in the bag. You're so funny. I mean, that is actually really good. Like, if she does laugh a lot, then that is a good sign at the least. This might be just a personal preference, but when a guy wears eyeliner, black nail polish, they instantly become more attractive. Yeah, I think that's definitely you know, people have different preferences and stuff like that. Yeah, of course, it's not all there is, but it's like, it's a good sign, you know what I mean? Oh, my little cat is so cute. My relationship with men is weird. Real. My little cat is so cute. My little kitty. Alright, let's pretend. Okay, should I sell at conventions? Oh, let me finish asking my question, or answering questions. Feminine men are the most attractive. I think it's like a subjective. For me, I'm attracted to, if I'm attracted to men, it's very masculine men. But if it's women, it's very feminine women. There's sometimes tomboyish women. I'm more lenient when it comes to women, but if it's like men, I prefer very, very masculine men. For whatever reason. I think it's like I'm a very masculine person. I'm like, only one of us, I guess, can be the little bitch here. It is going to be me. I'm the one. So I have to have a masculine man. I have no clue which I am. I mean, you could be, you know, it's like, you know, to put yourself in these little like categories. It's like, it always like depends really. It's kind of like, to me, it's like when those types of, you know, conversation comes up, it's like a astrology thing. It's like some people believe it, some people don't. And I think it's always on a case-by-case basis. I look masculine, but a very feminine personality. You know, funny enough, I don't know if you're a man, but I think that is a fantastic trait for men, technically, because a lot of women are attracted to the very, very masculine features. But then they expect the man who has masculine features to be masculine, but they're really, really subconsciously wanting feminine kind of features. Like, you know, caring about them. Because like women want, you know, women want men to care about them, to treat them nice, you know, giving them the princess treatment. I feel like that takes a very feminine man inherently to actually give a woman all those kinds of things that she desires. So I think that's a pretty good trait. And then some women just really like mean men. And that's it. And it's always a reflection of their father, I feel like. I feel like Freud was real about that one. I like every type of man. That's fair. Dollar in this. Am I really a 7? What did I say this time? Furiously takes notes. You're funny. I just saw that. You're still young for. Yeah, you don't have taste at this age. I feel like taste kind of comes with age, and then as doomer posting as it sounds, I think sometimes when you get to a certain age, like after the age of 25, you can incorporate, like you can God, my nose is so stuffy. You can come into a relationship that just ruins you so badly, and you're like, I'm never going to try anything as far as a relationship ever again. I've noticed that for a lot of people. Like sometimes they just have the perfect storm where you're like, this was so traumatizing, I'm never gonna put myself in a position like this to ever get hurt again, and they never do. And I did notice that, and I think that's why a lot of men think women, as they get older, they become more quote unquote stuck up and prudish. And I think because, like, you know, the woman has gone through such a shit relationship, they're like, I'd rather be alone the rest of my life than go through this ever again. That's my perspective on that, because I do see that, like, you know, it's like, do, you know, women technically quote unquote get more prudish as they get older? I think they get, you know, I guess more standards, you know what I mean? Can you not cuss in live streams anymore? No, I can. I just try not to, because I don't know. I don't think it sounds. I think it, like, cursing can have its, like, it's better if you just, like, curse, like, rarely, because, you know, it has more impact on your words. So if you use it all the time, I think it adds no impact. You know what I mean? And I want to be more creative. I like saying, like, silly things like, oh, Skittles. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's, like, it's just fun. I can totally curse, but I just not do it for fun. Looking for love in a mental hospital was a very, very bad idea. It always will be. I will always state, you know, first and foremost, for sure. How does shipping work? Someone asks. I think I covered that in my Etsy. Yeah, like, first of all, I feel like only feminine men, like, obviously this is very opinionated. I feel like very feminine and soft men are the only one who can really handle mental women, because it can put you through any emotional nightmare. So you have to have a lot of patience. A lot of patience. The family-friendly Christian stream. Do not Freud. I mean, there was a lot of validity in his claims, and there's a lot of like there's a lot of what is it? Where human behavior like justifies it. Or just buy here, probably. Shipping is very simple. There's 2 characters. That was actually really, really funny. That was a good response. $8? Would I say this? Okay, Klizik. Okay. Oh, I said the S word? Oh, okay. Sorry. Dang. Okay. Family-friendly Shrine Fox. Yeah. I feel like I could be so much more creative with cursing. Okay, okay. Klizik is keeping up the stress jar. Have you watched Arcane? Men like Victor are the most attractive. He's so pretty. I have not. I've heard a lot of people talk about that. Is hopping on trends when you first start a bad idea? Did I cover that? I don't think I covered that actually, technically. As far as trends. Oh, I didn't at all, but that's a very, very important part. Where should I put this? Is trends... Okay, starting out. I'll put it right around here. Trend hopping versus I'll just say trend hopping, as I would say. Not letting you get pressed every time. All the Victor shipping in chat. Every time I join creates, I do a Mario jump. You're funny. Trend hopping. And starting it out. If fast to create a ship product. Well, I guess technically pre-orders could technically work in this situation. If fast to create a product. Yes. If appealing to popularity. More so no, as you open yourself to a lot of competition. I like violence. Klizik, what are you going on about? I don't ship people, I just pick people I want to fight. That's real. That's very, very real. I have like a genetic enemies I see all the time. Like, I know we'd be enemies. League is a red flag. I did a Mario right now. You're funny. Grinding to chow in your 20s makes you mental. I don't know what chow is. That's funny. I don't know about League of Legends. A lot of people have like a bad reputation for it. I don't know anything about it. So let's take your word for it. If I don't like a character, I imagine them dying in multiple ways. Klizik. I don't know about that one. Oh, challenger. I see. If fast to create a product, yes. If appealing popularity, more so no, as you open yourself to a lot of competition. Since a lot of people understand it's a hot commodity. Better success. Serving small communities that do not have a lot of merchandise. Merchandise. Initially or originally? I think initially. Because it could grow, technically. Original, I was supposed to put originally. Initially. Bye guys, I'm getting ready for bed. That's fair, Floor Demon. I appreciate you stopping by. Reject Homo sapiens, embrace donut. Exactly, Bunny Samurai. You understand. playing ranked league just to rank up is very harsh. Yeah. I could never, and you know, I'm kind of glad because like I was able to like, I know this sounds like, I guess, kind of condescending, but I'm really glad I didn't really get into these like video games that like take up so much of your time and resources, because I was able to focus on other things. I'm gonna have this on the background while I work on my website. I'll pop in when I think of something else. Take your time, money. Take your time. Appreciate it though. Anything in life that involves teamwork, people will say sucks. Self-perception makes you feel like you did most of the work. I cannot stand teamwork. I cannot work with people. I just cannot. I think some people just cannot work with people, and I am one of them. Is it because I am a megalomaniac, egocentric individual? Probably. Do you get motion sickness in every game? It's mostly like first-person shooter games. Like for example, Fortnite makes me so sick. And like Call of Duty and like what is it, Left 4 Dead? Oh god, I get so sick for Left 4 Dead. It's because KO is a universal idle clicker game. What is that? What's a clicker game? Yeah, I would say that was why you can't work in a team. I agree with you, sir. Real. At least I like see like. It's like, am I delusional? Or excuse me, am I so confident and arrogant that I'm able to admit that? Or am I just being real? You know what I mean? I think it's a mixture of both, but agreed. You know, sometimes you just, I just can't do it personally. Cookie clicker? I do not remember cookie clicker. I like when people just tell me to do a task, like tell me what I do when I do it. Yeah, some people are really, really good at following orders and stuff like that. And I think it depends on the situation. But I'm more of a, you know, like, let's try and figure out a better way to do this. And that does not really work with companies that have protocol and stuff like that. So, it's never been a really good thing for me. Cookie clicker? What is this cookie clicker? You silly little kids. Whoops. What is cookie clicker? Okay, better success of sponsoring small communities that do have a lot of merchandise originally, as there's less competition. And you will... I feel like I'm writing a manifesto to destroy my business right now. And you will be appreciated more. Making number get bigger. That's what a clicker game is. So don't tell me like you just like click and the number gets bigger. And I'm assuming there's like an animation that indicates that the thing is getting bigger. Is that what a clicker game is? Am I following? Yes. There's. Oh my. You usually buy things that start to click. Guys, I think we might be cooked. That there's a whole genre? Is there an appeal, or is this just like a I guess taking advantage of like the fact that people have like compulsions to do things? Is it I play a few? What the? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I was meant it as like a document that was gonna essentially destroy my business because I'm like releasing all the secrets is what I meant it as. The more money you click, the more you get things to click for you. God, that is an actual. Oh Lord, that is. I learned something new today. It's a super casual because you just check on it when you feel like it. And you just kind of like the whole appeal is like you get to watch something grow in a kind of controlled environment. Huh. That's very interesting. My fourth favorite streamer came in with the kill for that one. Tosado said, get in the back of the line. Know your place. Know your place. In fourth. Oh, that's funny. That's crazy. Because, you know, funny enough, they said like the psychology behind a lot of people who do like extreme gambling is the fact that it's a very, very controlled and predictable environment. And 9 times out of 10, they know they're not going to like win a jackpot every single time that they click. But for the very severe gamblers, it's more so they know that they get money, and the money, they just put it in to continue the game of doing, like, the credits. The money gives them credits, and it continues the game. And the fact that that's a steady environment of them continuing the game, that's what they get addicted to. Not necessarily, like, to big wins. Like, that the big wins and the losses are kind of like just, like, a secondary thing to the gambling. So that is so funny that you guys are saying that that kind of, you know, I guess, philosophy in a game is popular. That's very, very interesting, because like that small increments and like that longevity of the game continuing is what is allegedly attractive. But I guess that technically checks out. That's actually very interesting. Did you guys ever play Tiny Tower? Is that technically an increment game? I wonder, because it was like you had to build stuff and it had like time base. Scientific Notion. Oh god, I don't know what that means at all. But did anybody play Tiny Tower? I totally played Tiny Tower. I played that as my stream game. It's like an old like iOS game from like 2010. And you'll be appreciated more in the community, which can generate a more loyal audience and following. I feel like all this makes me sound like a sociopath, but alas. Audience and following. If I truly want to be helpful, I guess I have to say things kind of like in this way. Tiny Tower. Okay. Okay, I kind of get it. Okay, so okay. I thought, like, when you said like a clicker, I thought it's just like one of those. I've seen like games where it's like you just sit there and you just like tap, and then it gives you points. So I was like, I thought it was kind of like that. It's just Patrick Bateman for real. I liked American Psycho, actually. I will say, I really I enjoyed the book. The book was fantastic, and they're redoing American Psycho into a series, a TV series, versus a what's it called, a movie. And a lot of people are like, oh, you can't remake this. The movie was too perfect. Which I agree, the movie had its elements that made it its own. But I believe this TV series will make it more accurate to the book. So I'm actually looking forward to the TV series. Not a big fan of paying for mobile games. Agreed. It's one of those kind of awkward situations where it's like, you know, the company could have released the game. Like, most mobile games are free. So it's like, that's kind of like the whole thing. It's like, well, they made it free. And in turn, all you have to do, I didn't realize this blue ugly bar was on my screen. Give me a second. Is, you know, perhaps support. That's so funny. It's been there for so long. With mobile transactions. But I just think it can get very addictive very easily. Christian Bale is Pac-Man. I think it was literally, I think he literally like also recorded it at the same age, because Patrick Bateman was 27. And I think Christian Bale was also like 27 or 28. I think, like, I don't think it was a more perfect role. Like, I saw the new actor that's choosing for this remake, and again, like, I don't want to appearance judge or anything. I think he just looks too soft. Like, he looks like a little young boy. And it's like Patrick Bateman had like a very aggressive character, so I feel like this guy just looks too soft in the face for me. You know what I mean? Let me see. You have a programmable mouse. You just said macro. Oh god. Tiny Tower though, that was a fun little game. I will say that. Generate more alignments and following for long-term support, I guess. Let's see what other questions we got here. I'm most curious about how to file and pay taxes when you start selling art commissions. That change year by year, so I don't think I'm going to include that in the video, because technically, like, I don't know, the threshold for what's reported taxes varies literally year by year. So I guess that's kind of like when your tax law thing. But I will emphasize a little bit more for Etsy, 1099 form, when threshold is reached. Because I know some people, I report all my taxes because I have a, unfortunately, threshold. So the way it works, like for Etsy, if you, I think a year, if you generate under 10,000, or excuse me, if you generate over, I think it's $20,000, What is actually let me find that threshold. Etsy 10.99 generated over, let's see, what does Etsy have to say? See, and this is like a great thing. Like, for example, Etsy just says the IRS is planning to decrease the threshold to $5,000. I think it was $20,000 at one point. So this new tax, I hate taxes, is so stupid, and that's why it's like whatever. I try my best to file my taxes, but they change the tax law every year. Because like for the longest time, it was either $10,000 you pay taxes on, but it sounds like they're about to change it for 2024. But either way, once you reach a certain threshold, so say like we'll say in this case $10,000, these companies will automatically generate a 1099 form that they will send to the IRS. So you must file that on your taxes. Threshold reach 1099 means they report to IRS. So you must report. I put that in citations. Report. Some people I know for a fact, and this is again, it has nothing to do with me. I do not care what other people choose to do. But some people, if they don't get that generated 1099 form, they just do not file those taxes. And that puts you at a high risk of auditing. And I'm like, I never want to be there. And plus, usually I reach the threshold, so I don't have a choice in the matter. Have you played the hit video game Portal? I have never. I'm gonna get... yeah, it's like the new... That's what I'm saying. The new 1099 laws are changing. Stupid. It used to be under a generation. You take care, KO. So thank you for stopping by, Millie Moody. I appreciate you coming here. I've never played Portal. How do you get the fear over actually getting started? I think I can put that kind of in the, am I good enough? Good enough cell. I'll put that. Overcome fear. Educating yourself. The answer is always educating yourself. I'm a very scared individual. That's why I educate myself so often. Fear of getting started. I believe fear is just a lack of information, similar to a crush. A crush is just a lack of information. Once you get that information, things start to change. I believe the same thing for fear. Of getting started. I like playing Left 4 Dead. I thought that game was really, really fun when I played it. I liked how you can... I'm pretty sure that's the one you can kill your friends. That's the fun part. Just ruin the game by killing them. Maybe you're a bit too young for that. Silent Hill 2? I've never played Silent Hill. Do you need any specific license to start selling? Or you don't need one at all? I guess that's definitely a good question. You really don't. But again, I think it depends on your location. KO is that kind of co-op player. I am a terrorist at all times. If I can be a terrorist, I am a terrorist. I tend to have an inconsistent style and theme for my art. Can I be successful? How can someone find their own art style? It's one of those things where it's like, it's definitely, art style is intentional. That'd be a good point to bring out. Good enough to sell. Art. I'll put it right here. Art style is intentional. I very intentionally... A lot of people think that like an art style just comes naturally to others. And so you just naturally draw in the same style. And sure, that could be the case for a lot of people. But for me personally, I have to very intentionally look at my past artwork to make it look very similar to maintain the style. So my style is actually an illusion. I reference my old artwork all the time so everything looks like it's drawn in my style. I guess brand communication is a big important thing too. Art style is essential. Traits that repeat are popular. People hate playing co-op games with me because I'm super annoying. That would probably be me too, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, copyright and trademarks, whatever. I'm a bit stupid, so I don't know. You're not stupid. First of all, if you're asking a question, you're doing it to educate yourself. I don't think a stupid person does that. Ask about this. My mom's friend won't stop bugging me about copyright. I hesitate with copyright because I didn't know what to do, but since I make fan art. So really, you don't really need to do copyright. Copyright is usually for images and stuff like that. If you're drawing fan art, you can't really copyright other, you know, people's characters and images because it's like you're more likely copywriting the character itself. Trademark is like if you're like protecting like a logo, like say I had a Kyoza logo, that'd be like a trademark protection. But you do have a initial Creative Commons license that if you're in the United States, it automatically is quote unquote like generated essentially, where as long as you're the one who draw it, you have some rights to your illustration. Like, so say you draw Miku, at no time can a company come in and just say like, oh, well, I own Miku, so I'm going to take your artwork and sell it. Because you have a Creative Commons copyright like made every time you make anything. So as far as copywriting, it's up to you. I have some of my like original like Kyoza illustrations, stuff like that, copyrighted. It's just a preference. If you're mostly specializing in fan art, I wouldn't really, I really wouldn't worry about that. But if you want to be able to legally sign under a username where you don't give out, you know, personal information or anything like that, that'd be called a DBA, which is a doing business and it varies by state how you apply for a DBA. Because it's like some states, I think you have to publish it in a newspaper. It's really, really silly. But yeah, it's funny. My mom used to always be like, oh, what if someone steals this copyright? It's, I don't think you really have to worry about that for fan art. Because like, you know, technically we're like, you know, using their intellectual property that we don't have the copyright to. So it's like, I think that's fine. As far as a domain, I have 2 domains and I use just my store for my storefront. But it's like if you're gonna do a Etsy, I mean, I guess you could do a domain. It's like it's if you really, really want to. Also, when it comes to copyright and stuff like that, you have different options. Like if someone, so say someone like down the road, say I didn't have copyright, or excuse me, yeah, I didn't have trademark on Kyoza, the name. And then down the road, someone's like, no, I'm Kyoza, here's my brand. I can go to the copyright law office and say like, look, I have a history of using this username. This person is trying to, you know, falsify and become me. And usually that can be held up in court. So it's like, you don't have to. It makes it easier if you have copyrights and trademarks and all that stuff. But it's like, you don't have to because they take everything into, you know, consideration. My mom just keeps telling me people are going to steal my art and resell it and been like, IDK. So for me personally, because like I have like, you know, that does technically happen. It has happened to me a few times. But the way I've always combated that is because I'm mostly a merchandising, I sell merchandise. I never upload the original files of the artwork, or very, very rarely do I upload the original artwork files. I will always take a picture of the product instead because it lowers the quality, which makes it harder to steal. So it also depends on what you're, you know, selling. Like, so example, if you're selling a t-shirt, I would suggest, you know, never just put that image online because like, yeah, someone can just right click, save it and print it out themselves. I would always recommend taking a picture of it instead because A, it makes it look more like a product, and B, it's very, it's less likely for people to steal it. You know what I mean? Doing business at no DUI. I did not say DUI. I do think it's funny how like there's a trend of people who are getting real intoxicated and then they're doing driving video games and they're like, I'm drunk driving on stream. I thought that was actually kind of clever. This is good, thank you. You're welcome. But unless you have like a really solid original idea, and then maybe consider copyright. And there's a difference. You like, for example, you can, I think, retroactively copyright something where it's like if you've already published that illustration, you have to reference in the copyright document, hey, look, I published this image on these social media platforms, and you have to attach a link showing that, hey, that was you that posted it. Or you can copyright on an unpublished item where you're like, I haven't published this anywhere personally. You know, here's my image. And that's very, very common in like patents and stuff like that. I'm taking lots of notes. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I will BRB. First comment I read back is Klizik happy pissing mother chaos. Gotta hone in. I know what you meant. I think that's the word. Maybe it's not spelled properly, but I got it. Exactly what you said. That's our piss tour. You guys are funny. I'm gonna go outside and yell to the whole neighborhood. Okay, Klizik, you are a very eccentric character to say the least. Alright, let's go back to more questions on Instagram. I hate every time I open up Instagram, it refreshes. It's very annoying. Let's see. How do you handle marketing and improving sales, engagement, and growth? I didn't even talk about the creative. Oh, God. I'm about to speed run this video. Can I get this all done? I think I can get this all done in an hour. How do you handle marketing, improving sales, engagement, and growth? It's hell, to say the least. That's the answer. It's hell. Content creator. I was talking about this somewhere. Extremely competitive. Manufacturers. Oops. I said manufacturers here. That's why I didn't have it. I'm about to blast these people in this panel. I'm gonna give out so much information at once, like people don't even actually learn anything, lol. I hate making content, yeah. More likely to be favored. Yeah, it's a tough situation for the whole content creation thing. Because it is undeniable that it is a significant aspect of marketing yourself online now. More likely to be favored. You can see the human behind the account. Metaphorical human. For example, I'm not a human. I'm a VTuber. But yeah, especially in the era of AI, the more like sociable and like the more your audience can see that you're a human, the better. You know what I mean? And plus it also makes it more lenient because like a lot of people sometimes think, you know, you're a big business, but if you're showing like, hey, I'm not a big business, they're more likely to be kind to you. Make it ASMR of that video. What happened to I thought that just refreshed. That was weird. Concentrating. Oh God. Talent show that is just a comedy Hunger Games. This will be 300 hours. I'm supposed to get this condensed into an hour. LOL. I'm about to speed run. This will be funny. I will say, like, this is gonna be mad funny to see how this turns out. I think it'd be mad funny. Plug your YouTube at the end so people know where to watch the video. Yeah, I know some people, we're talking about they put a, like a, what is it called? A QR code to their social media. I forgot an outro. I guess technically I have to do like an intro. Oshi Oasis? And then outro. What the? Oh, that was weird. I guess I made it like a title in the document. Outro. That's fair. And that way, again, like if people want to recap the video. Outgrow. Outro. Did I spell outro? I'm back, y'all. Welcome back, Klizik. I screamed. You probably shouldn't scream. You don't want to disturb your neighbors. You know what I mean? I bet they don't really like the screaming. And put your logo in the middle of the QR code. That's smart. Should I be afraid of AI? If you focus on running a business as a content creator, no, but no, of course, with citations. Just illustrations. Yeah, but then I guess like I'm not really teaching people how to just be an artist online. Because I specifically said merch store. Yes. Content creation. Makes it more obvious you're a human. Physics is our local class clown, to say the least. Clizzix, you are the class clown. Local piss boy. Guys. Makes it more obvious you're human. Which is more attractive. I also use the word attractive often, but I mean it as in like it attracts, you know, positive attention. But some people think I mean it as in like visually attracting, and that's not the case. If Clizzix's the class clown, who am I? I think you're the good student that you can participate in the shenanigans. But Clizzix is the one that we always have to put out in the hall for detention, like in timeout. Like Clizzix are like, all right, go stand in the hall. That's Clizzix. The ranch is the only way. Is that a Dr. Phil reference? Remember when he used to do the ranch all the time? You're obviously here, which is attractive in this day and age. Not to mention, if you... Where should I put this? I don't know if I should put it here. If you content create, if you become... how do I say this? If you... Content create... I'll just say it for now. Content create? If you content. Am I good, class clown mother? I think you're good. I think you're good. Content create. Oh, frick. I forgot what I was saying. That's much if you content create, it will attract people who look up to you and want to see the process too. To see if the process is tangible for them. Process is possible for them too. I thought it was so funny. It's funny. I only recently, what was it? Maybe a year or two ago, realized how many artists that also follow me. If you content be nice. It is possible for others. I only recently realized that a lot of other artists actually follow me. I thought that was really, really funny. I think it's kind of like, again, like, you know, they're inspired. I don't know why that didn't dawn on me. But it was funny because, like, where was I? I was at a convention. And a lot of them, a lot of people had, like, exhibitor badges. And they said, like, artist badges. And I'm like, where are you guys coming from? My mom told me a saying and surprising that's very real. What is the real saying that your mom told you, Clizzix? Dr. Phil with the guy from Bum Fights? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I gotta look into that. Are we a class and you're our teacher? Yeah, why not? I mean, I'm like literally working right here, kinda. I need glasses. As long as they consent, you have no need to repent. I guess so. I guess I can, I guess that's valid. Makes it more obvious you're human, which is attractive in this day and age. A lot of people found you. Yeah, so I was talking like more so like as in like my business aspect, like supporting me on Instagram and like before the whatever, what is it? Before the content, art content. Why am I lose my brain? I'm low on glucose or something. But no, like a lot of people have followed my business journey and like seen like how I've grown, and I didn't realize that they're like kind of like following me as like they're inspired kind of thing. Where's my chapstick? Talk about how they both. Okay, hold on. Talked about how they both make money exploiting vulnerable people. Ah, I see. They had more of those from B back in the Stone Age. Wait, what's from B? I'm putting on chapstick. I like Duck's advice better. You guys are funny. I don't know what the hell you guys are saying 9 times out of 10. Which is very interesting or entertaining on my end, to say the least. Alright. Fear of getting started. I have absolute ego. I do kind of need to talk about that. I don't know. Good. You must have confidence in yourself. Oops, I have your stuff everywhere. How much stock to buy? Mention you must have confidence in yourself. Ignore the haters that call confidence delusion. I like that. In yourself. Ignore the haters. I will change that because that sounds very childish, but you got the idea. Ignore the haters that call your confidence delusion. It's actually low-key kind of real though. Did someone say twinks? Oh god, here comes a twink and yaoi boy chat. I won in an auction recently, that yaoi Jesus figure poster. It's like, that'd make a good giveaway. I know like a lot of people like that little yaoi Jesus guy. I have no context from here from. I love problematic twinks. Yaoi Jesus. Yeah, it's that like blue guy from what, Dramatical Murder? At least that's what I always hear people say. Yaoi Jesus. Yeah, I love how I type in Yaoi Jesus and he pops up. I don't know why he's called that, but I'm like, this is Yaoi Jesus. That's so funny. Like, he's like all like, yeah, if you look him up, Shikikon, the 4chan user. I'm a 4chan user. I think that's so funny how that's like so controversially perceived. When again, Twitter is like the worst social media, the most negative and toxic, racist social media I've ever seen in my life. Building an audience, driving people to your store. I think I answered that question down below. Dramatical Murder. Yeah, everyone was talking about it. I really like his hair, but I know nothing about the series. Twitter and Instagram scares me. Twitter is like, I only am there because it's like, it's good. It sucks because like I find so many good artists on Twitter. Like for example, I found this little, you know, this guy, my Rin, the black haired little doll I have over here. I saw this in a passing post on Twitter, and as an adoptable, I'm like, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'm so glad that I did. You know, because someone else could have adopted her, and then I wouldn't have this adorable. Look at this. Oh, look at how cute that is. You know what I mean? So it's like I have that happen all the time. And actually, speaking of which, my 3D modeler, I'm gonna do a 3D model. What's it called? My 3D modeler, I found him on Twitter. So it's like, that's what sucks, is there's so many people on Twitter. It's good, but it's like, it is so, I've never, and again, I'm not one, again, like, you know, I'm a mixed ethnicity. I'm not one to do the whole like racism thing. It's like, I've never seen so much actual racism on Twitter, other than Twitter before. It's crazy. Katawa Shoujo. Yeah, I was actually going to draw, you know, the remake that they brought to Steam, which is so funny because they took away the H scenes. I was actually going to draw some of the characters from there because they put out a fan art policy saying it was fine to draw characters from Katawa Shoujo. I mean, I really liked Emmy, the one without the legs. She was really cute. Wasn't a fan. I think Rin with no arms. I wasn't really a big fan of Rin. Hanako, please, I beg you. Like that. Like that's like, and plus like, you know, it's like that's like a. It's like one of those series, like, if you know, you know. You know what I mean? How do I set up art commissions? Somebody asks. Oh, that's so funny. The person who asked that was one of the person who won the art contest. Where do I begin? I don't think I can really... I don't think I can really handle that topic. So like, I'm doing like an art business online, which is not commissions. Which I guess technically... Okay, I probably should, Katawa Shoujo was great. Yeah, it really was. I cried my eyes out. Yeah, I think they handled the H scenes pretty well. It's like a respectable thing, because it's like I don't like it when people are like, I was supposed to say sexualizing sex. But it's like when people are so like, it's a human thing. It's a human nature thing, you know what I mean? Your bond becomes closer to someone when you have sexual intercourse with them. And I think that's just a fact of life and a fact of social creatures. You know what I mean? So I do think they handled it. They handled it in a very respectful way. Like it's kind of like it's just something that happened. Papercraft and origami. I don't remember. I used to be on toy all the time. But my main one was fit. I was on fit all the time. Fit was so funny. Like this misspreading of like information, like fitness information was so funny. Like there was a time period where everyone was obsessed with like eating raw onions because I guess there was one article saying that like this guy's testosterone increased if he ate raw onions. And so the onions was a really, really funny arc on Fit. And then who was that other guy? Scooby? Scooby was a funny fitness influencer. What in the Shrek? The sex isn't always just that. But it can very much heavily lean to intimacy. I wish it was more seen as more of an intimate thing. You know what I mean? I feel like one of the problems with this kind of upcoming like generation is, and not to be like a prude like Christian or whatever, like sex is between two people who love or whatever, but I think regardless if you truly love the person you're having intercourse with or not, it is an intimate act and you cannot, I feel like you cannot state otherwise. You know what I mean? I guess you technically could, but it's like I don't think we should state otherwise. International shipping, that's fair. I think Etsy kind of covers that. I guess I just also need to mention, like, do you guys have any like really dumb questions that you're like, oh, this is such a dumb question to ask about a business? Because I feel like including that type of question that helps. Customer pays, like for example, customer pays the shipping label. Do people know that? Thank you, Snacks. Oh man. Was it WT Snacks? Where's Moot? Where is Moot, by the way? I think he got a job at Google and he just fucked off the face of the earth. Oops. Oh god, I hope Clissix says it in here. I'm gonna add to my swear job. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of 4chan has really changed. It's really changed, and I think that's so funny. I think because it's like it's died down as far as its popularity. Now, again, like genuinely, all the toxic people are on Twitter. Where's Moot though? Oh god, you are here, Clissix. I was hoping you didn't hear it. 9 buckaroos. Oh god, I appreciate you keeping track. Hopefully next stream I'm not so much in debt. Would you recommend starting on another platform like Etsy, Big Cartel, making your own website from the start? Never, ever making your own. God, I need to include that. Never make your own website from the start. So many people think that you need to make your own website. There's so many like free websites nowadays. I kind of follow that in. If you do your own. Where's the Etsy part? Etsy. Oh, it's me yapping about me. Whoops. Oh god, I have a lot. Etsy. There we go. Etsy. Many refugees scattered to Reddit. I like when people make fun of Reddit. They're like, nice Reddit post. A lot of modern terminology. Yeah, don't even get me started. I saw misinformation there, like the based. Which is so funny. The word based used to mean like a controversial opinion that you agreed with. But everyone just means like, thinks based means like, oh, that's cool. And I'm like, my culture's not your costume. My culture's not your costume. Oh god. Next stream you got that potty mouth. I'll try my best, Clizzix. I think it's because like I have to do a little bit more engagement with understanding this like paper, so it gets me all thank you for the gold. I love that. Thank you for the gold guide. Oh god, I love when people make fun of people on Reddit. Remember when woke didn't just mean left-leaning politics about being aware of government and their evils? Yeah, you know, funny enough, I very vaguely remember that actually. But it's so, I saw, do you know the, what, inner brackets, TFW, like that feeling when, or that face when? I always use it as like that face when, and I'm pretty sure it's like, that's how it's originated. But I saw, a commercial say that, like, that feeling when, like TFW, I'm like, I never thought we'd see like 4chan acronyms in like modern like commercial. It's wild. It is absolutely wild. But I think based is the most corny and cringe thing ever because everyone uses it incorrectly from what it originally meant. It used to be someone would state a very, very controversial opinion and you agreed with that controversial opinion, and that's what made it based. Base take. Just this once, I'll allow it. But still, yeah, that face went exactly in the reaction image, and it's like they switched it, and it's like the green text posting. Why did we get green? I've done, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I did green text posting a few times, secondly on Twitter. But like, my culture is not your costume. I'm one of those deep basement dwellers, guys, when it comes to the internet. And oh my god, seeing it normalize is certainly something, to say the least. Yeah, I don't know if I should address commissions. So I'll put my disclaimer because I said I don't think it's a good return on investment. Oh, did I elaborate there? I don't know if I elaborated more. I think I elaborated in chat more about return on investment. Let's see. Oh god, is there a way I could search this document? Because I've typed way too much. Can we talk about the word literally? I use literally a lot. I think that's my yuppie valley girl coming out sometimes. Literally. I literally can't believe you're bringing that up. The normalization of 4chan lingo and its impact in society is wild. If you're really, really deep 4chaner, you guys remember pools closed? Oh man. Remember Habbo Hotel? That was wild. I think they had to close Habbo Hotel down. Oh god. Yeah. That made so much cat. Everything starts in 4chan. Everything does. And it's so funny. It took to see like all the funny stuff on 4chan that like it took literally like 10 years for it to come to like the normie world. And I thought that was kind of funny to see. Like people started doing it IRL. Yeah, I heard about that actually. Safe places to have your work produced without theft. Safe places to promote. I'm looking over these comments. I'm reading some comments because people were asking me questions about the business. So I'm like looking over these comments to see if anything I can include. I remember Habbo. All your base belong to us. Yeah. Wow. Class. Icon has cheeseburger. Oh man. The afros. Yeah, I know. The uniformity was mad funny. Like everyone dressing up the exact same thing. Oh man. Those were the good old days. Alright, why does Instagram literally said they sorted my questions through for you? What the? I obviously want to see most recent. Someone just comments wood. What the? I guess I can elaborate more on manufacturers right now. Okay. Saying old head 4chaners in here is making me shy. You feel welcome to anything. That one guy in K who learned Russian just to play Stalker. I was not a big K. A lot of people big in the K and what's X paranormal. A lot of people really like that. I tried so hard to get into the whole paranormal stuff and I did not really get into it. Yeah, I was mostly a fitness person on there. Which fit was so funny. So funny. And then CGL, when I was big into the whole Lolita stuff, I was big into CGL. And there's a big artist alley community actually on CGL, the board. And that was easily like the foundation of my business, and getting advice from other people who were doing artist alley was on CGL. So I feel like even if I sat here and pretend to hide the 4chan, which I think is so funny, like why are people like everyone's act like, oh, we can't talk about 4chan, we gotta hide it, and it's like it's a social media platform like anywhere else, you know what I mean? And yeah, so it's like I'll say like the foundation of my business was like on CGL and what's it called? I got a lot of art advice from artwork and critique. I forgot what the acronym was. VG. I pop in. I remember watching Black Rock Shooter on A, and that was actually really, really cool. And funny enough, I actually knew back in the day, I saw Nyanner's posts. I thought that was my little like that's my little moment of like, knowing a celebrity, if you will. I literally saw Nyanner's posting on A. And yeah, I think it was mostly just A. But I thought that was yep, there's cops outside, Clissics. But I was like, man. She would always do the voice vocaroos on A. And I was a little jealous of all the attention she was getting, I'm not gonna lie. Nanners hates it. Man, I mean, it's just like a fact of the matter. I guess if, she has like a bad experience with it. Because I know for a while, people were like mad trying to witch hunt people for, mentioning 4chan. And I'm just like, it's just like a really, really common thing. There's a lot of good resources. It really is. Like, the thing about like 4chan is like you can ask questions that are dumb as hell. And, get an answer without, judgment or people going through your post history like on Reddit. And that's what I always really liked about 4chan. Because like, there's a lot of like what's it called? VTuber? There's a VTuber board now. And you can ask them for support for an aspiring VTuber. And they have like a lot of good resources, actually. EDP fans? I don't understand. What EDP? Okay, I'm confused about the EDP fans. That's crazy. Did you know EDP, I think, lives in Vegas here? I think he was, like, homeless last reported. Clissics, are you role-playing in chat? I mean, 4chan has a reputation of being full fans of the Australian painter. Yeah, so I think the issue about that is people, don't understand that there's blue boards and there's red boards. And the red boards, yes, can be insane. Like, they have, like, little to no moderation. So, like, so I think like, like the politics and stuff like that, they are unhinged. They're insane. Like, but it's like, I guess like I never did the, what's it called? The red boards. But yeah, so a lot of the blue boards are heavily moderated and you can't show not safe for work content without like what's it called? Like an image thingy that blocks it. So it's like way more moderated. But I've quite literally seen like more dead bodies on Twitter like in the past year. And very racial things and very negative things and very white supremacy things on Twitter that I've ever really seen in 4chan. But then granted, I never went to those parts of 4chan that I guess had that kind of environment. Advice is still an amazing place. I've heard about that. I heard Advice. There was another really like a social board where people would post like kind of selfies. I wonder if that was Advice. I think it was a different one. The stories and information posts here are an artistic work of fiction and falsehood, only fool taking thing. Yeah, and it really, really taught you where it's like you can like look at people's posts and not take them seriously because on the Mediterranean basket weaving forum, no one's taking anything seriously. So it kind of like taught you to like, okay, listen to what this guy is saying, but like maybe he's probably lying, so you have to fact check yourself. So I always found it so funny that people kind of go ballistic about the whole 4chan reputation. I've given up on Twitter. I search any female character and all I get is AI hentai images. Yeah, not to mention, and it's like again like there's a time and place for everything. And what I personally don't like, I'm not gonna go into a tangent. I go into this every single time I do this. I don't like how pornography is so easily accessible to the entire audience of Twitter. That's all I'm gonna say because I will go into a tangent about that. I do not like it how easily accessible porn is on a Twitter. But yeah, so I always found it so funny. I was like, I've never seen worse content than here on Twitter. And it's like, if people Twitter's insane. I like it when I see people with like the worst take possible, and I go to their account, and they're it says like they have like 50,000 tweets. And I'm like, this is all I needed to know. At least if it was human made, yeah. But 4chan, for the most part, has always been a really good place to get feedback and stuff like that. And some of it's useless, but it teaches you to understand that, like, this person is useless. Let's go through information that's valuable. It's crazy that 4chan had it right from the start, but people don't like it. Porn, non-porn should be 100% segregated. Agreed. Agreed. Isn't that funny? That actually is so funny that you say that. Because, yeah, they've always, like, separated those two things. That's so funny. Because, like, yeah, it's a time and place for everything. Like, I'm on Twitter. I was, like, I don't remember where I was. I was in public, and I'm, like, on Twitter, and, like, the most grotesque image pops up on my screen. On my, Pro Max iPhone. For the world to see screen brightness to 100. And it's like, that sucks. Good night, chat/K. I hope my Latvian brothers delivers my Miku scale unharmed. Hopefully. Flare Devil, thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for the membership. Meanwhile, I've trained my algorithm over the years on Twitter to show me 90% lewd. He's like, I've worked for this. What are you guys complaining for? I've worked for this. You don't know how hard I've worked to create this. That's funny. But it's just like a time and place for anything. It's like, I will scroll social media, like, publicly, and it's like, you know what I mean? Boom, its ass. It's my feed. You can't tell me what I put on my feed. That's fair. That's fair. I think as far as this, let's see how we're at 5 hours 30 minutes. That's only my Twitter algorithm. I swear to God, so then what the hell's wrong with mine? Because mine is the most controversial takes, and I block. I guess I swear to God, if like Elon has it to where it's like, if you block an account, it further gets you to interact with more accounts similar, I'm gonna lose my shit. Because like every time I see the most uneducated and brain dead take, it's always on Twitter. And I don't interact, I just block the person right away. And it's like, it's the most negative thing, like this person, like, I gave birth and my husband immediately cheated on me. It's like, I don't want this such negativity. Like, that was the first tweet I just read. Do you ever click at it and look at it longer? Maybe. I don't click at it, but I do read it. So, I mean, it probably, like, takes into consideration that I'm reading. And then, like, controversial takes about how people, I don't know, how people should handle grief. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to read that. I hate Twitter, dude. I hate it. But I'm being salty. Elon is boosting people with more spicy takes. And, like, yeah, like, what is it called? What is it called? When you farm for engagement farmers, where they say the most brain dead take intentionally, and they get paid for it? Good God. Twitter stands against everything I stand for. I've got myself into a bit of the pickle. What's the pickle? Money? Money? Money. Yeah, the algorithm definitely just gives you whatever you engage with. And that's what's like, it's like a trap, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just so much rage bait. Stock to buy. Safe bet, 5 to 10 pieces. Pieces. Per design. Okay, pre-order versus non-pre-order. Okay, let me look at over everything I've kind of written. Why is my... What the hell is happening? Do you see this? It's just repeating. Oh, I think I've been writing in the header. Maybe? Like, look, you say how much stock to buy fan art original, how much stock to buy fan art religion. I was writing in the header. Oh, God. So I ordered 50 sheets of matte sticker paper, but found the glossy prints better. I don't care when I ordered in the first place, and I asked to exchange it. But the problem, yeah, they definitely will. If you ordered it, they will definitely not exchange it, especially for a custom, thing. Well, unless it's like printer paper. Is it your prints or is it printer paper? Also, what about the Yaoi Jesus since my internet died? Oh, I just remember like there's this Alba, I think from Dramatical Murder. They call him Yaoi Jesus. And I recently won a poster of his figure in an auction. And that's what I was talking about. That is so funny. I've been writing in this margin. You see how it's like on everything? I gotta shift this around. God, why can't I shift? There we go. Cut. Should I select conventions? Banner. Put that right around here. Will ever check out Blue Sky? I think the problem with Blue Sky is, like, truly, it's a double-edged sword. Twitter is interesting and engaging, and everyone's there. And I see mostly only creatives on Blue Sky. So although I like the environment, me personally, I would just rather post on my community tab than post on Blue Sky. Trends hopping when starting out. Should I select conventions? I'll do that here. And then I'll go into detail about manufacturing. I told him it's still in perfect condition. I forgot what they do. They already sent the glossy. Just email and tell them I made a mistake. It depends on the size of the company. I'm a little confused. Okay. You asked to exchange them. I don't think they'll count, and I don't think they'll care. Like, personally, when people do exchanges for me, I just don't care that much. Sometimes it's just the fact that whether or not they ship it back is the most important part. But I don't think they'll count the pieces. Literally the only reason why I keep my Twitter account is because the vast majority of artists I follow are based out of Japan, Korea, China, would not switched over in mass. Yeah, agreed. Blue Sky has moderation issues I'm not a fan of. Also, the whole is Twitter, but not Twitter. Doesn't bring the table for most people. Yeah, I kind of heard about the whole, some of the moderation on Blue Sky. And I don't know any of the details, but it's like, I see this as the benefit of Twitter kind of being like a free-for-all. You know, there's a gift and curse. Manufacturers. Prints. Charms. Enamel pins. Enamel pins, I cannot give a singular manufacturer for, because I don't have one. What else? Shipping. Material. Oh, I did not cover shipping material at all. I just feel so bad. I'm panicking. If it's a company, they account for these types of mistakes and issues in orders, so don't panic at all. Whoopsie. Oh, that was me. That's what I did that for. Yeah, because like I have it in my budget, and I can write off my taxes, of course. It's like missing orders, broken, damaged orders, just one of those things, you know. So don't worry about it. I'll manufacture your enamel pins by hand. Could you imagine? They actually are. They're hand painted. That's why enamel pins are so expensive, as they are hand and individually painted, and that's why there's such a high level of error for enamel pins. We give away Mr. Yowie Jesus, or we keep him. It's just a poster of him, but I'll probably do it in a giveaway. A question that actually matter, are these manufacturers only for the US? The majority of manufacturers are going to be overseas because it is cheaper. It is cheaper. And a lot of countries like China, for example, they're trying to obliterate the US as far as like... So the relationship between China and the United States is very coexisting, like symbiotic, I think is the word. So China knows that US, the most of our manufacturing comes from China. They encourage their, like the people, the population of China to start manufacturing businesses. So they provide better resources, that their government provides better resources for manufacturing businesses than what America provides for their people in starting a manufacturing business. So it's like, think of it as like they have like a really, really good incentive to start a manufacturing business in China versus us. It's really, really hard because you have to fund everything out of pocket. You see what I'm saying? So China is playing the long-term game of getting US as their like #1 customer, and I believe the US actually is their #1 customer as far as manufacturing goes. So we're in this like really, really tightly knit dance. So it's very, very unlikely the US will ever give into manufacturing, you know, and creating these things. And in fact, for example, I believe we don't allow in America certain types of manufacturing processes to happen because it's similar to like a mint. And so I don't even think you're legally allowed to have a enamel pin manufacturer or like enamel pin machine in the United States because it can so closely like resemble a minting machine, which can create fake money. So it's like, it will always generally be the case that it'll be overseas you purchase, you make inventory purchases. So when I talk about in manufacturing, I'm generally referring to like China and overseas. I wonder how the potential tariffs might affect all of this. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Trump had tariffs on our last presidency. But there is a high possibility. See, honestly, so if I had to do a lot of tutoring for the whole economic nonsense, I don't even know what it's called, about the relationship. What is the word called? International relations, I think is the word. The thing is like China. So if Trump puts tariffs on manufactured goods on China, it's first of all so silly because they have access to technology and machine that we don't even have in America. So that first of all is a huge problem. Second of all, again, hold on, I lost my train of thought. So if they induce, like if they enact those tariffs to get us to manufacture over here, there's like I promise you, there's like almost not a single like charm manufacturer in the United States. Just because like the machines are so expensive, because like, you know, these giant ass machines, Clissix is gonna kill me. These giant machines are manufactured in China, so it's like they don't have to ship those machines overseas. So it's like they specialize in these machinery, and it's like catered to the Chinese economy, like, you know, their whole populace and stuff like that. So it's like we don't have people that we can just fly over from China to fix the machines, for example. You know what I mean? So importing these machines is extremely hard. So it's like there's no manufacturer. Hello, Rosie Rose, how are you doing? So there's no, you know, manufacturers over here for some, you know, some of these specialty goods. And then China is retaliating by taking some of their natural resources and material. I believe it's not plutonium, but it's a it's a material that China uses, or excuse me, all these other countries use to manufacture like chips and boards and stuff like that, which Taiwan also is really is a really good country that produces this material. And China said they're either going to stop the imports of this material if Trump puts these tariffs on their country. So their silica, is that what is it? I don't know specifically. But so like these people, you know, Trump and China, America and China, they're doing like the stalemate. They're like, okay, well, if you're going to put tariff imports on my goods, we're going to either stop or put import bans on your goods. And so now we're at this weird stalemate. So I don't know. I do not know if the tariffs will go through. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, because it's like Trump also said like Mexican tariffs as well, if I'm not mistaken, which is mad funny because like how much vegetables, and not to mention a lot of our food actually comes from China. Like a lot of a very highly processed food comes from China. So like a lot of candy and stuff like that, believe it or not, is from China and imported over. My submission never got viewed. I only got through, I think, like 250 submissions, and there was 1,000, almost 1,100 submissions. So I will be continuing the live stream at a later time. I just had to work on some stuff here, but I will be continuing the live stream and going over more people's submissions. So it's like, it's not that it hasn't been viewed, it just hasn't been viewed yet. It helps for if it helps the billionaires, the tariffs will go through, but I don't even think it'll help the billionaires, because like a lot of people, you know, all of our manufacturing, and this is what China's been wanting for so long. You know, I think good for them, because like, you know, I think it creates like a good, you know, it's a good thing for their country to like always have a customer, which is America in a sense, for, you know, historic, you know, in the future. A lot of people, like all of our manufacturing is in China. And that's just a fact. And the government of China rewards their population by giving them special grants, you know, special access to, you know, warehouses and stuff like that, because it can, you know, get the Americans to buy all their manufacturing in China. So I'm curious to see how this all goes out. Trump is a proxy for the oligarchy. What is the oligarchy? I don't know what that word means. I got mad lucky to have my submission seen when I was there. Yeah, you did. Rooting for China on this one. Yeah, it's like, it's just one of those, it's such a difficult little thing, because like, you know, Americans don't agree with, you know, China's censorship and policy and stuff like that. And I think that's very fair, because like our whole thing is like anti-censorship. But once you start getting involved with like the manufacturing, we are so closely like intertwined with China as far as like our economies. I think at this point it's almost impossible to untangle ourselves. The idea behind it is short-term pain for long-term gain by bringing manufacturers back to the US. I don't think, especially right now, I don't think we're financially in a economy to afford that. And yes, that sounds good in theory. I don't think our insane recession we're in, like everyone can sit here and pretend we're not in a recession. We definitely are. Let's be real. Like inflation is so high. And again, the way that they measure inflation, I believe is incorrect. So it's like, I think inflation is way higher than what we are, measuring right now. So it's just like, it's like in theory it works, but I really think we are too intertwined with China and their manufacturing to break apart at this point. The idea behind it is a ransom tax exemptions for larger corpos. I don't exactly understand what you mean by that, but I'd love if you elaborated. Ransom tax exemptions. Are you saying like, big companies can try and to where they have like they get tax exemptions, but like say small guys like me doesn't, so it's like they knock out the small competition? Is that what it's kind of saying? Inflation is measured how much money Inflation is measured by how much money makes its way to the top 1% doesn't trickle down, the way Reagan put it. The more money that makes its way to the top, the more money that's functionally removed from circulation. That's a little too much for me to understand, I'm not gonna lie. So whatever that meant. All I know is that, it's like, and it's very interesting to see what exactly caused all of this recession. I believe it was like, I don't know, is this all just like a what's it called? Like a domino effect from the fact that we went a period of time where nobody was buying things and, from COVID? Is this all just a domino effect of that? That will hopefully remediate down, say 3-4 years down the road? Or is this again like a spending problem that America has? Because America has an overconsumption problem, let's be so real. But at the same time, like everything's getting more expensive. We no longer own our products anymore. It's all subscription based. We're all like, insurance is going high. Cars are becoming so technologically advanced. They're becoming so expensive to fix if they break. So insurance rates are going up because we're having a period of, what's it called? Unemployment, I believe is relatively high. So that means crime's going up. That means like home insurance is going up. That means like business insurance is going up. I will say like, even like for, what is it called? I have to get convention insurance. Oh, should I include that? It depends on the convention though. I don't think I'll include that because the convention requires an insurance and they kind of walk you through it. That's going up in price. So it's just like, it's one of those things which is like, I'm so curious. And then like AI taking all of these little small jobs where people like, needed these jobs, all of this automation at, you go to restaurants and stuff like that. It's harder for people to have like cashier jobs. Like, good God, Walmart. I don't know about you guys, but like all the Walmarts in Las Vegas, they replaced like everything with self-checkout, and it like means less jobs. More like big companies get to pay the politicians $20 million to put terrorists. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. Yeah, and that's what it is. It's like when it comes to the world of business and like actually being a person who wants to financially succeed, it's always looking for the loopholes in these situations, taking advantage of them, and then once you've gotten your fill of the loophole, like make sure that loophole becomes sealed up to where like the small people can't take advantage of that loophole. That's what I've really realized. And basically this company raises prices due to inflation. Company reports record profits. C-suites, bellends, pat themselves in the back and pat their wallets in the tune of $1 billion. Several companies follow suits, hundreds of billions of dollars down the hands of people who will not spend it. But it said, oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Statistically speaking, the economy under Biden wasn't bad. The problem is with Biden himself. Isn't with Biden himself. This has been going on for years. That's what I'm saying. It seemed like it was just all a trickle thing. Because like, didn't we get stimulus checks under Trump? And I don't think stimulus checks was the problem for the whole inflation. I think it was the PPP loans and how many people took advantage of the PPP loans who didn't need it actually. Like, I don't know if you guys are like following, but like some of these people are actually getting finally caught for taking advantage of PPP loans. But that was the the big thing. Like some of these huge sneaker companies, and like I think for example, I think Kanye took advantage of the what's it called? He was considered a small business because like a small business is considered under 100 employees, I believe legally in the United States if I recall correctly, and that's so crazy. That me and Kanye are small business employers, business owners. Me and Kanye are both small business people. You know what I mean? So it's like those types of things. It's just like, oh God. Because like truly, you know, taking that into consideration, if Kanye's a small business owner, I am a micro business owner. I really am. So the fact that, you know, people with quote unquote small businesses got to take advantage of these PPP loans, I think that's what kind of threw us into this huge thing. And then interest rates for loans went up and skyrocketed, I believe, again, because everyone was getting these PPP interest rates, or excuse me, PPP loans. So it was just, again, it's just one of those situations. People saw vulnerability. They took advantage of it. They profited from it. And of course, now we don't have those PPP loans, of course, because, you know, COVID's over. And we realized it wasn't that effective. And now we are here. We are here. And what do we do now? That is the question. So yeah. It was very interesting to see, wait, everything is going to play out nonetheless. I have to run to the bathroom. BRB. Piss time. Oh God. PPP time. Yeah. It's crazy. It is crazy. Alright. Stickers. I don't know. I guess I could recommend Bowgrace for stickers. Let's see. I think all things considered, I've made a good amount of progress. Let's see if I can make this all into a coherent presentation. Let's see. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Manufacturers. Prints. Cat print. Business cards. But shout out to Cox Internet. Once I plugged my cable into the router, I've not had internet droppage. Pretty much at all. And that is so cool because I used to have that all the time, a big problem. Alright, business cards, Vista, print is a good one. I don't think I know any other. I guess Cat Print also does business cards. Maybe Fireball printing. Yeah, Ethernet is way better. Yeah, I realize it now. I started a business. I sell stickers, prints, and cards. That's cool, Rosie Rose. I hope you're doing good. Fireball printing. Business cards, Visa print. I guess technically Vograce does business cards. Shout out to Turkey. I'm confused with the turkey. Oh, it's a rooster. That's fair. Due to how Wi-Fi works, you'll always get worse quality service. That makes sense. It makes so much sense. I thought that was so funny that like it did not dawn on me to do that. Vistaprint, charms. I don't wanna. Okay, do I recommend Woa Cry? I will. Woa Cry, Vograce, Vograce. What was that one other one? Give me a second. There was another one I knew about. Woa Cry. What kind of name is Woa Cry? Wi-Fi usually does round robin service. Will it let you one device send down? I did a little IT certification at one point, so that round robin thing sounds familiar. But I don't know exactly what it is. The child went out waiting for her. Which child? Let's see. Vogessi? I love it when these manufacturers are very obviously trying to rip off Vograce, and so it's a varying degrees of Vograce. I'll put them on here. Vogessi. It looks like Vogessi. Raisin Juice. Hello, how are you doing, Raisin Juice? I'm just working on a product here. Oh, your kitty. I see, I see. I'm just working on a presentation here. Zapp's Creatives. Do I recommend Zapp's Creatives, though? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I guess technically they did change their stuff. Okay. Zap Creatives. We'll have to pay import tax on Zap Creatives, though. Not the Vogessi. That's what I'm saying. I was like, that sounds just like Vogessi. They just ripped it off. What other ones do I know about? Also, why mobile networks are cool because they allow multiple devices to talk at the same time. So places that need a lot of devices constantly sending data can use a private cellular. Oh, I see. That kind of makes sense. Cat-wise, there's the white man. I know the white man. The child. The intruder. Priscilla, BUU, Souza, Fofo, Fofa, and a name that might be censored. A name that might be censored. That is a lot of cats. Is that 8 cats? I recommend custom stickers for making stickers. Alright, I'll try that out. I'll write that down. For stickers. Isn't sticker app a big one too? Stickers. Sticker app. Sticker mule. I know Zap Creatives I think does stickers. I did like their stickers. Let me verify. Alright, I'll verify all this later. Zap Creatives. Only the child and the white man live in my house. I see. Vograce. Enamel pins. Man, enamel pins is so hard to like. Thing is like, Vograce does make enamel pins, and I got into the biggest. In fact, I will say that was the downfall of my relationship with Vograce. We got into a big disagreement about one of my pins that I was trying to make. So it's like they technically make them, but I did not like the way they handled the situation. So it's like I don't want to recommend them. But I guess technically. Because ultimately my pins were... The issue was... My family loves cats for some reason. Everyone has at least one. That's cute. Cats are great. Vograce, I went to them with my Strawberry Miku, which that one I had the biggest nightmare of making. And I was like, can you make this? They were like, yeah, it's going to cost you this much. Okay. I paid for that this much. I paid for whatever. And they said they could make it. They quoted me. They took my money, which was like, I think for the sample it was like $500 or $600 for a singular pin, by the way. It's very average. And then a month and a half later, where again, time is of the essence when you release a new product. They're like, here's the revised artwork. Can you check it? And what they had did is they took my pin, made it just a sheet of metal, and then did printing for all the coloring. And I'm like, you quoted me, and I paid for a mold, and now you're gonna try to do a reverse-a-roo and give me a printed pin, which I don't ever want a printed pin. It is lower quality, and it is cheaper to produce. So I'm like, you're gonna take my money and tell me you can do this, and then try to like do a little switcheroo. I do not think so. It was sucks though, because like funny enough, that file was so big. I think I actually deleted those emails, and I'm like, oh, whatever. But I could not believe, I was like, you wasted so much time for you to change my product into something I did not ask for, and I paid for something else. I was so angry, and I think that was actually the catalyst of why I stopped working with them. But I will say that enamel pin was insane, so maybe that was me as a problem. Now's the time to make your impact with a grudge. Grudge impact. Shipping material, Uline, custom stickers. The only thing is like like for example, I have not tried Sticker App or Sticker Mule. So is it wrong for me technically to recommend them? I feel like it's not wrong, because like, you know, like you got to do a little bit of your own like research to see if it suits your needs. I guess I'll specify in the video that I've used these. Sticker Mule apparently sucks. Yeah, that's I know one of them was like had problems. Evening Moonlight, sorry if this was asked, I just popped in. Did you do part 2 of the art entry yet? I have not yet. I had to work on some time-sensitive material here, so I'm working on this. But I will do another live stream. The people who run it, like political, yeah, I don't know, and I don't know the drama. I'm not gonna lie, but I do kind of remember some of that. I don't know. I guess I'll put Sticker App. I don't know anything about Sticker App. My peeling off my death certificate by typing this. Thank you. No wonder. Or you're welcome. I mean. You're welcome. Shipping material. I never recommend USPS shipping material because it's overpriced. Let me see. I just use, funny enough, mostly eBay sellers. Let me see. La-di-da-di-da. I mean, Amazon is a pretty good one. Papermart. PackagingSupplies.com. I always like it when people have really simple packaging. If you use USPS, you can get free supplies. That is true, but their shipping, like the those prepaid priority boxes, are very overpriced for the weight and size that you're shipping. So if you do like those boxes that you can just pick up at the post office, that's like a one price, like whatever you buy, the box costs, what am I even trying to say here? I'm losing my mind, I'm not gonna lie. It's like it's not by the weight when you buy those boxes, so it's like it's overpriced. I never do those priority boxes. USPS employee here. I heard USPS has good benefits, so congratulations. Well, yes, the shipping and supplies can be free. They have to be shipped prior to mail. Yeah, and it's really it's really overpriced. I think my sticker paper panic attack is over. My parents also said just to send it back. Again, it depends on you and the company. I don't know exactly the full details, but I'm sure the company's gonna be fine. Yes, I'm speaking for another company technically, but it's like, you know, again, like this is part of like running a business. You'll have like these little like mishaps and stuff. Let me know, then you get your money's worth. True. True. I'll figure that out later. Cause like I use like eBay, but that's like very specific. Oh god, my model again. It was like eBay sellers most of my packaging. Ooh, what are we at? Only 6 hours? I might need to stretch, I'm not gonna lie. Give me a second. Move it, kitty. And then tomorrow, I have to do really early. Tomorrow, oh, my silly dumb cat. She is so cute. I have to do a video on all this. They're relatively big. IDK, I'm just worried I'll be blacklisted. You worry not. So you have to remember when it comes to worrying, is it probable of happening? Or is it possible of happening? You know, is it probable, which is more likely to happen, that you get blacklisted? Not really. Especially if you've, you know, you've purchased from them. You have a higher likelihood of coming back and purchasing again. So it's not really probable of happening. Is it possible? Yes. It is possible you get blacklisted, but it's very improbable, you know? So try not to get those, when it comes to worrying, get those two confused. But you should be fine. And there's always, you know, the other companies that will provide you paper. So I think it's very unlikely you'll get blacklisted. I'm back. God. That's true, and I guess if they discover the problem, I'll just tell them I'm happy to offer anything. Yeah, like, okay, remember, like, what is the worst case scenario? Do you think a relatively big size company is going to count the individual sheets of a piece of paper just to verify you are quote-unquote telling the truth? Or are they just going to probably take that material and either reuse it for a separate thing, or just give it to another customer, or sell it for a discount? It is very unlikely that they are going to count all the little individual pieces. So, you know, that being said, it's not very, it's certainly possible, but it's not probable that they're going to count all the pieces. And on top of that, worst case, let's say that they found out that you accidentally gypped them 2 pieces of paper. You accidentally, or you intentionally stole 2 pieces of paper from them. The worst case scenario is them going to say, hey, do you mind paying the difference? But are they going to ask you to pay the difference for 2 pieces of paper? Is very unlikely. Good day to have anxiety. So, I think you're definitely overthinking it, to say the least. I love stretching. Your tail is hypnotic. Thank you. It usually works better. I'm using a Shoost scene right now, so you can see my little coffee store. Hold on. Which I bought this little scene this morning. I thought it was perfect. See my little coffee store. Let me scoot over, actually. There we go. I'm technically not working. I'm stretching. But here's my tail in all its glory. I can fast tail. If they resell it, let's just pray that the customer doesn't count. XOXO. I mean, but then that's also technically on the company's fault for, you know, not checking. And it could be the manufacturer of the paper accidentally, you know, gave you the wrong amount of numbers. So there's a lot of errors, but it's like, either way, like that's like kind of the responsibility that companies face when they run a business. It's like those tiny little small things. You know what I mean? It is very unlikely they'll resell it, especially if the package is open. They'll probably just highly discount it, if I were to guess. Welcome to the average day in my life. I need meds. You're funny. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's always medication that helps with anxiety, because I do have, like, you know, anxiety myself too of certain things. I think like a lot of reframing your thoughts is what really helps me personally. And because I think they said the most effective solution to anxiety is not a medication, but a CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, which has to do with, like, you know, rerouting kind of like how your mind processes things. It's so fast. I know, right? Oh, it feels so good to stretch. Thanks for putting up with my little dilemma. It's not a dilemma, and feel free to, you know, always ask for, you know, other people's opinions. Because I know it really helps, like, you know, when you're sometimes, like, real stressed about something or real upset about something. It's always good to talk it out. You know, and I'm always, you know, here for you. Checking back in. What's up, chat? Rasputin. I'm dying. I'm not gonna lie. I'm dying, but I got to persevere, to say the least. I gotta persevere. Let me think. What else? I have to do some emailing. I look at this little coffee store. Isn't this so cute? The little birds in the window are chirping. You ending soon? No, I'm not actually. I think I'll still do my little 8 hours. I thought I 4, 5, 6. What time did I start streaming today? It was like 10. It was like 9:45, I think. Keep going on the paper. Don't give up. True. That is true. I gotta be where's my little thingy? Because I do have to do this. Where is my mouse? Hold on. There we go. Put you over there. Oops, I'm cutting off my little doll. I want to make it too. I really just love the way the background looks. I hope that kind of shows through. Look at my cute little guys. I'll see you at your panel at Holiday Matsuri. Oh, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I'm working on it right now. Thank you for doing it. It's very exciting. I'm trying to get into Artist Alley myself and build up my business, so I love the tips. Yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to let me know, you know? I'm always here to answer them. It's perfect, you know, because like any personal questions you have, I can answer them to the best of my ability. Open your box and you only get it as is. Yeah, that's what I think they'll probably do with that. Don't stop papering. In my zone, you've been recording since 12. Oh, I see. I like how there's movement in the background. Same thing. I agree. My furniture that's slightly dented from delivery ends up super cheap. Yeah. Exactly. They can do open box stuff and make it a real good discount and still make a profit off of it. Does flirting with customers make me more money? That's a great question. I'm assuming so. Let's be real. I'm assuming so. If I did more conventions I always wanted to try kind of like dressing up like a booth babe thing and see if I increase sales. I think that would be so funny. Like just straight like, I don't know, bunny girl cosplay and see if that brings more sales. And if it does, it is what it is. Everybody has a job. You gotta do what you gotta do. I got it. Oh, my throat. Hey, just wondering how come all the winners are chosen already? Just wondering how all the winners are chosen already? What do you mean? The contest ended and the winners were elected. I think I'm a little confused at what you're asking. I have to go. Jeff Jefferson, I appreciate you stopping by. Oh, good. I'm glad you're going on a walk. Walking is exciting. I went on a walk the other day. Walking is so nice. That'd work on me. Do you have opinions on sharing a booth at Artist Alley? Do you think that'll affect your acceptance? It depends if you guys both are submitting like a resume, because like, you know, sometimes, you know, conventions that run the booth are looking for particular art styles and stuff like that. So if you guys' art styles are so separate, I could see that technically affecting. I don't really see nowadays, people sharing booths so much, and I'm not really sure why. I think it might be because like some of these conventions are now requiring more insurances to vend at their conventions. And maybe that whole insurance policy is kind of hard, but I will say I don't know. I've never shared a booth with somebody, but then it also comes down like you guys are sharing very close space. And I've heard horror stories of people saying like, you know, one person's performing really, really well and the other one's not. So it's like, that's a really good question, but I don't know the exact answer to that one. My friend went 100 and buy up his bunny girl outfit. He's obsessed. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. Soccer cons on Easter weekend. Oh, that actually is really funny. That's really smart. Good night or afternoon. Good night, Jeff Jefferson. Appreciate you stopping by. I thought you had not viewed. Oh, okay. So I viewed all the drawings personally. I'm just viewing them publicly on stream. So that way everyone can see all the different illustrations. And, you know, I can just talk about them and showcase them, you know, in a live stream. So yeah, I've personally seen all the illustrations. But I have not publicly shown all of them. And I was trying to do that in a live stream. And for whatever reason, I thought I could do that and accomplish that in a singular live stream. And I kind of really realized how long I was taking per entry in that live stream. And I realized it's going to be a multiple part piece. Okay, thanks. No problem, Char. Some conventions are also charging a little more. Bleh. Some conventions also charge a little more for shared booths. So that doesn't even make sense, though. Why would they do that? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. I feel like that's just like a way to be a little bit greedy. How many did you get through roughly the first stream? I don't know, maybe 200. Maybe 200. Maybe. I don't know. I think someone was keeping a check after a while. Shipping material. What's your favorite con to vend at? Do you have a favorite? My favorite one, personally, is Anime Expo, because it's huge and it's very exciting. As far as profit, MomoCon is a very profitable convention. Level Up Expo is a very profitable convention. I've heard otherwise though recently. I'm personally kind of staying away from conventions because like they're getting more expensive to vend at. You have to provide insurance. Travel's a little bit more expensive now, so I'm kind of cutting down on conventions. And they really personally stress me out. But Level Up Expo is a really good one. But I got rejected. LOL. But I personally really like Anime Expo just for the ambiance, not necessarily the profit or anything. So that's my my preference. There's so many wonderful artworks in the stream. I agree completely. Packaging material. Starting small. I'll just do starting small. And it's also hard starting small on Amazon and eBay. That's all I really got, really, because it's like you can, like, you know, different manufacturers have different things. Like the big companies in America that do shipping material, it's usually you have to buy it in bulk and you have to have space for that. And I have space for it, but I don't know if the average person has space for it. Did you ever watch the Nico Doga live streams at Anime Cons when they did them? I didn't, but I know Billing Harrington, I think, did one of those. But I personally did not. Charm stickers. Business cards. I've always just used V's to print. They're really simple. Oh. Let's see. I think that's pretty good. Oops. Alright, let's go over everything essentially. Spaniel is going to teach you how to manufacture. I think I'm always a little tired. I should probably read it out loud. This panel is going to teach you how to manufacture your artwork into physical products that can be sold online. As a starting artist, do you think a lot of your following I'm losing my mind. Sorry. Give me a second. I get some water. As a starting artist, do you think you get a lot of your following from cons or social media marketing? I've always specialized in only building my online store because it was the safest bet. Because you're not guaranteed a spot at a convention. So I prioritize my online presence the most. So I will have to say that I don't really gain a lot of followers for conventions, even though I give out business cards and stuff like that. So I definitely say like posting content, and I hate to say content because everyone gets all iffy about that word, online on social media is the best advertisement I've ever done for my quote-unquote business. Okay, found it. LOL, the market I was going to apply to for a single table is 280, but shared was 150 each. I mean, I guess that's not too much more, but, I mean, I don't see... It depends. I wonder what market... It depends on the market. I know I've attended these little small markets, and I've never, like... It's always just, like, really awkward and uncomfortable for me, personally. But that's, again, up to you, there was a funny guy who was an anime weed lord 420 on the first day. That sounds familiar. So the con made him change his name, Anime Weeble Word. Absolute Chad. Thanks for the insight, I really appreciate it. See you at Monterey. See you there. I appreciate you, you know, preemptively deciding to watch my panel. Hopefully I get it done. I will. This is not going to be a panel teaching you how to draw. I'm going to assume you already know how to draw, or at least have a minimum commissioned another artist for artwork you have permission to sell commercially. I'll be addressing this topic for 2 bullet points. I changed my mind. So I'm not going to be changing it from 2, let's see. As a hobby, because I feel like you can just listen if you want to do this as a hobby. I don't need to give you your viewpoint. I believe in you. Thank you. I appreciate that. From the viewpoint. Of a person who wants to adopt. Adopt can sound a little pretentious here, but just putting it so I can remember. In the way, handle their artwork. Oh, I guess that works. I heard some guy from high school who wasn't on the internet. Oh, I see, I see. That's fair. That's why weeaboo was a big word back in the day. Now it's kind of like a positive thing. The distinction between these 2 mindsets does not matter because I changed the 2 mindsets. As long as I get confused. What? Cat's coming up here. I need to mention how approaching it as a business is completely separate from approaching this as a hobby. Let's see. I don't have to rewrite all of this. A lot of artists make the mistake of investing too much time, initially, and unintentionally get burnt out very quickly in the beginning. I would say beginning, not begging. Begin. Name. Can I spell? Are there any reference sheets for your model so I can make some fan art? I think technically I do on social media. I appreciate your interest though. I can't get off my legs. I think in my art contest video I have links in the description, but I need to put it to where I can put it in this description too. But I think technically in that art contest video, the one where I announced the art contest, I have it in that description. A lot of artists make the mistake of investing too much money and time initially and unintentionally getting burnt out very quickly in the beginning. Whoops. Why are you capitalizing? I'm losing my mind. Truly, when it comes to building an established brand, longevity is a goal. 20% of businesses fail in their first year after opening, and 49% of small businesses fail after only 5 years. And I believe the primary reason for that is the person's approach and goals for starting the business in the first place. Which I do. About me, I'll go over that later. No, I guess. I've personally been living off my artwork for the last 6.5 years, primary source of income. I processed over 30,000 orders combined between my online storefronts, and I've personally sold over blah 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 keychains. I gotta look up that number. I primarily sell small items as they're cheaper to ship. I'm not a primarily print artist. This is intentional, as I've always preferred small goods. and they take up less space for, I don't want to say consumers, that sounds weird. For customers. I don't know why I put a bunch of X's here. Mention how many conventions that sold at. Mention you must have the confidence in yourself. Must have confidence in yourself. Ignore the haters that call your confidence a delusion. LOL. I hope people understand that's sarcasm, but it's also not sarcasm in the same way. I do not primarily do commissions as the return on the investment is generally low for artists first starting out, as the return on investment is higher when manufacturing goods. I only recommend doing commissions if the person commissioning you has an established brand that you can benefit from. I know that sounds sociopathic, but it is what it is. Benefit from via their exposure. That's just my opinion. For example, if you draw one illustration for 500. I'm back, Mother Chaos. Welcome back, Clizzix. How are you doing? 500. You only get $500. Meanwhile, if you manufacture your artwork on a bigger scale, you have a chance to sell 500 units. Units on that artwork. Good, I'm not grounded and simply got a warning from the cop. Alex, why are you messing around with the police? You gotta take that stuff seriously. You never know how, you know, people might react to your eccentric behavior. I'd love to be like some VTubers go-to artists and they commission me all the time and that'd be rad. Yeah, that's fair. Like, finding a good client, like, you know, is a good thing. Like, a lot of people don't understand, like, for a lot of, like, these historic artists, like, you know, I don't want to say Picasso, but, like, those kind of, like, big artists, they usually had, like, one super rich client that just, like, commissioned them all the time, that got their artwork out there. And so they had a really, very close, like, clientele. It was for yelling about the neighborhood. Clizzix, if you misbehave, I will time you out in chat. No more misbehaving in public. We are good donut tachis here, okay? No more misbehaving. Good client is good, but also put you in your eggs in one basket. Yeah, of course, like, yeah, exactly. One client is one thing, but that's why I was kind of like stating that, if the client, excuse me, you benefit from their fan base or whatever, then yeah, I recommend doing commissions. Yes, ma'am. You gotta be good. Of course, diversification will always be safer, but I was talking about, like, historically, like, we have these, you know, huge famous artists. It was usually just one guy being like, all right, dance for me, little artist, and he would just pay him to draw whatever, you know what I mean? It pays to be a good noodle, exactly. I had one good client, but he was odd, hashtag men. Real. But yeah, I definitely, and that's also another thing. I noticed that a lot too, like, you know, some people want to commission you for, non-art related reasons, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's why personally I don't take a lot of commissions unless I could, you know, technically benefit from the, exposure. Let's see. For example, if you draw one illustration for 500, you only get $500. Totally. Meanwhile, if you manufacture your artwork on a bigger scale, you have a chance to sell 500 units of that artwork. Here's 250 because you're my friend. Sorry, you're 25, now 17. Yeah. You gotta stay away from those types of people. A lot of people do try to buy your, intimacy? To where they get closer to you than everyone else, you know what I mean? Totally. Yeah, I mean, totally. I guess technically totally and total can work here. I like totally, but I guess being bullied is not a prostitute. So intimacy, you know, means a close, like, proximity or close relationship between two people. So it doesn't necessarily always mean sexual in nature. A prostitute would be sexual in nature. So some people will pay you, like, think of like a, like a sugar daddy relationship. A lot of times they can pay you just for intimacy, just for you being in their presence, just for you going out to eat with them. And some people try to be slick with it, and they're paying for your intimacy by acting like your friend, is kind of what I was trying to say. And sugar mommy Kaosa. You're so funny. So yeah, intimacy and, you know, sexual work is, two different things. Yeah. Learned my lesson. I feel like some people in general are kind of weird towards female anime artists. I mean, yeah, it's always going to be, like, to me, it's always, like, I mean, think about it. The people, you know, a lot of men who enjoy anime and stuff like that, a lot of people enjoy anime because it's very sexual in nature, like, inherently, like, that's where it originated. Not to say all anime art is sexual. Like, I don't draw, you know, sexual art. So it's like, you know, to see you even participate, it's kind of like, for example, I like to do cosplay and stuff like that, but it kind of like a lot of people interpret cosplay as like you're into like the weird sexual kinky stuff. And like, not to say, not to say this. Making the assumption is the problem, is what I'm saying. The assumption is the problem. And so it's like you have to like, I feel like that's like kind of normalized the anime community in a way. So yeah, it's like, to me, it's like something I've always expected. And a lot of these people who are really, really attracted to the anime universes and stuff like that tend to be socially isolated, you know, inept with talking to women and stuff like that. I noticed that a lot, and that's why I've always joked, because I did conventions, you know, for a couple of years, and I've seen these types of people in person at anime conventions, and that's why I was always talking about how I couldn't be a lewd tuber or anything like that, because like, I know what you guys look like. I know what you guys look like. I know how you guys act. And I don't think I could be comfortable being sexual around that. So I've always joked about that, but it's just like, it's like one of those unfortunate situations where it's just like, it kind of just comes with the territory. And yes, it'd be a lot better if that was not the case. But I've just learned it's like one of those things, I guess. Am I perpetuating the problem? Probably. But that's what I've always noticed it. Just kind of one of those things. It hurts, don't call me out like this. I'd be an S-tier male wife just saying, I cook? Oh, I do like to eat, that's for sure. And the cleaning, I'll take some notes. Some of the butts are pretty shiny. It's very common. Yeah, it's like, it's just one of those things. And it's like, I have to be realistic again, like with being a woman and all that stuff. Like I have to be very realistic. Like a lot of men can see, interpret things, you know, as different, I guess, behavior, if that makes any sense. I've only recently taught myself to stop responding to high DMs from people that seem to be men, because I've very rarely had a normal experience. Yeah, especially if you, I mean, I don't even respond to, like, DMs at all, really. Because, like, again, it can get very uncomfortable. And to me, I've always interpreted DMs as, like, you and that person are together in a closed room behind closed doors, and sometimes that can make me uncomfortable, you know what I mean? And of course, if I know the person for a while, it's a completely different story. I mean, for like strangers or whatever. Yeah, it's just like, and again, it's real toxic. I've worked in very, very male-dominated environments, and I've just always just like, that's just like how a lot of men are, you know? I hate to be like the bearer of bad news. It's just, that's just what it is. They get excited, you know, when they see a woman, and especially if they're attracted to you, they get all excited, and it's like, I mean, I guess I don't want to say can you blame them? I don't know. It's like It's just one of those things I've always kind of found out. I know how to make donuts. Oh, that's true. That's true. You guys are coming for the, striving for the gold here. I do dishes and vacuuming and cleaning tables. Clizzix, you're funny. I can't participate in child labor, Clizzix. But do you have a maid costume? I think I do. I actually have 2 of them. Funny enough. I have 2 of them. I have a version where it's like the more traditional, where it's like the dress comes down to the ankles. And then I have a more contemporary maid outfit, where it goes to the thighs. That's your chore list. That's good. I'm glad that you do chores. Everyone should do chores. I think chores keep you robust. I can do donuts muff. I want the flex off of the cooking in the comments. Or Stella. Stella's making me macarons. So, you guys are fake. Stella's actually making me macarons and sending them to me. So, we'll see who the truly dedicated person here is. And it's Stella. Vanilla cosplay. I'd say vanilla cosplay kind of counts as a maid outfit. And that's just bake. Ooh, pretzels though. I do like pretzels. I like cutting trees with my dad, but he really lets me because it's dangerous. That's fair, because he probably, uses like a chainsaw or something? I know you don't care, but remember, Clizzix, you don't care about getting hurt, but your dad loves you and he doesn't want to see you hurt. So your dad cares about you, and that's why he's doing that. I can make you some of my signature cookies and mail them to your P.O. box. I might have to take you up on that offer. I'm gonna be so real. I'm a glutton for sweets. I might actually have to take you up on that offer. What are the cookies like? I will say I don't like chocolate chip though. I don't like chocolate chip cookies. I want a chainsaw in my hands and I want to see the tree fall down at my mercy. That's very interesting, Clizzix. I think... I don't know. Is it at your mercy though? Or is it the mercy of gravity? How do you not like chocolate chip? I don't know. I also don't like baked apples. I would say, like, I said I would eat anything, and I still will eat them. Like, trust me, I'll eat anything. But, I don't like baked apples. Like, warm apples, I think is gross. Like, apple pie, gross. Pastries, gross. I realize I still have a poster tube from one of my orders, so BS artwork will come to you. That'd be awesome. I'd love that. Specifically milk chocolate, because mine use a... So you do... Oh, chocolate chip cookies, that's so funny, actually. Heavy hand on cinnamon and vanilla. Dang, you are a big cook. I know these little browning the butter and stuff. Man. I mean, maybe you can change my mind. But usually I was like, I don't really like chocolate chip. I'll eat anything set in front of me. You and me both, Clizzix. It's funny, I asked my, I was in a rush yesterday. What was I doing? Not yesterday. It was a couple days ago. I was in a rush with, doing work or something like that. Which, speaking of which, I might be fried. I'm not gonna lie. This takes a lot of mental power to type all this stuff out. And I asked my assistant, I'm like, okay, can you just bring me some donuts because I'm working right now? And he brought me the absolute worst assortment of donuts I've ever seen in my life. It was like apple, like, get out of here. But I still ate them. I can also keep it simple, just like molasses cookie. Ooh, I do like molasses. I will say, like, gingerbread cookies are amazing. Amazing. Culinary Pros Club. Again, back to the joke about, like, the groomer mods. Like, am I grooming my members to cook me food? Us tall men know how to cook. True, that is true. You guys have to eat a lot of food to keep growing and be all healthy. But anyway, I'm not gonna lie. I am dead, and I know it's only 6 hours. 6 hours and 44 minutes. I could have done better of a live stream, but I was kind of testing out as far as the, what's it called? Streaming while working, and it wasn't too bad. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't too bad. But I'm totally brain fried, so I might have to be, I might have to be done with the stream today, guys. I'm sorry. It's essential life skill. It really is. It is a very easy way to communicate to people via food. I know how to make cupcakes and brownies. Aw, that's cute, Clizzix. I love today's stream, and I appreciate you being here, Money. I appreciate it. I heard business talk. Yeah, it's always a lot of fun. Like, and even if I'm not doing, like, business-related work, like, feel free to always, you know, ask me business-related questions. So I'll do my best to help. I'm tall and I'm probably the worst cook on earth. That's fair. So, I will see you guys probably. I'm not gonna lie. Like I hate. Like I want to have a schedule, but I still have not figured out what works for me perfectly. So it's like, I think I'll try and stream tomorrow, but I might have to be in recording hell for this a video. So I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I will put a scheduled live out or a community posting otherwise in the YouTube thingy. Anyway, bye Chaos, bye Reina, bye Raisin Juice, bye Clizix, bye Shikikan, bye ZSNO, bye Bunny Samurai. And I will see you guys later. Bye Tosado, of course. I cannot believe you're like 2 years old. I cannot believe that. That's wild. Anyway, good night, you guys.